I think it's on. Well, we're very excited and glad to see a full house this evening. Thank you for all of you for joining us and our esteemed program directors. This is the third consecutive year that CaMSIGN, in collaboration with programs, neurosurgery programs across the country, has the CaRMS overview. My name is Saman. I'm the president, co-founder of the group. Several of my colleagues are also here. We're very glad to see a very diverse representation from across the country. Just kindly turn your cameras on once you're on. The formatting of the session is the same as previous years. We have 30 minutes per program. And after the presentation, you're welcome to ask your questions. You can simply unmute the microphone, and we'll do our very best to keep everything condensed in the 30-minute fashion. So the program should go for 2.5 hours, a little bit over. And then again on the 19th with 5 remaining programs. So very delighted to have Dr. Pickett from Dalhousie, the program director, and the floor is yours. Please feel free to proceed.
Okay, well, thank you. And thanks once again for organizing this forum. It's a little later this year. In previous years, it's been before some of our individual program Zooms. So anyone who was at one of the Dalhousie ones, some of this will be familiar information, but perhaps a little bit more, and obviously the opportunity to ask questions. So thank you all for showing up. So yes, I'm Gwyneth Pickett. I'm a professor of neurosurgery at Dalhousie. I'm one of the cerebrovascular folks, and I'm the program director. And so Dalhousie is in Halifax on the East Coast, also known as Kjipuktuk in the territory of the Mi'kmaq. And we're a small to medium-sized program. We have 10 surgeons. At the moment, we have 11 residents. There are 2 sites. They're about 2 short blocks apart, adult and pediatric. And for pediatric, we basically are the center for the Atlantic provinces as well. We do have affiliated community sites in Moncton and St. John, New Brunswick, and St. John's, Newfoundland, and residents do spend some time there. We have a couple of spine fellows and a functional fellow, also 2 nurse practitioners, various research program coordinators and other research assistants, and a brain tumor nurse navigator. And there's the partridge in the pear tree, which I felt was very seasonal. So in 2022, we did about 1,200 cases and had over 7,000 ambulatory care visits. So regaining some ground post-COVID, and I think the 2023 numbers have gone up again. It's the fairly usual breakdown of stuff. There's the spine, bread and butter, a bunch of cranial, cerebrovascular, functional, and pediatric, as noted. There'd be photos of Halifax interspersed here. So this is the Halifax Public Gardens, a really gorgeous Victorian garden that's literally sort of across the street and kitty corner from the hospital. So, we'll see staff sometimes over there having lunch, and it's a really nice place to just go have a little walk and decompress after a busy shift. So, overview of some of the areas. We have 4 fellowship-trained spinal surgeons, 2 of whom also do some functional spinal cord stimulation and so on, as well as the full range of trauma and deformity and minimally invasive spine. And there are also a couple of there's a couple of orthopedic spine surgeons and also orthopedic pediatric spinal deformity and so on, if that's an interest, scoliosis and so on. For cerebrovascular, we obviously there's myself and Dr. Adrian Weeks, both dual trained. So we have both open and endovascular, and the endovascular biplane room was, we got a brand new one a few years ago with tons of space, and you can operate down there as well. We did an interesting case last year with a patient who was also quite pregnant, and I was thinking there's this massive room, and by the time you had the open team, the angio team, the obstetrical team, the prenatal fetal medicine team, and an incubator in the corner, it actually got quite crowded, but it is a really nice space. That's Adrienne Weeks. Her other hat is that she is an oncology surgeon. She runs a lab researching glioblastoma, and that was her giving a TEDx talk at Dalhousie. Epilepsy really benefits from a very good collaboration with the neurology team and a recently expanded epilepsy monitoring unit inpatient. We do both adult and child epilepsy and neuropsych and intravascular etomidate testing and that sort of thing. I think there's a couple of people in the waiting room. I just see that. Um, Functional, again, we have, so my colleague, Dr. Weisse, does deep brain stimulation and other functional work. And we really, again, for Atlantic Canada, we're the quaternary center for things like trigeminal neuralgia, hemifacial spasm, or glossopharyngeal neuralgia. On the left there is one of our peds neurosurgeons, a photo that went viral a few years ago of him repairing a patient's teddy bear while waiting for them to go off to sleep at their request. So that's Dan McNeely. Trauma as well, of course, pretty standard. And one thing that's been a big change and really just a massive improvement over the last year is that we have a newly formed trauma service that rounds on all these folks, has an associated nurse and trauma team lead, and really has helped with coordinating some of that care. And they have commented how much they appreciate the neurosurgery residents' sense of responsibility. And so it's been a really great working relationship and a positive change. I think if this is the new library, and then I was giving this talk and realized the photo credit down the corner says 2017, so it's not that new, but it's relatively new. It's not the one that most people in Halifax would have grown up with, and it won architectural awards for looking like this stack of books kind of on end. But it really is a gorgeous space, and we've had journal clubs there and like patient group meetings and so on. It's a really lovely place in downtown Halifax. It's about 10-15 minutes walk from the hospital. In the last year, like the neurosurgical staff have published about 35 papers and in a variety of research areas. So we've got really a very active program in, again, all these areas: brain tumor, spine, neurotrauma, epilepsy, neuromodulation, and most of these programs have a dedicated research coordinator associated with them. So lots of opportunity to get involved in research. This is down on the waterfront. As Summer View, Pickford and Black has a great outdoor patio, and there's many other restaurants along there, and you can walk along the boardwalk. You can rent jet skis and tootle around the harbor, and just it's nice being an oceanside town city. Obviously have like the various tools for microsurgery, the operating microscope. We've got an O-arm, second generation, and 3D imaging and image guidance. And Dr. Clark, who you see the back of his head on the left there, our division head, is really keen on technology and robotics. And this is from a few years ago, when he was the first to use the stealth auto guide for biopsy, and has used them since a lot for recording deep brain, like electrode recording for epilepsy placement. And then Dr. Christie, our head of research, had also had a first with the Mazor robotic arm in spine surgery. So there is Dalhousie in general, the Department of Surgery. There's been some like donor investment in the robotics program, and that is a thing that they're really striving to improve on and expand. So this is a shot from one of the rookie camps, and using some VR and sort of simulation training for learning some of the basics. And the program, again, the robotics program, as I said, has had donor success, but also some major grant success in the past year, which is encouraging. Another shot from downtown Halifax near the waterfront. I also love that this is a very sort of like practical kind of injury prevention mode. So the wave sculpture has this plaque near it that says, "Do not climb." And of course, every kid, like everybody climbs on it. University students climb on it, kids climbed on it. And finally, they just sort of gave in and accepted the inevitable and took out the sort of hard surface below. And now it's like this all soft rubberized thing. So all summer, there's like kids running up it and sliding down it. And it's just a really joyful place, and often lots of food carts and so on around there too. So the National Neurosurgery Rookie Camp, as you may know, basically happens in July, and first years from all across the country gather and get a whole lot of kind of introductory training and knowledge, and it rotates around the country. But it started at Dalhousie over a decade ago as part of the vision of Dr. Clark, our division head. And as I said, it rotates, and we still contribute, and sometimes it comes back here, but we are still proud of it. And I think it speaks to the fact that there has been this long-standing culture of support here for residency education, which continues. So you'll all know this, neurosurgery is a 6-year program. Everybody entering now is in competence by design, and we're really just graduating out sort of the last cohort who were grandfathered through under the old system. Everyone does surgical foundations along with your other surgical specialties in first year. And there's a year, at least 1 year, that is dedicated to academic enrichment in the form of research and or electives, looking at kind of shaping what are your career plans. And there's flexibility in that I think has been one of the selling points for Dalhousie. There's absolutely support to do advanced graduate degrees. We have people who've done like a master's in ethics. We've had people who've done a PhD in brain-computer interface. Catherine Tourigny is currently in Switzerland working in the NeuroRestore lab, looking at new sort of skull-mounted deep brain stimulators. We have people who've done a master's in clinical epidemiology or public health or quality assurance projects. So I think there's a lot of flexibility for what is your interest and what are your career goals and how will that help you get there. And there's also lots of scope, in the basic science labs. Jay Han, who's just come back as one of our chief residents, did a master's in Dr. Week's lab, again in that glioblastoma research world. So lots of opportunity. And as part of that, there's the option to be involved in the clinician investigator program. So Dell has quite a robust one, and neurosurgery typically does very well in terms of capturing those spots and funding. We do incorporate a community rotation. So all our residents do 3 blocks at one of the community sites in New Brunswick or Newfoundland that I mentioned earlier. And they find that, I think, really helpful just in terms of seeing a little bit about like what are, career options. We all sort of assume we're going to end up in an academic center, but that may or may not fit with the life you want. And it's nice to know kind of what a community practice looks like. And also, they're first assist on everything. There's a lot of, again, just really a chance to solidify your basic cases, and people come back, I think, feeling that they've really got their feet under them operatively. So they're popular rotations. We have, as you know, 1 CaRMS spot annually. And one of the other things I like about Halifax is just the proximity, the ease with which you can get outside the city. There's a lot going on in the city. We have a symphony orchestra. I'm actually, shortly after this, I'm going to the Nova Scotia Youth Orchestra's Christmas concert this evening. There's there's tons of restaurants and sports and cultural activities. The Scotiabank Centre, Queens of the Stone Age playing there in the spring. I know that because I just got tickets. But this park, this Blue Mountain Park, is actually within Halifax city limits. Like you can see sort of in the background there, some tall buildings, and you drive about 15-20 minutes from the hospital, park behind Kent Building Supplies, and hike in like 20 minutes, and you can get into this wilderness basically where you're just backcountry canoeing and hiking, and it's really gorgeous, and it's been protected, and they're looking at making it one of the sort of first national urban parks. So similarly, you can drive down the coast, Peggy's Cove, you can go up to Cape Breton Highlands. There's a lot of really beautiful nature that's very accessible. So for CaRMS, all applications are reviewed by the program director and a minimum of 2 other faculty when we get to the interview selection stage. And we are interviewing 16 this year. The criteria are all outlined on the website. And we really do consider everything that you've taken the time to upload, because I realize there's a ton of documentation there, but just wanted to say, like, we really do look through all of it. And obviously the interview experience counts for a lot as well. And we know that that's a time for you to ask us things. Again, we had our Zooms earlier where people came and chatted with the residents. I got out of the way, and there will be that option as well. Our residents are always part of the interview process. And on that evening, there's a social event as well, which is entirely optional, but usually, again, a fun time and a chance to, again, just kind of get to know the residents that if you came here, you would be hanging out with. And here are some of them at various activities we've done through the years. So this was a couple of years ago. We went basically tidal bore rafting. So you get in this boat, and the tide on the Bay of Fundy, which is just ridiculous, comes roaring up, and it's kind of like whitewater rafting, but in salt water and just like going upstream, and you get thrown around a lot, and it's great fun. And this was a camping trip in Ketchum-Kujik that Catherine, that's her right closest to the front. She had organized that with a couple other of our residents and one of the floor nurses there as well. This is a shot from last summer where some of us, the women of neurosurgery, dressed up as part of like this like Alice in Wonderland scavenger hunt where you ran around downtown and like solve clues, and there were 200 teams that entered, and we won because we're competitive as all get out. But it was a great time. Belgius was like tearing up Halifax is quite hilly, where there's ocean and then there's like the Citadel on a hill, and she was racing up the hill in sneakers just trying to get that win. It was great. But they also know how to relax, and so this was not a program sort of organized event. The residents just had sent me a picture that they'd gone out themselves and were having a nice time in the summer. And I'll end with this shot of our on resident wellness day, this for like resident appreciation and wellness week. We booked them a session at the Rage Room where you get to put on protective gear and smash the heck out of a whole lot of stuff. And unfortunately, the Rage Room said they could not supply pagers, but they did give us a bunch of computers and fax machines, and Catherine in particular absolutely destroyed them. So I like to think that, if you came here, then you will be with a group of people who could very readily defend themselves in a zombie apocalypse. So that's my spiel on Dalhousie and some of the unique features of the program. And I am happy to answer any questions that people have.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pickett, for joining us despite having a concert coming up soon too. So we really appreciate it. Please, the floor is all yours, the participants, and anyone who likes to. Maybe you can just use the raise feature in case there's multiple questions, but please feel free. We have about 15 minutes for questions. Maybe I can begin asking a question while people are formulating their thoughts. Could you maybe talk a little bit more about the division of the 6 years, like a breakdown of both volume of cases and also off services within Dalhousie?
Sure, yeah. So we overhauled the program fairly dramatically a couple of years ago, and that was based on a very comprehensive resident survey that was actually resident, I mean, sort of mutually generated, but Jenna Smith-Forrester, who's one of our QI leads, so she had circulated this among her peers, and she got basically 100% response rate, and people, gave us their comments. You get feedback on evaluations anyway, but really just very honest thoughts and comments on the value of the various rotations, especially in the early years. And so, as with many programs, we did pull back and people are a little closer to home. I still, and our post-grad office, and I would say our program generally feels that there is still a value to a number of the off-service rotations. So we have kept some of them, especially in the first year. There may or may not be specific EPAs you get there, but knowing, how plastics closes an incision, seeing some of the nuances of how ENT maybe approaches a certain problem versus the way we would, and also just getting to know some of your colleagues and the staff, like the emergency nurses. It's much easier if you've been there and you've worked with them, and I think it makes your subsequent neurosurgical rotations easier. So we have kept some of those, but in first year, typically there's 6 blocks on the service, sort of 4 right up front, and then sort of a mix of like anesthesia, 3 of those like ENT, vascular plastics, ortho. You can select, and in second year, again a lot more sort of 8 blocks typically of neurosurgery, 3 I think of 2 of ICU, and we usually try and get a neuroradiology and a neurology in early so that you can get there's some foundational EPAs that you can only get on neurology. Well, there's one. And also getting neuroradiology in early, I think people find that valuable, and also then there's less checking in with radiology in terms of ordering some of your scans. So that's sort of the overview, you know, a little more rotation, but still quite a lot of, you know, primary service, home service. I would say our residents get quite a bit of operative experience. You know, I think they certainly finish being able to do cases independently. You know, and a lot of the time the chief resident is sort of, you know, left and we're keeping an eye on them remotely, or we're sitting in the back of the room and they're doing the case. And often they'll have a junior operating with them. So, you know, in the first and second year, you may be doing the opening, you know, and then especially if you're holding the pager, scrub out, go deal with some stuff, come back for the closing. You know, the mid-level resident is maybe there, you know, doing the middle part, taking out the tumor, that kind of thing. But yeah, so the general shape of it, again, classically, the fourth year has been the research year, with the change in the exam now being sort of split up and the written being like beginning of fifth year, oral end of sixth year. It has caused us to kind of reshape some of that. And so Rachel Vaughn, who is a third year, is actually doing her research block the first 6 months of this year, and sort of shifting things a bit so that she's got more time, kind of some of the study blocks like neuropathology and so on near the end of fourth year. So sorry, I feel like this is a very long answer to your question, but I think in general, you know, third year is usually almost entirely on the service, but that has been shifting a little later because of the changes to the exam. You know, as you go through, obviously you're more time close to home, but we do these rotations like neuropathology and so on, sort of timing so that you can get that study like a lighter schedule and study time before the exam. And then, you know, in final year, when you're the chief, one of the big changes with competence by design was bringing in some of these EPAs, like running a clinic. So, you know, running resident clinic, which has not been a universal thing in programs before. So I think a lot more hands-on, like actually, you know, running the show, operating in those final months, unlike the older system where you kind of finished your clinical stuff practically like in January and you just sort of studied, and you know, you took yourself out of that clinical world just before you were going to go into fellowship or practice. It didn't make as much sense. So there has been that shift in terms of the organization.
Very thorough. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, I had a question also. So you mentioned quickly the community rotations, and that's something that's very interesting to me, since a lot of the cases that you would see in an academic center may not necessarily be the simpler cases that you would see on a daily basis. So I just wanted to know, like, how long is that, and what does it look like, and like what are the cases that they see? If you could just elaborate a little bit.
Yeah, no, for sure. So typically it's 3 blocks. You can do it, often people do it all together. A couple of our residents with children have split it up because for family reasons it was easier. Accommodation is provided. And I mean, our community sites, that said, you know, they definitely do a lot of this sort of bread and butter and spine and stuff, but I mean, they will do complex spine, they will do aneurysms, clippings, they'll do tumors, you know, they don't tend to do as much in the way of sort of, again, pediatrics, functional, epilepsy that requires sort of more in-depth like monitoring and so forth. But I think the, you know, the residents come back feeling that in terms of dealing with, especially, you know, bread and butter spine, like ACDF, lumbar discectomy, you know, your basic craniotomy for tumor, like they just feel that they've had a lot of that and they're very confident in it. And the other thing I think that it gives you is it's just a different view, you know, in an academic center, certainly in ours, and you know, I think most others that I've worked in or been in, you know, they know there's a resident on 24/7 and they will call you at 1:30 a.m. for that stable brain tumor. You know, they don't do that in St. John. If they called the consultant for every case, like nobody's going to do that and take call, you know, every third night and like that. So, you know, and so the emerge doc will write, you know, admit floor, decadron, neurosurgery to see in the morning. And so I think that's the other thing the residents see, is that there are different models of practice and there are different models of how, you know, the flow of work and systems, depending on if you are in a training center or not. You know, the staff will assist each other on cases there because they don't have, you know, a resident most of the time. When there's a resident there, they're very eager to teach because they don't have one all the time. So I think the residents get again, a really good operative experience and exposure, you know, and staff were, you know, excited to have them there because it's not the norm. But they also get to experience, you know, just what is a different option or type of practice that they might want to have. So yeah, 3 blocks. Obviously, if community is an interest of yours, there is a possibility to do more. So Jenna, who is one of our surgeons, neurosurgery residents, who's interested in a community practice and hoping to do it out west, like she's lined up a couple of community rotations in Kelowna, that sort of thing.
Very interesting. Thank you for the answer.
I had a quick question, if that's okay. Hi, Dr. Pickett. Thanks for your talk. I was wondering, in general, obviously I know the people in St. John's, but where do your residents typically, like, what do they do after residency? Do they typically do fellowships in Canada? Do they go to the States? Do they go right into practice? Like, how is that sort of split up?
Yeah, so it is a mix, as you say. So you know our folks who have gone to St. John's, Newfoundland. So those are 2 of our graduates in sort of the last, like a few years back, who came to us from Newfoundland, pretty much already had a job lined up, and they finished residency and went straight into practice and felt, you know, confident to do that. And it was always clear that that's where they were headed. So they didn't do fellowship training. But our graduates have, you know, gone on to fellowships, pediatrics, spine out in Vancouver. So Julia Radich did pediatrics and is now in Saskatchewan. Philippe McGowan is out in Alberta. David Brandman, by choice, because his wife is from the States, did a fellowship at Emory and is now on staff at UCSF. In the States. We've had people go to Australia for fellowship. We currently have one of our former graduates is doing a skull-based fellowship in the UK. So I think, you know, people do get good offers. They and in general have been able to get jobs that they wanted. But yeah, no, excellent question. I think, again, one of the things that I do stress and I do say is I think Dell is, you know, there's absolutely that flexibility. So there is the, you know, like I said, we have people who are really interested in doing, you know, bench like lab research. Our Mark, who is writing his exam this spring, has a really amazing sort of research track record, and he's going to do a sort of combined trauma epilepsy fellowship, and has meanwhile got this grant with one of our researchers here looking at traumatic brain injury and a lot of, you know, sort of very basic science, molecular work on the changes in TBI. So he's going to be combining that. But I think, you know, if you like Jenna, who's doing quality improvement, her master's in that and her expertise, and wants to have a community practice in the end. And so her rotational experience and research pathway is different than Mark's, you know, and I think we do really try and make sure that we tailor that to the residents', you know, interests and ultimate career goals.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions about the program, Halifax? Happy to answer. Otherwise, I think we're near the end of my time anyway.
Yeah, just a quick question since there's not a question. What does the call schedule look like for residents and for attendings in general in
Yeah,
Dalhousie?
so for the residents, it's very much dependent on the number of people on in that block, which usually is kind of anywhere from 4 to 7. Four is rare, but between our residents and off-service ones like ENT or plastics or neurology, the occasional rehab resident, but people who rotate through. So we commit to buddying our first year during that, like especially during their first block, because they can't be on sort of overnight because they have to be free to go to some of the like surgical foundations boot camp stuff that's like through almost every day in July on weekdays. So they're buddied through that, and they don't do call after midnight. when we have off-service residents on, our seniors, we try and buddy them as much as possible. So, I mean, the contract is no more than 1 in 4, as I think it is across the country for most provinces, but sometimes it's less than that. And it just, again, kind of depends on how many are on the service, and if they have to be buddied by a senior. It is in-house call, especially it's in-house call at the junior years. With our seniors, if they're like not too far away, we do allow them to do call from home. And some of ours choose to moonlight as well on other services. So some of them do, like, moonlighting for vascular, things like that. It's an option if they're on a light rotation or, a rotation that doesn't involve call.
Perfect, thank you.
I see a hand.
Yeah, do you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, so thank you so much, Dr. Pickett, for your talk. This is Abdurrahman. I'm a final year med student from Saudi Arabia. I have a quick question. Just will you offer seats for IMGs in the upcoming years?
Yes, I think that is, yes. Most years we consider it. We've taken one most years, not every year. We didn't last year, and that was partly, we do ask that people come and do a rotation and an elective with us. I think it's good. I think it's good on both sides. We get a chance to see a little more of people than just through a screen and sort of interact and work with them. And you get a chance to see our program in action and just the team, and is it an environment that you would want to train in? And this past year, we had not had somebody who was able to come who we felt was a good fit for the program and so on. So, but most years we are open to that. Yes.
So thank you. But another quick question. So, what do you think are the factors that makes a candidate stands out? Even during electives or
Yeah. I think that both at the resident and staff level, Dalhousie is a very collegial program. Really everybody gets along well, everybody pitches in. There's a lot of support. Watch people go up to the ward at the end of the day and their colleague who's on call is sort of like drowning in consults and be like, hey, look, okay, I'll do that, you do that, you do that. Just trying to split things up and get stuff done. There's a lot of support for identifying if somebody's, excessively fatigued and needs a break. And, there's just, I think it's a very supportive program, and we absolutely are looking for somebody who will fit into that. I think obviously every program wants someone who's trainable, who's honest and reliable and, willing to, like, keen to learn and able to take feedback and able to incorporate that, honesty, like I said, reliability. In terms of standing out, I think, we see a lot of that during electives. Obviously not everyone has been able to come to an elective here. Part of that was COVID, part of that's because the AFMC limits the number of electives that Canadian students can do. And so, there's absolutely, we have matched people in the past who have not had the chance, we haven't had the chance, they haven't had the chance to come to an elective. But I do think what we're looking for really is that just, trainability, collegiality, and if we can't see it in an elective, that's what I'm looking for in things like, reference letters. Is this somebody who, is part of the team, doesn't view themselves as being sort of above certain tasks, or, do they get along with nursing? Do they get along with patients? Do they get along with the ER charge nurse? This sort of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, so thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pickett, for joining us and presenting Dalhousie. We're very grateful for your time. I see that
Thank you for
Dr.
the opportunity.
Of course, it's been a pleasure.
I think I'll just give you a spiel, and then really answer any questions. We had an open house, and we'll be seeing many of you guys soon. So Yeah, City of Calgary is the fastest growing city in Canada. Most amount of immigrants in history over the last year. We've seen just an absolute massive increase in people in Calgary. It's very exciting. Also the sunniest city in Canada. Yeah, just in case none of you have been here, we're not just some cowboys, Calgary Stampede, although we're really proud of the Calgary Stampede, but it's a big city. And has all city services, a giant city of like, I think it's now 1.5 million. Yeah, the Stampede I talked about. It's a blast. You don't want to be on call in July. Those first 2 weeks in July, there's a lot of people here from all over the world, and a lot of them like to drink and fall off scooters and bonk their heads. So it's a lot of action. You get a lot of trauma during the old Calgary Stampede. Yeah, but it's I think the youngest city in Canada. Like, it's very vibrant, young. It's just got the spirit of the West, the spirit of like just nothing can stop us, kind of. That's the Western Canadian feeling, kind of. And then of course we're lucky to have Banff and Jasper and Canmore all at our fingertips. So yeah, this is last year. I think we're 7th, but we're one of the most livable cities in the world for all those things I just said. Okay, so what about neurosurgery? Catchment area is there. So all of a big chunk of BC and Saskatchewan we look after, as well as everything south. They're halfway to Edmonton. Caseload, yeah. So at any given time, our census can be as high as like as low as 50 at Foothills and 120. So it's probably the single busiest service in Canada. It's like one hospital. Some other cities have more, but they are divided amongst other hospitals. Yeah, we run at least 3 to 6 ORs a day, and that's just at Foothills. At Children, another 250 cases a year. Residents go to the OR right July 1st. So none of this, you don't go to the OR until PGY3. So we don't believe in that. Like I said, two sites. So Foothills, the big site, the adult center, got MRIs, ROSAs, lit, focused ultrasound. We're only one of 2 places in Canada with a focused ultrasound, and then Project NeuroArm. Alberta Children's Hospital, it's freestanding, level 1, state-of-the-art epilepsy, neuroendoscopy, and highly ranked. Those aren't the current nurse practitioners, but we have 5 nurse practitioners at Foothills and 1 at the Children's. Can you? My joke is always, can you guess which one's at the Children's? Okay, clinical programs. So yeah, one thing we're really proud of clinically is that we have everything. So even the subspecialties. So things like peripheral nerve, you don't have to go to plastics. We have world-renowned peripheral nerve and Dr. Raj Mehta, who also has a lab. Adult hydrocephalus is in an afterthought. It's actually, we're the center of adult hydrocephalus clinical research, as well as pediatric hydrocephalus, as well as all the, including, like I said, HIFU. So yeah, so Raj Mehta, like I just said, so a real quadruple threat, world-renowned clinical basic science lab. Another thing I think we're very popular for is the Calgary Spine Program. There's now I think 16 faculties. I didn't update this. We take 4 fellows a year, but that's combined with ortho and neuro. Our residents take spine call throughout the year. We don't divide the service. So you get tons and tons of spine from world-renowned people. And we just got a huge $9 million grant for endoscopy and minimally invasive spine to expand the clinical service, and that greatly impact the residents. And with Michael Yang bringing in some new techniques he learned in Miami and starting up this really endoscopic spine program on top of everything else we do. Stroke. I always say to everybody, if you're ever going to have a stroke anywhere on the planet, Calgary is the best place. We have the best stroke program. Mostly hats off to our neurologist colleagues who sometimes get people to have EVT within 20 minutes. but John Wong, Garnet Sutherland, Alan Meath are vascular people, also heavily involved in tons and tons of research and clinical trials that have changed practice and changed the world. And then Dr. Sutherland as well, with his surgical robotics, and is working with NASA, build robots for the trip to Mars. So, adult hydrocephalus, like I said, I think there's only 2 or 3 programs in Canada that have a dedicated adult hydrocephalus. I mean, everyone looks after it, but Mark Hamilton just lives and breathes it. And then we have a new faculty, one of our residents, Candice. She's just joined. She does oncology and adult hydrocephalus. And like I said, we lead the adult clinical research network. Peds hydro, everywhere does Peds hydro, but I'm one of the major players in the HCRN, ETB CPC. I was one of 2 places to bring it to Canada. Now I think you can get it in several places. Also, I do an epi and have a lab that looks after hydrocephalus and craniofacial. Calgary epilepsy program, huge, second biggest in the nation. A huge program, Hayter and Starveld, both Hayter, both adult and ped, Starveld adult, and actually Gurgis a little bit as well, with some HIFU stuff as well. So we attack epilepsy in every way: open, lit, HIFU. You really the epilepsy you get here, you really see the state of the art. Functional and neuromodulation. So there are 2 people, Dr. Kish and Dr. Gurgis. And Dr. Kish also has they both have labs. Dr. Kish has a very successful basic science lab, and she's also the head of the HIFU, the high frequency ultrasound program. Neuro-oncology, 4 staff look after neuro-oncology. Dr. Starveld has tons of it. He's definitely our best clinical teacher. He always wins awards. Endoscopic skull base, pituitary co-runs the pituitary program with one of the endocrinologists and a neuro-ophthalmologist. So very sophisticated pituitary program, of which one of our residents, Jenna, she's in my lab, but her thesis is on this topic. Candice has just joined us. She has a GBM lab. She's just getting up and running and already taking off. And Dr. Kelly as well, and Dr. Hamilton also does tumors. Research. So this is what really separates us a lot from many programs, but I mean, you can do great research in all programs, I think, but it's just who we are. It's in our culture here, and it's not hard, and it's limited to really your own imagination. Yes, just bragging stuff. Our CIP is very strong. Most of the CIPs in Canada are pretty strong, I think. And so our residents dominate the clinical investigator program. And for those that don't know what that is, that's just, if you can get into that program, then you're funded like a resident for at least 2 to 3 or sometimes 4 years, instead of funded like a resident for 1 year and then funded like a postdoc, which they make quite a bit less than a resident would. And you have some security when you're doing your research. Limitless paths. I'll just give you some examples. Like these are, I'll start with 3 people who just recently graduated. Stefan just took a job at UBC, and so you can do PhD work here. He did it in imaging, very successful. Albert, another basic science. He did a coup d'etat, so he did a PhD simultaneously here and at WashU, and in biomarkers and adult and peds hydrocephalus, very, very successful. And he just got over $1 million to set up a lab at Nationwide. Magali, Master's of Medical Education from Harvard, so she's putting it to good use. She just finished her spine fellowship. Now she's doing setting up educational research in Tanzania. And so we're going to stay in touch. She's going to help us with our global outreach here in Calgary as well. And and then she'll go back. She's got a job at WashU Spine. Current residents, we also have residents that just do different new things. Maddie went to Stanford, got her master's in engineering, and so she has a great relationship with Stanford, but also her capstone project was with Neuralink, so she has a really great relationship with that and a personal relationship with Elon Musk, and continues to have that. She also works with Dr. Sutherland in Project NeuroArm with robotics, and so she's probably the new age. This is you just saw 3 examples of sort of old type of research, which I think we do phenomenally well: basic science, clinical, or med ed. But this is the new science, right? Computational science, brain-computer interface, that sort of thing. Maddie's on the edge of that. Clinical research, we do great. I mentioned this is Jenna. She's doing that project, her thesis. She's in my lab doing ClinEpi. Her thesis is with the pituitary, but she's doing several projects with me as well. She's the one that this is a heavily cited paper showing that our ETV CPC works better in the third world than the first world, and trying to figure out why. Then we also can think outside the box. So Branavan already had a PhD, and then what's he going to do with his research? So Branavan's in New York City working with Adrian Boire and looking at METs, and then he loves GBM, so he wants to take what he learns from METs and apply them to GBM. So he's doing a 3-year postdoc and just got a big Banting award. And he's doing great. So it just shows you all manners, whether he's sort of the standard basic science, the clinical science. A resident that wants to do an MBA. We've had a resident do an MBA at Columbia. I mean, really just anything, as long as it fits with your career goals at the end. And then, yeah, we just have a great group. We have a great residency program. I think we have really good wellness. Right now we're 14. We usually live around 17. We just had a bunch of big bolus graduate, but a big bolus is coming in soon. Yeah, we have I would say we're the most diverse program in Canada. I think Dalhousie has more women, but almost as all women, so they're no longer diverse. It's my joke always, but yeah. So, but we also have people from all over the place. All 10 provinces. Our 11th province with Abdul in Saudi Arabia. So, yeah. I think I have a video, but these videos never run.
No one told you that was gonna be this way. Jobs just broke, but that's the old way.
I don't know how that came across. Sometimes when you play videos on Zoom, it's really choppy, but I won't show you the rest of the video. But it's just that was one of our Christmas videos, and yeah, really great camaraderie. We care a lot. Residents have a big say in all decisions of the residency. We do a ton of wellness stuff. Things that like we're one of 2 programs, us in Toronto, that are invited to the annual New York City Central Park based softball tournament. So that's an amazing. We do a resident retreat there, so we talk about issues in the program. There are a lot of fun dinners in Manhattan, and then we play baseball, and then there's events around that with a lot of networking. And so networking is a huge thing for Calgary. Calgary has a lot of connections from across Canada. But we also have a ton of connections in the US and international, which our residents really take advantage of for jobs, for fellowships, for relationships, for collaborators and research and stuff like that. So we also have like 4 to 6 visiting professors a year, and we really target it based on who our residents, like who's graduating, or who can help our residents, or maybe do something different that we're just starting here and seeing how we can get there. This is an example of Michael Lawton was just here, and there's Matt, proud as punch, wanting to do vascular. So and then Catherine hopefully is going to be his fellow one day. But so anyway, just we think about things like that. We care a lot about things like that. Don't forget about that when you rank. International and North American relationships is huge, and it's really something we pride ourselves on in Calgary. other wellness things. So our home app. So every week, our residents, we participate in a program where they rank, I think it's 7 fields on how they're doing wellness, like relationships, time constraints, anxiety, sort of stuff. And I can get a feel of how the program's doing, you know, how they're doing around Christmas. And then we've divided between research and clinical residents and just see how things are going. It's new. We're just learning how to use it. If a resident's ever in trouble, the app contacts them and says, hey, it looks like you're in trouble. Do you want to speak to somebody? And they'll offer counseling services. I'm alerted as the program director that someone's in trouble, or more than one, but it's not who, so the confidentiality is maintained. And so there's like a private counseling that they can get, or certainly we have lots of counseling things at the University of Calgary, but sometimes people want to stay outside of the university for privacy reasons. So anyway, this is a huge endeavor. It's taken us 1.5 years to get it off the ground, but it's been phenomenal actually to check in where people just talk about wellness, talk. We just like to do in Calgary. So and we're also studying it. So Toronto and Winnipeg have kindly agreed, and we're in the program. We're doing a big study looking at resident quality of life, Calgary versus Toronto, Winnipeg. So we get the app and they don't. And so we're the intervention arm, and we're studying this over a 12 month and see if the app helps. Maybe it's not, maybe it's worse, maybe the time commitment. It only takes about 10 seconds to fill in the app every Monday, but maybe it's harmful. So anyway, we're looking at it. So, and then this is just a slide, like, you know, just I'll always think about the end. This is from the day one you start in this program, we're always thinking about where you're going to end up and what you're going to look like, and how can we sell you and how can you sell yourself? Do you want to do academics or private? And do you want to go to the US, Canada, or beyond? And so this is sort of a rough, not rough, this is exactly where our residents are, except for the people currently in fellowships. So yeah, I'm not sure other programs have looked at this, but everyone should look at this. And I think the average in Canada is 49 or 50% stay in Canada. Right now, actually, over the last after the last few years, we're above 50% because our residents are very highly sought after for other jobs. And in Canada, so a lot of them staying. We've hired a couple of our recent grads as well, because they're not because they're Calgary, just because they're the best. In Canada's Poon and Mike Yang. So anyway, that's a lot of talking. So anyway, here's my email if any of you have questions. And I can't remember the format. Are there questions or?
Thank you, Dr. Brickhammer. We have time for maybe 7 to 10 minutes of questions.
Oh, perfect.
Thank you for the presentation.
No questions? Does anyone
I have
want
a
to
quick question.
why I yelled at the guy on the bylaw enforcement? Yeah, go ahead, please. Yeah.
Thanks, Dr. Cameron, for your talk. I just had a quick question about, if you go away and you do research for not a number of years at an away institution, how do residents typically kind of balance the clinical aspect when they come back and like transition back into PGY5, I guess, when they come back?
Yeah, residents are always worried about that. I mean, it doesn't matter if you go away or stay, because we don't ask you to take call except for in a pinch. Like if somebody gets sick, we might ask the research residents if they're available. We always pay them too as well. So it doesn't matter if you're in Calgary or outside, you're free of call. So you haven't done a lot of clinical work. Everyone's always worried about that. I was worried about that 1,000,000 years ago when I took 2 years to do research, but we've had residents do 4, obviously, 1 do 7 with a couple of mat leaves in there. And they're always nervous. They're always like, oh my God, I'm terrible. It's going to be horrible. And I always laugh. And I said, within 2 nights of call, it'll be pretty well back. Within 2 weeks, it's like you never went away. And they're always like, that's not true. That's not true. And then 2 weeks later, they're like, you were totally right. So I don't really worry about that. Yeah, they reintegrate really fast, and it's a great mental break. It's great to take a couple years and do something a little more academic and really try to find your path in neurosurgery and define it clear, and then you're hungry to come back and do a bunch of cases and get ready for chief and the exams. So,
Great, thank you.
thanks. Abdurrahman, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Kamri, for the talk. So this is Abdurrahman. I'm from Saudi Arabia, final year student. So I would like to ask you if you will offer seats for IMGs in the next years, the upcoming.
Yeah, like we don't have an IMG spot. I think the only one with a yearly IMG spot secured is Toronto, but maybe I'm wrong about that. In terms of like straight IMG, many programs, as you know, have relationships with Saudi, and we are one of them. Typically, we just kind of look at the applicants every year. We don't, how can I put this nicely? Other programs require Saudi Arabian residents to keep going because they don't have very high numbers. We don't have to. So we just pick when there's superstars like Abdul. And actually, we found there's a girl starting next year. Her name escapes me. She's from Riyadh as well. Why can't I think of her name? But anyway, sorry. So again, this year we had 10 people from Saudi, or 10 and then one from Oman, and look at it. And then she's great. And so she's coming into the program. So that's what we sort of just, when we find somebody great, we try to steal them, get them in. So there's not a yearly mandate that there must be one Saudi in the program or anything like that. It's 0 or 1 usually.
Sorry, so what makes a candidate like stands out or a superstar for you?
Yeah, like just we have the same standard for IMGs as we do with CMGs. So like just smart, hardworking self-starter, finisher on projects, interested in research. We want our Saudis to do research. We don't want a 2-tier program. We don't want a Saudi program and a Canadian program. We want them to blend seamlessly. And I want our people that go back to Saudi to go and be leaders, just like the Canadian graduates. I want our Canadian people to be program directors, chairs, program managers, I don't know, thought leaders, have successful labs. I also want the same thing to populate Saudi Arabia full of like superstars and become chairmen and chairwomen and stuff like that. So that's the idea. So same sort of thing, interest in research, a little bit of a record of research, that sort of thing.
Thank you so much.
Sure. Farmad?
Yeah, sorry. So just I was very interested in that slide that showed where the residents end up, and I was interested. It was interesting that a lot of them ended up in the U.S. So I just wanted to know, how does that work, since the ABNS really limits the residents from Royal College?
Yeah. So the doors loosened up a little bit. I mean, it's a bit of a misnomer, right? So like my first 9 years, I was in the US. That's how I have a lot of connections in the US. So, and then I moved back to Canada. So I was not ABNS eligible, but look at me, I had a very successful career there, you know. So it's really a bit of a misnomer. They can use it to not hire you, definitely. They say, oh, we only want board eligible or board certified people. Fine. But they probably didn't want you anyway. But if they really, really want you, they don't care. Now, that being said, the doors kicked open a little bit. Actually, Dr. Rudka, leadership, myself, Dr. Kean O'Kelly had some meetings. And yeah, there's a new thing where if you do practice in the US for like, I think it's 4 years at an academic institution, then you can actually sit for the American boards. So the door kicked open just slightly. And so I think what you'll see is the door like more and more wide open, and probably about 10 years, it'd probably be wide open again, I would guess. Maybe 15, I don't know.
But okay, perfect. That's good news.
Well, unless it's Trump, and then it may be 50. But you know what I mean? Like, because he's very xenophobic, right? Like even to Canadians, and so they don't like other people at all. But as long as we have reasonable American government and the reasonable leadership in neurosurgery, American neurosurgery, they're all very pro-Canadian, very, very pro-Canadian.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation as well. Okay, perfect. So very good talk so far. So I'm just gonna introduce. So we're very happy to have University of Montreal for the first time this year. I'm presenting to you Dr. Fournier-Gosselin, functional neurosurgeon at CHUM and programme director à l'Université de Montréal. Donc cette année, nous sommes très heureux d'avoir l'Université de Montréal pour la première fois. Donc je vous présente Dr. Fournier-Gosselin, neurochirurgien fonctionnel au CHUM, directrice du programme à l'Université de Montréal. La parole est à vous.
Merci, je vais mettre la présentation. Donc, partager l'écran. OK, vous me dites si vous voyez bien.
Parfait.
Ça semble être bon. Alors, on va... So, thank you for having me tonight. Je vais parler en français parce que le programme à Montréal est en fait un programme francophone. Donc, les applicants doivent avoir une certaine maîtrise du français, sinon ça peut être un petit peu difficile de passer les 6 années avec nous. Donc, merci pour l'introduction. Je suis au CHUM et je travaille essentiellement en fonctionnel. Et je suis la directrice de programme depuis déjà 1 an. J'ai pris le relais de Dr. Laroche. Cette année, nous avons la chance d'avoir une place pour le CaRMS 2024. Au Québec, c'est une situation particulière. Il y a 2 places pour les applicants. L'autre université, c'est l'Université de Laval cette année qui reçoit là, un candidat ou une candidate. Donc, très différent des autres provinces, avec ses particularités. Donc, ça amène certains enjeux et certaines forces aussi. Donc, on a 2 places par année au Québec. Donc, la compétition est très forte. Je n'ai pas de conflit d'intérêt par rapport à la présentation, si ce n'est que j'ai un fort intérêt à l'enseignement pour les résidents. Nous avons entré dans le nouveau curriculum, donc le CPC depuis 2020, qui fait que nous avons des résidents qui terminent et qui sont dans l'ancien curriculum, et nous sommes dans la transition avec d'autres résidents qui sont dans le nouveau curriculum. Nous n'avons pas encore complété un cycle complet, mais on peut voir là, donc l'entrée dans la résidence. Là, bon, ça, c'est vous, là, avec votre diplôme de médecine. Quand les gens commencent la résidence, ils vont faire des périodes de stage où ils vont faire la progression vers la discipline et acquérir les fondements. Ensuite, ils vont être vraiment dans le corps, là, dans le centre avec la maîtrise de la discipline. L'examen du Collège royal est beaucoup plus tôt qu'avant. Et une période qui a bien été expliquée là, plus tôt, là, où il y a une transition vers la pratique là, pour permettre de vraiment là, travailler comme un vrai ou une vraie neurochirurgienne. Et puis, ben, l'éducation, ben, c'est toute la vie, hein, parce qu'on continue par la suite à faire du développement professionnel continu. Puis un jour, ben, il faut envisager la retraite. Donc, c'est un peu loin pour vous, hein, parce que vous êtes rendu à ce niveau. Et c'est toute une conception là, qui a évolué pour avoir des gens qu'on espère plus compétents et que l'éducation soit vraiment plus centrée sur les besoins. On suit vraiment les compétences CaMSIGN. Donc, on veut faire de vous des experts médicaux, mais les experts doivent être des bons communicateurs, collaborateurs, bons gestionnaires, les bons promoteurs de la santé, des gens érudits, et évidemment qui sont professionnels. Donc, ces pétales-là, elles se développent, hein, mais vous les avez déjà, et c'est ce qu'on regarde un peu en entrevue et dans les stages. Qu'est-ce qui germe déjà en vous et qui peut déjà être établi, puis on essaie de le parfaire pour faire de bons neurochirurgiens. Donc, à Montréal, nous sommes principalement sur 3 sites, le CHUM, l'hôpital Sacré-Cœur et le CHU Sainte-Justine. j'ai mis l'hôpital de Trois-Rivières, qui est un centre affilié. Il y a des externes qui ont des stages de neurochirurgie à cet hôpital-là. Et nos résidents peuvent aussi prendre comme option des stages en communauté à Trois-Rivières. Mais la principale, je dirais, là, les principaux milieux de formation, c'est vraiment au CHUM, qui est le centre hospitalier universitaire de l'Université de Montréal. L'hôpital Sacré-Cœur, lui, va être aussi un hôpital très fréquenté. C'est là qu'il y a la traumatologie et il y a aussi le spinal traumatologique, puis bon, la neurochirurgie générale. Et l'hôpital pédiatrique qui est séparé avec des rotations là, vraiment dédiées du côté de Sainte-Justine. Donc, on va revoir chacun des lieux. Le CHUM, c'est complètement nouveau là, depuis déjà là, 2017. On a un centre de recherche annexé avec une académie CHUM à côté du centre pour les patients. Là. C'est de toute beauté, c'est complètement neuf, très grand. Le CHU Sainte-Justine aussi a une partie là, complètement rénovée. Et Sacré-Cœur, ben, c'est en cours. Côté ressources humaines, on a nos adjointes administratives pour le programme, Madame Jules. Donc, si vous voyez des courriels passer, ben, ça va être elle qui va lancer des invitations, par exemple, pour l'entrevue. On a des adjointes hospitalières, donc dans chaque milieu de stage, évidemment, il y a un accueil qui se fait avec des personnes ressources là, sur place. Madame Fournier, Madame Baudin, puis Madame Kazina. Donc, nous couvrons l'ensemble des sous-spécialités de la neurochirurgie que vous connaissez, que vous avez probablement un petit peu vu là, dans ceux qui ont fait des rotations. Là. Donc, tout ce qui est neuro-oncologie et base du crâne, neurochirurgie vasculaire, la neurochirurgie fonctionnelle, chirurgie d'épilepsie, neurotraumatologie, la pédiatrie et le rachis. Les étudiants sont aussi amenés à faire des rotations complémentaires. On a des stages surtout lorsqu'on est plus au niveau junior en neurologie. La neuropathologie s'inscrit un peu plus tardivement. C'est toujours un peu le même principe d'ailleurs de profiter de ces stages-là pour avoir un petit rush d'études là, avant les examens finaux. Nerf périphérique, nous le faisons en collaboration avec les plasticiens de l'hôpital Maisonneuve-Rosemont ou à Québec. Québec, c'est une neurochirurgienne là-bas et on a un McGill aussi. Donc, on a des collaborations parce qu'on a une personne en tant que telle qui fait du nerf périphérique à Montréal. Des stages de neuroradiologie, évidemment, qui sont très importants. Les autres sont des stages un peu plus comme optionnels pour l'infectiologie, mais on le recommande parce que qu'il n'y a pas d'infection reliée, c'est quand même très important d'avoir les bases. Les soins intensifs, c'est également dans le début là, de la formation. Les stages, c'est ça, avec les gardes de chirurgie. L'ORL est souvent une option très, très appréciée étant donné le partage des compétences en chirurgie rétrosigmoïdienne, endoscopie nasale. La recherche est fortement encouragée. Il y a un minimum, c'est vraiment le minimum de 6 mois de stage de recherche qui est prévu, soit clinique ou fondamentale, mais on pourrait dire qu'on est un peu comme dans les autres programmes, on ajuste selon le background de nos étudiants. Certains arrivent déjà avec en main une maîtrise qui est soit entamée, qui est à compléter, donc on peut libérer du temps ou préserver le temps pour compléter ces projets-là. D'autres vont vouloir plus aller du côté PhD, on a la possibilité, là, on a un étudiant par exemple qui est dans le programme clinicien, investigateur, clinicien, chercheur. Là. On a toutes sortes de liens de ce côté-là. Il y a des chaires, des fondations aussi dédiées qui peuvent aider pour le financement. Le directeur de la recherche, Dr. Veil, là, qui est très actif. Là. Puis on a plusieurs autres collaborateurs. Là. Donc on essaie un petit peu d'y aller à la carte là, pour nos résidents selon leurs intérêts. On a évidemment les activités académiques là, un peu standards. Notre demi-journée académique, ce qu'elle a de particulier, c'est étant donné le petit nombre de résidents présents dans chaque programme, c'est un petit peu ridicule d'avoir un professeur qui donnait un cours à un petit nombre. Alors, on a mis ensemble les forces de Québec, Sherbrooke et Montréal pour avoir une demi-journée avec 1 heure partagée de cours à chaque semaine, où on a vraiment un professeur invité. Et c'est très agréable, comme ça on assure d'avoir un minimum d'assistance, d'audience, pour que les gens soient motivés à donner des cours de haute qualité. Par la suite, chaque programme se retrouve à faire ces clubs de lecture, des cours plus dédiés. On a à chaque mercredi le docteur Bojanowski qui fait un cours de neuroanatomie ultra poussé. On encourage les ateliers de microchirurgie, comme je vous ai expliqué, il y avait la proximité de ce qu'on appelle l'académie, qui est tout juste à côté pour aller pratiquer. On a des ateliers là, de plus en plus on roule là, aussi encore à travers le Québec là, pour les simulations, laboratoire d'anatomie. Il faut lire ici sur cadavre, là, ce qui est vraiment là, important, là, dans le hands-on réel. On fait des examens de pratique oraux et écrits le formatif. Là. Je pense qu'il faut pratiquer. C'est pas juste la veille de l'examen qu'il faut se pratiquer à réfléchir les cas avant notre jugement. Évidemment, on a aussi des activités mieux-être. J'ai pas de photo ici, là. J'essaierai de la voir lorsqu'il y aura nous avons fait dernièrement de l'escalade avec nos résidents. C'était très amusant de voir le renversement des rôles parce que j'ai vraiment des résidents très, très bons dans ce domaine et disons que c'était pas ma tasse de thé. Alors, ils m'ont bien encouragée. Alors, c'était vraiment amusant de voir comment on peut se trouver dans d'autres activités. Les particularités de Montréal, bien évidemment, la participation qui est très précoce aux chirurgies est variée. L'interaction qui est collégiale, résident-patron, on est vraiment une petite famille, on se connaît tous. Comme directrice de programme, je suis un peu plus accessible parce que je suis toujours avec eux. On règle les problèmes s'il y en a au fur et à mesure. On adapte le parcours pour les résidents selon leurs besoins. Le fait d'être peu nombreux, bon, je dirais le point bénéfique qu'il n'y a pas de compétition. Hein. Tu choisis la salle d'opération où tu veux aller, puis le cas, ben, tu vas le faire au complet. Il n'y a personne pour te pousser. Alors, ce qui fait que nos résidents sont excessivement rapidement à l'aise et autonomes dans une majorité de chirurgies. Donc, c'est un point qui vient avec le fait qu'il y en a peut-être un peu moins dans la cohorte. Il n'y a pas de compétition interne. Nous avons la présence dans la majorité des milieux de moniteurs cliniques, ou on appelle des fellows en anglais. À Montréal, nous en avons 3, un en fonctionnel, un en vasculaire, base du crâne, et un en chirurgie spinale. La collaboration est très bonne avec les résidents. Il est toujours important pour nous que le résident aille au maximum de son autonomie dans les cas et le fellow va compléter à son niveau. Donc, on voit ça plutôt d'un bon œil. Ça aide aussi pour le partage des tâches là, à l'étage et la liste de garde, mais c'est surtout le côté, les fellows amènent quand même aussi un apport d'enseignement, mais on ne veut jamais que ce soit au détriment de l'exposition des résidents. Nous respectons les conventions de la Fédération des médecins résidents du Québec pour ce qui est des gardes et des rotations, s'assurer d'avoir un bon équilibre là-dedans. On encourage les résidents à participer à des congrès internationaux pour présenter leurs travaux et y assister pour leurs connaissances. Nous avons un programme de mentorat. Donc, chaque résident, c'est un mentorat où le résident choisit son mentor et va tout au long de la formation aider à planifier soit une formation complémentaire s'il y a un désir de retour vers le côté académique, planification de carrière. On trouve que c'est important d'avoir cet accompagnement-là tout par quelqu'un c'est pas un mentorat obligatoire, mais imposé, mais choisi. Donc, je vous présente un petit peu les résultats du programme. Alors, on en a actuellement 4. Pourquoi 4 alors qu'on en a un aux 2 ans? C'est parce que Dr. Rasco a pris une année complète de recherche, donc il a un petit peu décalé son horaire là, de résidence. Donc, on a ici Félix Janel est résident 2, qui a passé là, donc, ses examens de fondement chirurgicaux. Les 2 premières années, on se consacre vraiment pour passer les examens de base. Il est en train de donner une conférence ici là, à la NCQ, notre association québécoise. Là, vraiment, là, nous avons donc nos propres congrès là, au Québec, puis c'est souvent un bon lieu de retrouvailles. C'est lui qui est le champion d'escalade, là, qui avait l'air de Spider-Man, alors que moi, j'étais comme figée sur ma paroi, là, en train de pleurer, puis avec raqué la semaine suivante complètement. Un parcours où il a entamé une maîtrise préalablement, donc on ajuste les années, par exemple, de recherche et pour compléter la maîtrise. On a ici mon David Bergeron qui est rendu en 5e année de résidence. David avait un chemin particulier parce qu'il arrivait déjà avec un PhD en poche de ses années préalables, qu'il lui restait à peine à compléter là, quelques petits trucs. Donc, il est plutôt entré dans le programme CaMSIGN, le chercheur. David est très impliqué dans tout ce qui est interface cerveau-machine. Il est dans 10 000 projets. Très, et également très sportifs, là. En fait, ils sont tous très sportifs. Ils ont fait ensemble un triathlon là, qu'on a partagé. Là. Donc, un la course, l'autre le vélo, l'autre la nage. Donc, si Dr. Esco parle, je pense qu'il leur manque quelqu'un pour le vélo. Au pire, ils vont faire d'autres équipes. C'est juste pour rire, mais pour montrer qu'il y a une belle collégialité là, à l'intérieur. Dr. Brunette Clément, résident 4, on le voit un petit peu moins ces temps-ci parce qu'il va faire ses stages un peu partout en radiologie. On a adapté des stages dans d'autres universités comme à Québec pour les carotides, l'exposition dans le périphérique. On a ajouté même des nouveaux stages. Alors, je reviens sur Dr. Bergeron qui voulait faire de la fonctionnelle à Québec. Donc, on est allé chercher ce stage-là. Dr. Assigo qui voulait faire de l'onco à Québec. Il y a une question aussi de se faire connaître dans d'autres milieux, voir d'autres pratiques. Donc, on est ouvert à cette façon de faire. Je vous présente ici les patrons du CHUM. Donc, Dr. Boutillier ici et Dr. Obaïd, qui sont les chirurgiens de l'épilepsie. Donc, on a toute l'épilepsie là, ouverte et avec le laser. Beaucoup de recherches. Dr. Boutillier, spécialiste en épilepsie là, insulaire, reconnu mondialement. Et Dr. Obaïd, lui, a du temps là, vraiment protégé pour la recherche là, en épilepsie. Donc, il y a vraiment de belles opportunités. Puis certains d'entre vous là, que je voyais, là, certains ont fait partie de ces laboratoires. Ici, vous me reconnaissez, côté fonctionnel, donc je m'occupe de tout ce qui est Parkinson, jumeaux, hydrocéphalie non intensive, avec, je pense faire des étudiants là, plus au niveau là, de la médecine, puis avec des collaborations avec les résidents pour les projets de recherche. Nous avons ensuite le groupe de vasculaire, Dr. Bojanowski, Dr. Chalala et Dr. Jab. Dr. Jab qui s'est joint là, à l'équipe cette année. Le premier chirurgien ouvert et endovasculaire, donc il partage son temps avec l'équipe d'endovasculaire. Ça nous donne aussi plus d'opportunités pour les résidents là, pour avoir vraiment une bonne connexion là-dedans. Donc, avec Dr. Bojanowski et Dr. Chalala, vraiment l'ensemble de la pathologie là, vasculaire, là, anévrisme, malformation. On est notre Dr. Bojanowski, bon, qui se passe quasiment une présentation au Québec, là, qui fait plus de cas que n'importe qui. Il est extrêmement fort, est encore très actif. On passe ensuite au chirurgien plus du côté oncologique base du crâne, Dr. Moumjan et Dr. Labidi. Donc, avec un côté là, endoscopique là, très, très développé, collaboration avec l'ORL pour certains cas. Ensuite, on a des neurochirurgiens du rachis, Dr. Chédid, Dr. Liu, qui collaborent souvent là, pour leur cas là, plutôt complexe, là, je ne sais pas si c'est 360 puis 70 degrés, 720 degrés là, de vis et de décompression. Là. Et ils ont un personnel aussi qui collabore avec évidemment l'orthopédie, là, donc pour le partage de la garde. C'est vraiment l'équipe côté CHUM que je voulais vous présenter. L'équipe de Sacré-Cœur, Docteur Laroche qui avait allé faire un fellow là, principalement en trauma. Docteur Roy qui fait le rachis. Docteur Westwick qui est extrêmement impliqué en éducation, donc maîtrise en éducation. Il est partout là, dans tous les projets, leader pédagogique, il est responsable de la demi-journée académique et tout ça. Donc, il est très, très présent. Docteur Giguère qui est en chemin tranquillement vers la retraite, puis est en train d'aider à structurer là, les équipes, a fait énormément de traumato. Docteur Lavéran qui s'est joint à l'équipe, fait beaucoup de bases du crâne, des procédures là, par des mini-approches un peu partout. Là. Et Docteur excusez, Giroux également là, dans l'équipe là, pour la traumato. Donc, Sacré-Cœur, c'est vraiment des stages qui sont avec un focus sur la traumato et le rachis traumatique. D'aller chercher un gros loading case qui est assez important. Ici, je vous présente les chirurgiens de Sainte-Justine, Dr. Veil, Dr. Venn, et excusez, merci. Donc, on voit la nouvelle portion là, de Sainte-Justine, là, c'est complètement neuf, là, de toute beauté. L'ancien hôpital, une portion de radiothérapie chimio plus loin. Donc, ils font tout, toute les possibilités de pédiatrie. Il y a des collaborations aussi là, avec nous du côté adulte lorsque nécessaire, lorsque des choses un petit peu plus poussées. Bon, ils ont un programme d'épilepsie, le laser, l'IRM 3D opératoire, ils sont super équipés. Des bonnes collaborations, si possible, de recherche. Hervé est très actif de ce côté-là. L'équipe de Trois-Rivières, qui collabore aussi pour de plus en plus là, pour les entrevues, les éléments plus de formation continue. Donc, nous avons de plus en plus de collaboration, puis avec toute cette équipe-là, il y a beaucoup de gens d'externes, comme je disais, là, qui ont été parce qu'il y a maintenant le campus Trois-Rivières qui est relié avec l'Université de Montréal, donc une grande collaboration depuis cette année. Puis comment vous convaincre Montréal? Ben, ça demeure Montréal. C'est une ville parmi les plus cool en Amérique du Nord. On a ici, le CHUM est à distance de marche là, du centre quartier des spectacles, du Vieux-Port, du quartier chinois, de l'Esplanade tranquille où on peut aller faire du patin. Donc, on est vraiment bien placé. On voudrait en profiter davantage, mais il n'y a pas de quoi s'ennuyer, ça c'est certain, lorsqu'on est à Montréal. Pour les plus sportifs, ben, on peut aller faire un petit tour. Bientôt, il va y avoir de la neige là, au Mont-Royal. On a évidemment nos équipes de sport. Bon, là, je ne m'embarque pas dans les détails là, de leur performance, mais pour ceux qui aiment s'y mettre. Évidemment, Montréal, c'est la nourriture. Et pour les bordus de Smoke Meat chez Schwartz, les bagels Fairmount, la poutine à la banquise en toute heure de la journée. Et pour les plus culturels ou religieux d'entre vous, ben, il y a l'oratoire, il y a la cathédrale. Donc voilà, je voulais faire un petit survol là, de ce qu'est l'Université de Montréal, puis je suis vraiment ouverte aux questions. Là.
Parfait, merci beaucoup, Dr. Fournier-Gosselin. Donc, si vous avez des questions, vous pouvez les demander.
Moi,
Vas-y, Iman.
Allô, merci pour la présentation. Ça a l'air vraiment cool. J'avais des questions un peu plus sur la garde, puis comme entre R1, R2, R3, R4, j'imagine t'as de plus en plus de responsabilités. Comme ça ressemble à quoi, genre c'est 24 heures, puis combien de fois par mois, puis ces affaires comme ça.
C'est ça. Donc, évidemment, on n'a pas nécessairement suffisamment de monde pour couvrir toute la garde. Donc, il y a des gardes qui peuvent être découvertes. Avec la part des fellows, souvent on arrive à avoir une répartition qui n'a pas nécessairement de découverture. Nos gardes, évidemment, quand on est junior, sont avec un senior, donc il y a une couverture dans les premières années. Et puis, les gardes qui sont, comme on est sur trois hôpitaux, ben, on fait les gardes seulement dans un des hôpitaux où on est en stage, là, parce que sinon, ça n'aurait pas de bon sens. C'est un petit peu épouvantable. On fonctionne sur un mode de garde, ben, au Québec, là, de garde qu'on dit à domicile. Donc, il y a un certain nombre d'heures et à partir duquel, si ça dépasse, ben là, ça ne devient plus une garde à domicile. Donc, on a notre lendemain de garde. Mais si on n'avait pas été appelé à partir de telle heure, théoriquement, on est là le lendemain. Bon, je dirais qu'on est assez libéral pour que les gens puissent prendre, en vue qu'ils soient en forme. On ne veut pas qu'il y ait des accidents ou quoi que ce soit. Puis, ce qui fait comme on n'a pas nécessairement toujours eu des résidents, les patrons sont assez autonomes, je dirais, là, pour régler leurs choses. Nous avons une infirmière praticienne au CHUM aussi qui couvre plus la vasculaire. On a des infirmières cliniciennes aussi qui aident là, pour le loading. Quand les étudiants sont dans les stages, là, disons, de Sacré-Cœur ou de Sainte-Justine, ben, eux, ils sont comme super contents d'avoir quelqu'un qui arrive, mais ils sont habitués de ne pas avoir de résidents pour la garde. Donc, euh, ils vont mettre les gardes, ils disent, ben, où veux-tu être de garde, là? Puis, les placer dans le mot, parce que ça fait quand même. La garde amène une exposition différente, hein, qui est importante aussi. Donc, voilà, c'est comme ça qu'on fonctionne.
Merci.
Merci, Dr. Fournier, pour votre présentation. Vous m'avez donné faim, en tout cas. Moi, c'est
Moi aussi, c'est pas mal l'heure.
vraiment,
C'est de la torture, hein.
oui. Moi, c'est une question de savoir, est-ce que vous avez remarqué qu'il y a certains cas qui sont plus envoyés à McGill, beaucoup plus qu'au CHUM, ou c'est pas mal 50-50?
Parler des cas, de quel cas?
Peu importe la spécialité.
OK. Donc, comment ça fonctionne au Québec? C'est chaque région ou RUIS là, qui appelle là, des régions, c'est séparé. Donc, McGill va recevoir principalement, tu sais, comme le nord, là, puis ça, avec une certaine, et l'ouest. Montréal va avoir telle autre portion géographique. Québec couvre tout l'est, Sherbrooke le sud. Donc, c'est séparé de cette manière-là. Donc, on a des ententes de services avec certains hôpitaux et c'est eux qui ben, nous appellent là, dès qu'ils ont des cas. S'il n'y a pas de place, là, ce qui peut arriver, ben là, ils vont demander à l'autre hôpital là, de prendre le relais. Je vous dirais que la plupart du temps, c'est toujours nous qui demandons. Ils nous demandent, puis après ça, s'il n'y a pas de place à McGill, ils nous demandent. Mais c'est bien rare qu'on ne prend pas les cas, là, mais ça peut arriver aussi. Donc, c'est un peu ça. Il y a une façon de séparer géographiquement, puis entre. Mais il y a énormément de cas qui viennent à Montréal.
Super, merci beaucoup.
Je vois qu'il y a Laurence.
Oui, merci beaucoup, Dr. Fournier.
Bonjour.
J'aimerais savoir un petit peu plus d'informations là, sur le programme clinicien-chercheur. Je me demandais, c'est à quel moment qu'on applique, si on peut prendre un petit peu plus d'années pour la résidence pour compléter un PhD, s'il y a aussi des possibilités de faire des années à l'extérieur de Québec, puis d'aller peut-être ailleurs pour justement aller chercher une expertise. C'est ça, je me demandais si vous aviez plus de détails là-dessus.
Ben, effectivement, donc, par exemple, souvent les gens commencent parce qu'ils n'ont pas nécessairement une idée encore trop en quoi ils veulent se lancer. Hein. C'est pas toujours clair nécessairement, puis c'est correct aussi, là, il y a tellement de possibilités. Donc, il y en a d'autres qui vont arriver, puis c'est clair, je veux telle chose. Donc, on s'ajuste pour l'application parce qu'avec les bourses et tout ça. On est chanceux parce qu'on a des collègues aussi en neurologie avec qui on collabore très étroitement, qui sont super impliqués dans le programme, fait que c'est vraiment facile pour nous. Je pense entre autres à Dr. Nguyen et tout ça. Donc, présentement, là, dans nos étudiants, oui, on a eu, comme je l'expliquais, il y en a qui ont réussi à prendre suffisamment leur stage qui était déjà prévu. Puis, il y a des mois d'option qu'on a le droit de prendre en recherche aussi. Donc, calcule tout ça. Donc, certains étudiants ont réussi à faire leur truc à l'intérieur de ce qui était proposé parce qu'il y avait déjà un background. Puis d'autres, il a vraiment fallu, c'était vraiment préférable de prendre un arrêt d'une année complet, pas de garde, là, vraiment, puis avec les bourses là, à ce moment-là. Par exemple, Dr. Rasco, je pense aussi à Dr. Robin dans le temps. Fait il n'y a pas de limite où faire cette portion-là de recherche parce qu'en tant que tel, tu n'es pas attaché absolument à Montréal. Certains, pour des raisons familiales, vont préférer quand même rester là, dans le coin. Donc, on y va vraiment avec ce qui est l'idée de compléter. Puis après ça, quand ils reviennent, il y a encore des mois qui peuvent être attribués pour compléter certaines autres choses. Il faut vraiment y aller au fur et à mesure, puis on regarde toutes les options.
Parfait, merci beaucoup.
Parfait. Merci beaucoup, Dr. Fournier-Gosselin, puis tout le monde qui a posé des questions vraiment intéressantes. So thank you so much, Dr. Fournier-Gosselin. For the next presentation, I'll hand it over to Saman again, so he can take lead.
Thank you again, Dr. Fournier-Gosselin. We're very happy that you could join us and also have Quebec-wide representation at
My
CaMSIGN.
pleasure.
So it's been an honor. Thank you very much again. Thank you for joining us. Next, we have Dr. Michael Chow from University of Alberta, who's kindly joined us again for the third consecutive year. And Dr. Chow, the floor is yours whenever you'd like to share your screen.
Thank you, sir. Let me. Hello, everyone. I was just scanning through who is online this year, and it's a little later than usual. In the last few years, we've been holding this earlier, sometimes before the CaRMS applications closed. So I noticed that there are quite a few people here that aren't in this year's match. So what I can present today will probably be new for them. Those that are in the match and have attended our open houses have seen this presentation, so I apologize for rehashing it again. I'm there. Whoops. I have it at the end. Start with the beginning there. Okay. So in Edmonton, the U of A's Division of Neurosurgery was established 82 years ago, 1941. We currently have 16 neurosurgeons in our group. It runs the gamut of subspecialties from pediatric skull base, spine, functional epilepsy. I'm part of the vascular group, radiosurgery, and peripheral nerve and spine even. We do over 2,600 cases per year over 2 sites. Our main site is University Hospital, but we also have a fairly large site at our downtown hospital, the Royal Alex Hospital. We work out in a community hospital near the airport, Leduc Hospital, and I'm including pediatric cases and endovascular cases that we do in Edmonton. We have the state-of-the-art equipment, everything you would want, we have. We have a 3 Tesla intraoperative MRI suite. We have a new clinic building that's quite nice. We have Gamma Knife. This lower picture there is of the stroke ambulance. The brain center is like a dedicated neurology, neuroscience, neurosurgery set off part of the hospital that's been in the planning stages for a number of years. We have all the latest equipment in the OR, an exoscope, as well as the latest Zeiss microscope as well. Our program is 6 years, even though CPD is not supposed to be a time-based program. In essence, just about everybody's going to be finishing in 6 years or longer. There are rotations in neurosurgery that span 6 years, totaling about 42 to 50 months in total. 7 months of it is the first year. You're part of the Surgical Foundations cohort. Some months in the second year, along with 3 months of ICU, a month of neuroradiology, and 2 months of neurology. 9 months of neurosurgery in your third year, along with 3 months of neuropathology and 1 block of interventional neuroradiology. Our fourth year is a flex year where you can do clinical electives, do a research year or 2 or longer. We're flexible in that respect. There may be an opportunity for an in-folded fellowship. In year 5, it's practically all neurosurgery, and year 6 is your final year. Currently, our program is 9 residents strong. We have 2 lead residents, the new term for chief residents, which we're not allowed to use anymore because we have to be politically correct, and 2 residents on hybrid research years. That I'll explain that a little later. Instead of taking the entire year 4 as a research year, the 2 residents that are on research have chosen to do half the year on research in PGY4 and half the year in PGY5 doing research, totaling 1 year of research. We have 2 CaRMS spots for 2023, and going forward, that's not going to change. We'll have 2 spots going forward in future years. Our academic curriculum runs on a 3-year cycle. So in the 6-year program, you get an opportunity to experience the academic program twice. We rotate through the subspecialties of trauma and peripheral nerve, vascular, oncology, peds, functional epilepsy, and spine. There's a written exam at end of each block. There's a mock oral exam, usually in January. And then the national practice exam is usually sometime in January as well. Our academic half days on Friday mornings. The first half hour is dedicated to resident topics, and that's spearheaded by our lead residents who come up with topics in anatomy, and the residents and physiology, and the residents present to themselves. From 8 to 9 is our case rounds involving the whole division, so the faculty show up for those. We've been doing, ever since the pandemic, you can show up in person or on Zoom, so we've kept that option. A 9 to 10 is neuroscience grand rounds with neurology, and we're responsible for one of those 1-hour slots every month. Neurosurgery is, and residents will be asked to participate in half of those. And there's a 15-minute programming, what we label neuroradiology rounds. So a couple of our younger neuroradiologists are quite keen to teach our neurosurgery residents. So they'll give a short session on a very focused topic every week, which the residents find very, very helpful. And 10:30 to 12 is the hour-and-a-half faculty lecture. That's where we run through the 6 blocks twice during your entire training. Additional programming is on Wednesday afternoons. Once a month, we have our version of M&M rounds called quality assurance rounds. We also have journal club every other month, so once every 2 months. And it's usually at a restaurant or at a faculty member's house. And then a few times a year, we'll have research rounds to develop research projects. We have sim labs that take up part of our Friday academic half day 3 or 4 times a year. It's run, as you see in the picture there, by Dr. Richard Fox, who's one of our complex spine neurosurgeons. And he's always got various different ideas to take our residents through things like spinal instrumentation, microvascular suturing and anastomosis practice, cadaver labs. It's kind of his baby to run, but it's quite good. In that simulation space, we actually have 2 good microscopes that are kind of hand-me-downs from our adult OR, where we got newer equipment and we donated our older equipment to the simulation lab. We have a drill system, spinal instrumentation, and a few years ago, I bought brand new microsurgical instruments for the lab. Research, as I mentioned, we expect all our residents to produce one project per year, developed through these research rounds. And the goal is to get something ready for April and May when we have our Alberta Neurosurgery meeting with the Calgary training program, so that each of our residents will have something to present by the end of the year. And if the project is good enough, then it could be presented at the Canadian meeting or any of the international meetings, like the CNS or AANS. Our fourth year can be, as I mentioned, used for dedicated research, or you may want to do clinical electives. So those that have done research, some of them have extended it with an extra year of funding in the clinician investigator program, the CIP program. So you got your fourth year funded from your residency training program, and then you get an extra year to do a 2 years master's funded by the university. If you want to do more than 2 years, that's possible too. And we have made some exceptions for residents recently to travel outside of Edmonton if there is an opportunity that that you just can't pass up somewhere else. As I mentioned, we have this Alberta Neurosurgery meeting at the Banff Springs Hotel in the spring every year. Our resident retreat, which is always well received, is in September, and the last 3 times we had it, once before and twice after the pandemic, we've flown out to Kelowna. So it's all expenses paid, airfare. We rent out 2 big houses on the Quails Gate Winery property. And this is a picture from a couple years ago, I guess. So I think the plan is this year again to go out there. The CNSF meeting this year is in Toronto. It was in Banff last year. And funding for the meetings, they are funded by partially if you're presenting by our program. And then once a year, even if you're not presenting, we fund part of a meeting if you want to go to a meeting. I mentioned that our 2 residents are doing this hybrid research where one of them's at the Harvard School of Public Health and the other one's at Johns Hopkins. They're doing MPHs. So that's our PGY4 and PGY5 resident currently. And final word about Edmonton, which always gets a bad rap this time of year because of the winter. But we have a lot of urban green space. A river cuts right through the middle of the city. Of course, tons of golf courses. This is a picture of one of them, a public one in the river valley itself. We're close to the mountains, about 4 hours away from Jasper or Banff. And then we have the amenities of a medium-sized city in Canada. Symphony Theatre Opera, we have the big mall, and of course we have an NHL team. Every weekend, almost every weekend in the summer, and a lot of weekends even in the fall, winter, we have a ton of festivals in different areas of the city, and a lot of nice restaurants. So that leaves about 15 minutes for questions. Share.
Thank you, Dr. Chow. Appreciate the presentation. I see that Hassan has his hands up, but please go ahead.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Chow, for your presentation. Actually, I want to ask more about the changes in the program recently. Like, what are the changes that you are actually focusing on, or things that you are considering in the resident to have these years?
One of the challenges that we're facing in the last year is our lack of simple spine surgery that residents are exposed to. It used to be that it would be added on after a craniotomy for an elective list at the main site at the University Hospital. Like many other places, we were running into a problem with the complexity of our cases and taking up all the operative time that's available to us at the University Hospital, lack of anesthesia, lack of beds. So we've been forced to send our cases to a chartered surgical facility, so private, for-profit, not a hospital, but an operative facility outside of outside of our sites of operation, and the faculty go out there to operate. So one of the challenges in the coming years, I think, is going to be what I'm thinking of is trying to create a rotation that's not even in the main sites, that you go out and to this starter surgical facility and do like 4 lumbar discs or 5 lumbar discs a day with the faculty. The problem and challenge here is that since it's a private facility, they need to make a profit, and they can't slow down for residents to learn how to do things. So that's a challenge, I think, and change that's going to happen in the next year. That's, I think, relatively unique to our program.
Thank you very much.
I'll ask the question, Dr. Chow, if you don't mind. Could you also talk a little bit about the call schedule within the junior years of the residency program too, a little bit?
We have to abide by, we do abide by the Resident Association. That's PARA in Alberta, in the in-house call being 1 in 4 maximum. So as a junior resident, in your first year and in your second year, you will have a senior resident backup. Because some blocks we are a little bit short, towards the end of your second year, you may wind up doing solo call. In your first month on service, most residents choose to start on neurosurgery. We are doing buddy call. That's just started this year. So you won't actually be formally on the call schedule. You'll be on with another junior, at least for the first 5 or 6 calls in that first block before you take call with the senior and actually are officially on the call schedule.
Thank you.
And then as a senior call, it's 1 in 3.
Yeah, sorry. Can you elaborate a little bit on the 2 students with the MPH or like the possibilities of an MBA, if possible? Sorry about the.
Yeah. So our 2, our PGY4 and PGY5, they're getting MPHs, Masters of Public Health. And it's a question like how they're actually doing this.
Yeah, just in general, is it after research year, or is it like is it something of interest in U Alberta?
Well, they chose to go outside of U of A to do these their masters, and those programs are the ones that they're enrolled in are flexible enough that they can. There are a certain number of months where you have to be in, say, Boston for the harder one to take classes, and then the rest of the year you're on your own, kind of doing some remote learning and working on your project, and so that's allowed them to split up their rotation such that they can do it over 2 years with dedicated rotations where they actually have to travel to the city where they're doing their masters, but usually it's not more than a couple of months at a time. And then they come back and they do clinical rotations. So instead of loading all your research into PGY 4-year and all the clinical into 5-year, they split half and half of their clinical and research is on the 4th year, and also half research in their 5th year and clinical in the 5th year.
Perfect. Thank you so much, and thank you for the interesting talk.
Sure. See another.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I am Hassan again. So I wanted to ask, is that you said is that there is 2 residents that actually gonna be able to get accepted in Alberta. So what about the IMGs? Is there a space because of the number of seats, or it's actually different from year to year?
We don't accept IMGs as part of the first match, and even as part of the second match. We haven't in the past We usually only, in the past, we only usually took one person a year and supplemented that with a funded Gulf State resident, usually a Saudi resident. We currently have a PGY3 in our program from the United Arab Emirates that's funded. And we had a Kuwaiti in our program, except he just transferred out after his first year to another specialty. We don't take IMGs in the CaRMS match. We sometimes take Gulf State funded residents to supplement our resident group. This year we didn't find anybody who applied that met our standard to take in.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chow. Nice explanation.
Another hand up, Algernon.
Yes, do you hear me? Okay, so thank you so much for the talk, Dr. Chow. So I would like to continue to the previous question. So you mentioned that nobody from the IMGs met your standards. So could you please elaborate about those standards? Like, what are your criteria in choosing a candidate?
Well, this is the subset of residents, applicants that are fully funded by their government for a position for their entire 6 years of training in Canada or overseas. Oftentimes I find we have a minimum standard in Alberta and our College of Physician Surgeons of their score on the IELTS exam. And I remember last year, virtually all the Saudi applicants did not meet that standard. So they were not even considered for an interview. We've had problems in the past where we've accepted people that were borderline in terms of their English, and they really struggled when they came here. So we don't accept anybody who doesn't. I think it's like every score has to be over like 7.0 or 7.5 in the different types of the different facets of that test. And we also look at what experience you've had. A lot of the trainees that we've trained before, they're already in a neurosurgery training program back in Saudi, and they're looking to leave and get better training abroad. And then we look at references and we look at their experience. So those are the things that we consider. And as we were also asking them to do observerships. I know I've been asked for one applicant for the next year to set up an observership, and that's very important, because that's often made the difference between you show up and you don't perform very well in your 4 weeks here, then we're not going to interview you, but if you do well, then we will very heavily consider you.
Yeah, so with regards to the exam, is there a specific, cutoff of the marks, specific grade that IMGs need to achieve,
Well,
to
it's
be
every
considered?
score, like the written, the verbal, I can't remember all the subsets. They have to be over either 7.0 or 7.5. I can't remember the cutoff, but it is a Alberta College of Physician Surgeons requirement for licensure. It's not something we made up. And therefore, U of A, the PGME, has taken that as the standard, as a provincial licensing body standard.
Thank you so much.
More questions with Dr. Chow? We still have a little bit of time. Maybe I can ask another question too. Dr. Chow, with regards to advocacy and education, are there any opportunities that residents are currently involved with within the program? We could maybe talk about that if possible.
I'm not sure I understand what you mean.
Like from the standpoint of any advocacy work that the group is involved with, or any sort of like education-wise initiatives that, you know, the senior residents would have for junior residents, or things within that sort of line of subjects.
Well, certainly they're often asked to, for education, they're asked to take part in various things in the Department of Surgery, such as like Surgical Foundations boot camp. Some of our residents in the past have been asked to give lectures in that respect. There's always the day-to-day teaching, of course, of medical students that rotate through. There's almost always, like during the academic year medical school, at least 1 or 2 medical students that rotate doing a selective with us. So there's opportunity there. I think that's, if you're interested in education, you can, some of our residents have done a master's of education during their research as well, research here.
Thank you for answering. We have time for maybe one very quick question. Hassan.
I'm very sorry, I'm asking a lot, but I'm interested. So, about the residents, so how you can keep the good environment between the residents? Like, what are the things you actually do to make a good environment between the seniors and the juniors, and all that stuff?
Because our program is not very big, the resident group is incredibly close. They're doing stuff that are not even like mandated by our training program. They have social gatherings outside of the hospital in the time that they have. The retreat is very well received. It's nice to get out of the city to do that. There's a lot of socializing also when we have these journal clubs outside. I think the residents really appreciate a night out in a nice restaurant funded by industry. I think, well, what I've heard from rotating out-of-town rotating residents, out-of-town students coming through, is that our group is, resident group is in some, when you compare it to some of the other resident groups. So of course I have no primary knowledge myself of all of this, but they felt that our group was closer than anything they've seen before in their travels elsewhere and other electives.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chow.
Thank you again, Dr. Chow. Really appreciate your time and joining us again for the 3rd consecutive year. And if any other specific questions, please feel free to reach out, Dr. Chow.
Good evening, everybody. We made it to the almost end. So I'm the last person, right? So I'll maybe you have to cut me off at the end. Excellent. Well, I'm pleased to be here. Thank you so much for inviting me today. And so today I wanted to talk a little bit about our program, but also I want to talk a little bit about, now again, I don't know what the other PDs have talked about, but talked about kind of the job market and what the distribution of neurosurgery across Canada looks like. Did anybody cover on that? Yes, no?
Briefly we had, but not a full discussion, so feel free to.
All right. Awesome. Well, excellent. Let me see if I can get our screen sharing going here, and we'll be on the road. Presentation up. And hold on, more Zoom things to click. Because I am just going to start it with our quick couple minutes, just a bit of a promo video. So I'm going to talk about our program a little bit. I know some of you are from McMaster, some of you haven't been able to visit us. So I want to talk a little bit about our program itself, the people that are involved, some of the clinical education stuff that we do here. Talk about Hamilton as an area, talk about, as I said, the specialty and some of the demographics, and then have time for questions. Oh, my video didn't show properly. Okay, well, maybe we'll come back to the end if we have time. Okay, so we're a hospital system in Hamilton, which covers a number of sites and a large population. So it's made up of actually a whole bunch of individual hospitals. We've got two large hospital organizations, St. Joseph's Healthcare and Hamilton Health Sciences. And the neurosurgery program works primarily out of the Hamilton Health Sciences program at the Hamilton General Hospital. Although our oncology patients although they're treated for surgical stuff at the Hamilton General Hospital, they go to the Juravinski Hospital and Cancer Center for their own for their additional treatment. This is where we are. So this is Hamilton. So this is Southern Ontario here. And so Hamilton is at the edge of the Lake Ontario on the west side. And we cover pretty much all the demographic area, about halfway over to London, all of the Niagara Peninsula, and then about halfway to Toronto. The staff that makes up our complement. Firstly, we have I've got them not organized in the same way, but here's our spine surgeons. So Dr. Senek, Dr. Ketcher, and Dr. Guha are our three spine surgeons. Dr. Algier, Dr. Wong, and Dr. Van Adel do endovascular. Dr. Van Adel is actually a neurologist and neurology trained, but his practice is all interventional neuroradiology. Dr. Wong also has a subspecialty in open vascular and like cerebrovascular as well as endovascular. He also does a few different things. And then Dr. Algier does skull-based in addition to his vascular. Dr. Sharma, he's our head of service at the Hamilton General, and he does general practice of oncology, but also does neurocritical care. So he's actually one of the few people who are dual trained in intensive care as well as neurosurgery. Dr. Reddy is one of our skull-based surgeons, and also does a lot of MIS, minimally invasive surgery as well. And then on the pediatric side is myself, Dr. Singh. So I'm the program director. I'm one of the pediatric neurosurgeons. Dr. Singh, who's part-time research, so half of her job is running a research lab, and the other half is pediatric neurosurgery. And then Dr. Ajani, who's the past program director and also full-time pediatric. And here are two newest additions. So actually just in the last 4 months, we've had two new additions, Dr. Buddy Omar, who does oncology, and Dr. Kishore, who is who's doing vascular and endovascular. Generally, in addition to our staff, we'll maybe have 1 or 2 locums. We usually have about 1 spine fellow per year, 1 or 2 INR fellows per year, often a skull-based fellow. And then we're still looking to recruit some additional people, probably 1 more oncology surgeon that we're looking for. And then still, I haven't updated the date here, but still looking for a functional neurosurgeon. These are our residents. And so this is kind of the heart and soul of our program. Anyani's one of our PGY1. We only have 1 PGY1 this year. Dr. Ploni, Dr. Hatoum, and Dr. Alkhouri, they are all PGY2s. Dr. Hart and Dr. Gabani are PGY3s. And then we've got a whole bunch of people sitting in kind of CIP. So CIP is the Clinician Investigator Program. So Dr. Kesserwan, had he not been off for research, he'll be PGY5, but he's doing his second year of a PhD in kind of brain computer or human computer interfaces. Dr. Lennon, she is currently finishing up her 2nd year of CIP and will be returning in July, having completed and worked on a survey of and the functional landscape across Canada as her main project. Dr. Kayat, Dr. Alan Tubi, Dr. Duda, and Dr. Zegzug are all PGY5s. Nermeen had been off and had completed a PhD and has just recently returned to finish residency. Dr. Duda is back from 2 years of CIP, completing master's degree. Dr. Al-Toubi is currently completing a 1-year master's in simulation, in surgical simulation. And then Dr. Kayat just returned back from a year master's in health. Oh, what's the name of the program? Health systems, I believe. So as you probably saw from all the other programs, we're a 6-year program, not much different here. We're in the competency by design model. First couple of years, surgical foundations, and then beyond that, go on to the core of neurosurgery. Both require EPA completion, the CBD model. I understand a number of you guys in clerkship now are kind of doing these encounter card EPA type things as well, I think. And then there's a surgical foundations exam, which is taken in the 2nd year. We're a lot of neurosurgery, so we do we're pretty neurosurgery heavy. In the first couple of years, we have some other mandatory off blocks, so we do about a quarter of the year doing other things like general surgery, ENT, plastics, radiology. And PGY2 is when we do our often neurology and ICU, as well as, again, the majority of about 2/3 of it being neurosurgery. 3 and 4 really are just clinical years in neurosurgery. PGY4 is often, though, taken as part of a research block. So I'll talk about it a little bit more, but and you probably heard across from some of the other programs already is that we tend to incorporate a year of a residency into research for those who are interested. It's not mandatory, but I have found that probably about 80% over the last decade have used that as a research year to pursue higher degrees. PGY5 is when the written exam happens now, and so there's again a lot of it is core neurosurgery. A couple months of it is often as chief in the latter half of PGY5, depending upon the distribution of residence at the time, or in PGY6. And then we also try and accommodate other things like community electives as people are transitioning to practice, if they're not chiefing, things like pediatrics, and then the oral exam is at the end of PGY6 now. Well, it always has been, but now it's separated from the written exam. We typically have Friday morning half days, which we start out with case rounds, grand rounds with all of neuroscience, including neuroradiology and neurology, as well as us. And then we've got kind of didactic and practical sessions as part of our academic half day. Things like neuropathology teaching, gross pathology, anatomy lab. We tend to spend a lot of time in the anatomy lab when we're able to practice different approaches and different anatomical dissections. We also have weekly specialty rounds. So we've got spine rounds on Tuesday morning, vascular rounds Monday morning, oncology rounds Thursday morning. We have pediatric neuro-oncology rounds Tuesday afternoon. So a lot of multidisciplinary and subspecialty rounds that are specific to teaching. We also do things like practice written exams. We've got a research day every fall. We do pituitary education day, a number of other courses. Dr. Reddy has run a skull-based endoscopy course for several years, probably, oh geez, a long time now. A minimally invasive spine course as well. In addition to doing research rounds monthly as a group, and then every twice a year we do actually the residents present where they are and what they're working on for research to kind of foster and moving things along in collaboration. And then regular senior case rounds, exam prep. This was microscope practice right around Halloween, hence the pumpkin. Again, as I said, we try and do a lot in the skills lab. This is a bone drilling session where we brought in our equipment and practiced different techniques for bone drilling and craniotomies. As we've done this with spine as well. This is an endoscopy course, and this is a cadaver that we try and utilize fully for both kind of cranial and spine approaches. And as I said, we rely on those heavily to get practice in for the residents. In the clinical work, there's 2 teams at the General Hospital and a pediatric team at the Children's Hospital. The Children's Hospital is separate from the General Hospital, and have the residents rotate through. So the majority is spent on the adult side, and mostly about 6 months of 6 months in total of residency is spent on the pediatric side. On the adult side, there's kind of two different groups. There's one team which mostly has spine, vascular, and vascular, and another team which is skull-based endoscopy oncology. So we average about 2,000 to 2,200 cases per year and about 200 to 250 on the pediatric side. Fairly busy. Generally, when we look at our program composition, so we have 1 to 2 CaRMS residents per year, 1 to 2 visa trainees per year. On average, we're trying to have around 2 to 3 residents per year. And sometimes that's bigger, sometimes that's smaller, depending upon different factors. And the reason for that is that a lot of people take because of the research time and wanting to allow people to pursue other activities during residency, and encouraging masters and PhDs and stuff. We find that helps with the critical mass overall. Let's see here. So Hamilton itself, as I said, we're kind of on the edge of Lake Ontario here on the, let me see if I can get this to zoom in. Well, it's not, it doesn't want to zoom in today. There. This is where we are across Canada. As I said, we kind of just are tucked here on the western shore of Lake Ontario. This is the view from the east end of the city. You can see Toronto here in the background, just across the lake. This is the industrial harbor area, but the majority of Hamilton looks like this, for a kind of very typical, nice Southern Ontario city. This is a view of it at night. And again, this is actually on the left-hand side, is actually just outside of the Hamilton General Hospital, where we've got a couple other buildings, a research building, a rehab building, and kind of surrounded the area. Eventually, in the next 10 years, the Children's Hospital will probably move to that site or close to that site as well as part of our overall plan. Lots of things to do here. It's a nice city. It's about a city of a little over 500,000 people, and we have a large kind of area around us to draw upon. So we're in the kind of the heart of wine country. We have a lot of arts, beautiful art gallery, First Ontario Centre. I was actually there last night watching Cirque du Soleil with my children on ice. It was an incredible show. But a really nice place to live. So you guys can maybe ask me any questions a little bit later about Hamilton and the city itself. But I wanted to briefly cover on, because I don't know how much we've talked about this, this is the CMA report from 2019 about demographics and jobs. Is everything okay?
Yes. Did it get disconnected for you, Dr. Yarascavitch?
Yeah, I just got disconnected and then just said.
I'm not sure why. No. Please
Okay.
share screen again. Yes.
Did you guys hear me? Everything okay?
Yes, we could hear you.
Okay, perfect. I gotta share my screen again, I think. Oh, Zoom glitches. The bane of my existence. Though I will say it's better than Teams, but we're slowly moving to Teams, unfortunately. Apparently Zoom is expensive. Okay, here we go. All right. Now we're good again?
We can see it now, yes.
Okay, awesome. So I just want to talk about kind of jobs. So, I know some of you guys are applying for CaRMS, and some of you are just early in medical school thinking about what neurosurgery looks like. And so I just wanted to touch upon this because I think, often we need to consider addressing the elephant in the room, in that it's not an uncommon discussion for people to say, hey, I like the job, I like the patients, but am I going to get a job? Is this something that's really, worthwhile to pursue? Because again, if you finish up your training and don't get a job, then it's an expensive road to get there. So this is just the breakdown. This is CMA puts out a report every once in a while. The last one was in 2015 and then updated in 2019. And so this is just the distribution across the country. And so as you can see, there's about 340 or so neurosurgeons across the country, the majority of that being Ontario, Quebec, and then kind of BC and Alberta, and averaging, anywhere from 0, depending upon if you're in the territories or in Prince Edward Island, to 1.3 neurosurgeons per 100,000 population. And that's been slowly rising over time. So you can see here, this is the trend. There's been no massive boom in new jobs, but as you can see here, it has been a trend of a steady incline since the early 2000s, and so not climbing fast in terms of the population growth. So we're a little bit overpaced in terms of the population growth, but as you can see, it's been on an ongoing trend upward in terms of increasing the number of neurosurgeons per capita across the country. When we look at the age range and genders, you can see there's a number of, as of 2019, there are a number of 65 plus neurosurgeons. So this is always important to think, because as an incoming resident, you're looking at anywhere from anywhere from 6 to 9 years, depending upon fellowship, research, etc. So always considering what this will look like over time, and you can see the age distribution here, and again, the majority kind of 45 to 65. And so if you're looking 10 years down the line, what's that going to look like? It'll probably be a relatively similar distribution, but you'll see this ongoing growth because of retirements. So I think that's important. The majority work in academic health sciences centers. There's across the country, and so you can see that makes up almost 60%, and then a few different types of practice. But I think majority of neurosurgeons in Canada practice in an academic center or an academic affiliated center. Depending upon, even the community hospitals here within neurosurgery have often a academic affiliation and have residents sometimes rotate through. Thought this was always interesting, is looking at hours per week working. And so if you look at this distribution, this is something that CMPA and CMA kind of collect every once in a while. About 51 hours per work in direct or indirect patient care as part of the work job. Now, again, this doesn't include on-call, where you're often having larger numbers of work. This is on-call duty hours, and so time spent in direct patient care is about 56 hours per month. And then what this looks like, again, so some are over 200. If you look at me, I cover about 40% of the year on call as a pediatric neurosurgeon, so I'm in the realm of over 250 hours per month on call. But what that means is very different depending upon the type of practice, where you are and what you're doing. And then this is remuneration method. Again, this is right now. There's still a large portion of fee-for-service. This is actually slowly changing. This is from a long time ago now, though. This is back in 2013, so 10 years ago. And the landscape is slowly changing, where there's a larger portion of decrease in the fee-for-service as that population ages out, and more people who are coming on either a blended or salary type model. And again, it is very specific to what health sciences center you're working out of. A lot of the community places often are fee for service, but most of the academic centers are, if not already, in a blended or a salary type of model, are moving towards it. Looking at professional work-life balance, so again, either neutral or satisfied, so balance the personal and professional commitments. Again, we're kind of half and half, so some people are dissatisfied, some people are neutral about it, but again, it's a large chunk of people. This is back in 2013 again, and then looking at their professional life, many are satisfied. So somehow, for whatever reason, is that we tend to be professionally satisfied, but less satisfied in balancing our personal and professional commitments. So again, this is important to look like. I'm a bit of a outlier, I suppose, being a pediatric neurosurgeon, and I think I actually have very good work-life balance, but a lot of that is up to your choosing, to be honest, I'll tell you that. This is looking at this is a recent report looking at the distribution of neurosurgeons per capita across the world. And so here's 10 neurosurgeons per capita, and so we're in the upper part of this interquartile range here. So I think if you look at us on a map, we're less than 5 according to this report. But if you look at the data from the CMA and stuff, we're around just under 10, about 9 point something neurosurgeons per million population in the country. But you can see some have a lot more, a lot less. You know, the average or the right number is probably close to where we are, but we have this constant turnover and this slow growth where we'll probably continue to increase our per capita neurosurgeons over the next decade or so. So getting back to our program here, you know, I love McMaster. I actually did my medical school, my residency here, and liked it so much that I wanted to come back and liked the program and felt such personal satisfaction to the program that I wanted to be the program director. So, you know, it's got my seal of approval, but what that means to you, hey, who knows? What I think is great, though, is that we're a high volume. We're at a single center, so we're not distributed over a whole bunch of different hospitals. So you're often working together, but at the same time, you get to see a lot of different things, a lot of varied pathology, both on the adult and pediatric side. We are a level 1 trauma center. We've got a large step down for a neuro ICU. What I like also about the program is that we have a procedure room that's on the ward, and so residents get to become independent quite early on within their first year of residency with performing simple procedures like twistal craniostomies and EVDs, lumbar punctures, biopsies, etc., like peripheral nerve biopsies within the footprint of the ward, which is pretty cool. We have an excellent research program. We have excellent research coordinators. And so a number of our faculty run research groups. So on the pediatric side, Dr. Singh, along with Dr. Fleming, who's one of the pediatric neuro-oncologists, runs a pediatric brain tumor study group. And on the adult side, Dr. Sharma runs a research group called the Crane Group, which focuses on kind of critical care, but also important answering interesting questions, a lot of them through meta-analyses. So very active research groups and wonderful support staffs to really help residents get things accomplished. We have got good mid-level support, PAs and NPs, both on the adult pediatric side, and our PGME is excellent in terms of supporting residents overall. We still don't have a functional program. We send our residents out for functional training, so they still get it as required during the residency program. It is not a strength of our program per se in terms of direct access to it. Also, it's busy, so you get to do lots. So that's one thing. As I said, I love neurosurgery. So any of you who are interested until trying to figure out if this is the right path for you, some of the things that I like most about it is that it's beautiful surgery. It's amazing anatomy. The complexity and the uniqueness of each case, I think, is unparalleled amongst specialties because there's so much variation. It's between individuals and individual cases that it really keeps you very engaged. Challenging diagnosis, challenging management of illnesses. I think you get a great deal of personal satisfaction for helping those in needs, and it can be very important for you serve a very important role in people's lives, and that kind of points to that trusting relationship with the patients and the families that you may have, and that you can use actual physical concrete skills on a daily basis. Pediatrics, I like pediatrics a lot. I didn't think I did until I was about halfway through residency and did my rotation. But it's just a lovely work environment. The dynamics with the patients and the families is very interesting. A longitudinal relationship where I get to follow patients for many, many years is not something that we do as frequently the adult side. Great teams, and I get to be a generalist in a sense, and that I get to do everything but on little people. So I also just like being funny, and I like telling dad jokes all the time. And I think it's a lot more fun to be silly with your patients. This year for CaRMS, for those who are coming in. As with the rest of the programs, we're doing Zoom interviews. Many of you I know have not been able to come for electives, but we still understand, you know, things are just opening up again, and it's the system itself is pretty complicated to get you guys here. But hopefully that'll be better in the coming years through the AFMC portals, and that you know, reference letters, we like to know about you and not so much about neurosurgery. This is just some contact information I'll pop up there for you guys. Again, if you're interested in attending any of our academic half days, because a lot of them have a large virtual component, please reach out and let myself or Elise, our program assistant, know. This was our ELF a couple of days ago. As you can see, when you live in a house with a neurosurgeon, you pick up certain skills and you can find texts around. And so our poor little Moose had a, well, he was happy, he was smiling, but he needed an operation. All right, so that's the end of my talk. What questions do you guys have? Please let me know. Let me see. I'll turn off my sharing so I can see faces. There's everybody again.
Dr. Yarascavitch, do you want to give the video a shot, or do you prefer to do
Oh
questions?
yeah, you know,
Because we have time. We have all the time we need, so
I know,
as you
but
wish.
I feel guilty if I take too much time. You can't tell, see, and then it gets out, and then the other programmers call me up and say, "Hey, Blake, I heard you got an extra 5 minutes," and you know, I was just going to try to. Some of you may have seen this before, but it's a little promo video, just kind of show you around our hospital and our teams. Let me see here. Let's see if I can get that to work. Again, not having been able to necessarily visit the facility, this is just a brief video to show around a little bit some of the things I've talked about here. Let's see here. I'll try it again.
Yeah, I keep over again. It's been years since I making. So turn the lights down, put it on right now. I'm in my zone. Put your eyes on me. I got the sky to show it. It's been years. So put your hands up, baby, walk with me. I see it in your eyes. Something you and me. You got the eyes to show it. It's been years. Chasing down everything coming first and the last one leaving. It's been years since I met again. So turn the lights down, baby, roll it on my seat. Right now I'm in my zone. Put your eyes on me. I got the sky to show it. It's been years. Right now I'm in my zone. Put your eyes on me. I got the scouts to show it. Did come on 3. It's been years in the making. So put your hands up, baby. I see it in your eyes. You got the scouts to show it. Did come on 3. It's been years in the making. It's been years in the making.
So that was just a video that showed some of the wards, some of the hospital operative rooms, some of the area around the Hamilton General, as I said, like the rehab hospital and out around back. So you know, it's a nice location, really nice group of people, excellent excellent camaraderie. So I mean, as I said, there are certainly some strengths of our program that I firmly believe in. So please, any questions you guys have? I see he's on there, so we'll just call him out as we go.
Hello, Doctor. Thank you for your time. So my question is about the IMGs. Are there some obstacles you faced to accept them, and are there some things that you are going to advise them to work on from the previous experience?
Yeah, so so it's interesting. So there's different kind of categories of IMGs, and a lot of it comes down to funding. So there's the foreign CMGs who've gone, Canadian residents who've gone somewhere else for medical school, which can often be part of the second round of CaRMS. And then there's the secondary stream of applicants at McMaster. It's Gulf state funded trainees. I think the most important thing is to really just show off your experience and show your interest specifically. I think it's a little bit different for IMG versus CMG because the pathway is not always straight ahead. So many of our IMG applicants have already been in training and are not directly out of medical school. So some of them have actually gone into non-accredited programs from their home country prior to applications to come to Canada. So as I said, I think probably about 2/3 have already had some training where they've had the opportunity to really experience it and then want to bring some of that back home. We actually have a number, because we've been doing this for 23, 24 years now. We've got a whole bunch of residents who are now back in places like Saudi Arabia, who are now program directors and who have started training programs of their own. But directly, getting some experience, getting to talk to some of the people that we've sent back to the Middle East, I think is really important to know what the training is like, what the experience is like, and then importantly to get some context of what McMaster is like, because these are things that you can do all over the world. We're lucky, and I think we have a very proud heritage of providing a lot of training for individuals from the Middle East, and continue to do that. As I said, from our program, we typically take anywhere from 1 to 2 visa trainees. So we usually take around 3 residents per year, and then we'll alternate back and forth often between, some years we'll have 1 CaRMS resident, sometimes we'll have 2, and a lot of that just depends upon the year. This year we have 2 CaRMS spots, and we already have our IMG slot filled for July. But for anyone who's interested in applying, the applications are due in end of August or within the first 2 weeks of September. So I think for the following year. So they're held well ahead of CaRMS, mostly because of the visa application process, and it's actually unified across the country. So all universities in Canada have a specific deadline not for applications, but a deadline for offer. And so that's really helped. And that deadline for offer is often in end of October, middle of November. What other questions do you guys have? Is everybody all tired now? Been on for a couple hours of Zooming. I know sometimes I feel like that after like 3 or 4 or 6 hours of Zoom.
There's a question in the chat after Yarascavitch.
How's deadline different from? Yeah, so the deadline, so so there's two deadlines for specifically for IMGs that aren't through the CaRMS program, the process. So the ones that are sponsored by their foreign ministry, mostly from Gulf states, those, as I said, the applications are due to our PGME office and is actually available on our website. So if you go to the McMaster PGME website, there's information for Canadian medical graduates and then for foreign medical graduates, and it goes through the process of how to apply, where to apply. Through CaRMS system, that's all well established, but the other system is a lot more manual process, and so you need to have sponsor from your foreign ministry for the training. Or at least a letter of sponsorship, and then your application process, which typically consists of personal statement, reference letters, and all your CV and your evaluations and everything. So for the people who don't have a government sponsorship, so their IMG spots are very limited in neurosurgery across the country, and so that is a program. It's program dependent. It's been a few years since we've taken in IMG. Typically, there's anywhere from 2 to 3 spots across the country. We do not have a planned spot for IMG right now. We kind of reevaluate that every once in a while on an ongoing basis. But we don't have a immediate IMG slot space for the next 2 years in our planning documentation. But the problem is they just kind of pop up every once in a while. So I know the places that routinely take IMGs, I think often are, I think McGill often does. Toronto will every couple of years. And then I think one of the programs out west had an IMG slot within the last couple of years. I can't remember if it was Calgary or Edmonton. But it's hard. It's hard, and as I said, for neurosurgery specifically, there just aren't a lot of IMG spots that are available. I don't have any magic. I'm sorry.
I have another question, Doctor. So, what are the least things that the candidate should have? I mean, there is a lot of things that repeatedly have been said, like research and some electives, recommendations, but the thing that you concern least to have.
Well, I think most importantly, I think above all is your exams. If you're thinking about coming in from a sponsored perspective or as a visa trainee, it's important to have your equivalency exams. So there were a couple of years where we did not accept people without equivalency exams. That we did accept interviews and people without their equivalency exams for the what is it, the LMCC equivalent. What is it? Too many acronyms. Someone's got to help me out here. What? I can't remember the.
Is it MCCQE1?
Yes, thank you. Yes, the MCQE, exactly. So the qualifying exam. And so it's important to have those exams because we went back to requiring that you had completed them by time we send out interviews. So some of the planning needs to go ahead of time, because if you don't have that planned and don't have that ready, then we just won't interview you. We had because of COVID and the difficulty with getting and scheduling the QE exams, accepted some people, and actually that burned us and we lost candidates because of that. And so we've gone back to requiring that is completed when your application is done, and there's not only completed but have your scores and evidence of pass.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
More questions, Dr. Yarascavitch? We can entertain one more.
Abdullah.
Yeah, do you hear me?
Hi.
Okay, so thank you so much for the talk. So my question is, you mentioned that almost all of your team is working on a single center, single hospital. So do you think that this actually affects the exposure, especially for the junior residents?
No, I think it changes how the exposure. So number one, we're not a very big program. We have right now, we've got 12 residents, we're anywhere from 12 to 15. Consider that about 20% of them are off service in their first couple of years or later. So, it's actually a relatively small nucleus. And the way I've always encouraged is that, people who are, even though you may have a senior and a junior, the roles change as you train. And so a good senior is someone who's actually going to teach and lead juniors through the appropriate part of their case. And we've been lucky that we've been able to produce good senior residents who are not, people are say taking the cases from the junior residents, and that they have developed enough confidence and surgical skills that they're able to appropriately take the mentorship role and really use that advantage. So I think it actually complements. I think it actually complements training, because you start to learn how to have residents, how to be an educator, how to consolidate your knowledge and your technical skills through teaching. And so there's a lot of focus on that. I think we have some fellows. I think that the biggest thing is we don't have a lot of fellows, because the fellowship role again is also a little bit different, in that they are trying to again learn new skills, but also gain a great deal of expertise and technical expertise in a certain field. And so I think keeping the fellows to a manageable size, I think is important in any program, and I think we strike a pretty good balance there. There was a question in the chat about candidates dropping out and filling spots down the road. So it depends. There's specific. We have. I think most programs have some degree of attrition, and so we have one person who's transferring out right now, who's we have always looked upon transfers in. I will say in terms of replacing someone in senior years, it's a little bit hard. It's very rare that we kind of lose people immediately in residency programs. So kind of looking to fill those within that 1 to 2 years is sometimes difficult, though we always entertain transfers seriously, because we're a small community, and always looking for if people need to change training locations for whatever reason. We try our best to facilitate that if it's in the best interest of our program.
Excellent.
Okay. All right.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yarascavitch, for joining us, sharing your contact information, and being here with us. It was a very well-balanced talk. Statistics, current applicants, future applicants. So really appreciate you joining us.
It was my pleasure. And let me just say, if I haven't conveyed it enough, I love my job. It's the best job in the world. Anyone who's thinking about it, do it. It is such a wonderful profession. It's such a rewarding profession. And like I said, I carte blanche encourage anyone who ever thinks of neurosurgery, means you should do it. Thank you so much for having me, guys. And
thank you again.
Good luck to those applicants who are applying, and we'll see some of you guys again.
Beautiful. Well, first of all, thank you to the CaMSIGN organizers for doing this. This is an amazing initiative that has been, passed down from resident to resident and new teams. And I've been happy to be part of it for the last 3 years. So it's pretty cool. For you students, consider yourselves very lucky to have a group of people so dedicated to try to rein in a bunch of program directors. That is not an easy feat. So thank you again for the invite and for having this opportunity in this platform. I wanted to share some information about our neurosurgery program. So in case you didn't know, I'm going to be talking about the U of S program here. I am the program director there. I have been for the last 5.5 years. And the most incredible thing that has happened to our program is just that we went through accreditation just a couple of weeks ago. So that's a Royal College assessment of our program, and they gave us 2 thumbs up, pass with flying colors. No areas for improvement that were identified. So we like to think that our program is absolutely perfect right now. So if you're going to join our program, now's a good time because things can't really get any better. That's not true. There's always room for improvement, but we're super proud in terms of our program and all the work that went into accreditation. And yeah, it's a big moment for our program. So we are a little unique in Saskatchewan that there is the program here in Saskatoon, but we do cover the entire province. So it's maybe the easiest province to draw, but it is not the easiest province to navigate in terms of a very unique set of circumstances and patient population that we deal with. There are many parts of Saskatchewan that are fly-in only, and we have to get patients from up there, and that provides a very unique set of like social circumstances and cultural differences and all the things that we have the privilege to be able to honor and treat patients with. So it's a very cool place to work from that perspective. In addition to that, there is a Regina neurosurgery program, not a residency program, but there are clinicians in Regina that do neurosurgery, and we collaborate with them. Having said that, many of our programs in Saskatoon are provincial programs, such as the stroke program, the pediatric program, epilepsy program. Most of that work is done here in Saskatoon. And then Regina would be considered like a community sort of neurosurgery program. So just talking about the Saskatoon team, since this is where residents spend most of their time is in Saskatoon. We're a group of 8 neurosurgeons plus 1. And the reason I say plus 1 is because one of our neurosurgeons, Dr. Maguru, has recently retired, but has taken on the role of director of simulation. The other neurosurgeons here are kind of posted and in the region of kind of where they did their fellowships. So we have been trained kind of all over North America. We are hiring 2 new neurosurgeons that are not on this map, an oncology/epilepsy neurosurgeon that will be in a 1.5 years, and then a new spine surgeon as well. So that's pretty exciting for us. Shockingly, even though Saskatchewan gets a bad rap, we do the full breadth of neurosurgery in Saskatchewan. So we do everything from super complicated pediatric brain tumors. We do skull base stuff, both transnasal and kind of actual skull base. We do all the things in epilepsy, peripheral nerve, if you can find some cases. We don't do a ton of peripheral nerve, but we do the basics. Spine, you name it. And then I'm an endovascular supravascular surgeon, so of course I think this is the best program within our division, but that's probably a little biased. We have a breadth of research that we do, and we collaborate both nationally and internationally. There's kind of 3 main neurosurgeons that do the majority of the research, but everyone does some. And that is both clinical research, quality improvement stuff, as well as basic science, stroke research. I have an animal lab in conjunction with Dr. Kelly, and we do rat and mouse surgery, so it's pretty cool. One of the unique things about Saskatchewan is that we do have the Canadian light source, and if you don't know what that is, it's a synchrotron. And if you don't know what that is, it's this like amazing feat of science that allows you to image things at a cellular level and subanatomic level. It's like the most incredible research facility, and we have opportunities to do work there, so that's pretty cool. These are 2 research directors. So we have Dr. Fournier, who's our professor of neurosurgery and spine surgeon. And he's the department research director. And then Dr. Norton, who's one of our electrophysiologists. So he's a PhD electrophysiologist, and he's our divisional research director. So they help support the residency program in terms of providing them and assisting all the residents with the research support that they require. So obviously you guys as students want to know, like, what are the resident research opportunities? And in our program, we do have a 1-year resident research rotation. And residents have done a variety of different things. Some people have elected to pursue a graduate degree, and usually that's in the setting of the clinical investigator program. And what that is a very specific sort of Royal College program where you're allowed to pursue some sort of master's or PhD degree while still being paid as a resident and being paid as a resident salary. So if you depart as a PGY4, that means you get to get paid as a PGY4 resident throughout your graduate degree, which is a pretty special thing. That also does include a little bit of clinical work to do that you have to do as well while you're doing your research. So if you do take off to do, say, a 3-year master's degree, we want you to continue to do a little bit of neurosurgery so you don't come back and forget all the things you'd learned prior to your research program. The other alternative during that 1 year is to do research electives. So we've had residents do research electives all throughout North America, and have a couple of residents that are interested in pursuing some research electives in the UK. So that is something that our program is very, very supportive of. We've also had residents do clinical electives. This is a little bit harder to do, especially when you're talking about going to places like the US that you may require visas. But again, the beautiful thing about our program is that we're very much a flexible program. So we don't have a ton of residents. We only take 1 to 2 residents per year. And what that means is that we can really focus our attention on the needs of our residents, meaning if we have someone that wants to go to Australia to do an elective out there, then we will do what we can to support that resident to make sure that they have the most opportunities possible. So this is myself and then resident team. So, and then this is Dr. Prasad. He just finished. So unfortunately, this is at his going away party. I didn't remove him quite yet. We're looking to recruit him. So he would be sad if I photoshopped him out of here. But in reality, what you're looking for in a neurosurgery program is an opportunity to operate. And that is by far one of our major strengths of our programs. And here are some photos of just our residents operating with each other as well as with medical students. And so what this means is our staff are very much dedicated to residents operating with each other, which is an awesome learning experience. Being able to do a case with a more junior learner really illustrates sometimes how much you don't know, or what does the staff do to make your job a little bit easier when you're doing a case. So, being able to work through that type of thing is really something that we try to foster in our program. And of course, there are faculty that are there to supervise and help making sure that you're feeling supported and safe. So in the junior years, not that different than many other programs. There is, of course, the surgical foundations. We send all of our residents to the neurosurgery boot camp. You do approximately 18 blocks of neurosurgery, and then your off-service blocks are a combination of a variety of other rotations, things like ER, ICU, neurology, orthopedic spine. In terms of call, we have a unique setup. So our PGY1 residents, when you start on July 1st, you do not do any call. In month 2, when you start doing call, you actually always do it with a more senior resident. So it's never that you're left alone. So you do buddy call for 1 block, and then block 3, guess what? You're all in. So our residents do 1 and 4 call, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. It is home call. And you may see in some of my slides, it's called home heavy. It's just different than, what maybe family medicine does or psychiatry. So it is a little more intensive. Obviously, it's neurosurgery. So we do call it home heavy call. In the intermediate years, certainly a ton of operating. Tons of neurosurgery. We don't do specific pediatric blocks. That is incorporated into your everyday existence. So we don't do a ton of subspecialty neurosurgery. The ones that we do, there is a specific cerebrovascular endovascular block, neuroradiology, clinic, and pathology. And then your call is, again, 1 in 4. And the more intermediate senior residents also do call with off-service residents. So they may not have a junior resident on call that is a neurosurgery resident, but you might be on call with, say, a radiology resident or rehab resident, something like that. And then senior years is a lot of operating. So tons of surgical independence, tons of cases in the whole breadth of neurosurgery. Of course, we give residents some time to study for the exam. It's a little unique now that the timing has changed. And our resident that just went through it was successful, so that was good. And then, of course, fellowships is a huge part of trying to figure out your life and your existence beyond neurosurgery, and so beyond residency. And so we look to try to support residents as much as possible with that. And our residents have been very, very successful with obtaining excellent and very competitive fellowships, as well as good jobs to follow. We don't have any residents that have completed our program and are currently either underemployed or unemployed. So yay. We see that as a measure of success of our program. Ultimately, the goal of completion of our program is that you graduate as being a successful, well-trained general neurosurgeon. Are you going to be proficient in doing pica bypass? No. But no one is at the end of their residency. That's what fellowships are for. So we do our best to set up residents to make themselves as competitive as possible for both fellowships and jobs to follow. Our residents have a lot of opportunities to travel. So, because so many of them are involved in research projects, we do feel it's very important that residents have the opportunity to present their projects both at national or at international meetings. And I fight strongly to ensure that residents' travel is covered and paid for when they do that. I think attending these meetings is inspirational for residents. It, is a little reward for all the hard work that you do. And residents should have the opportunity to go and be inspired by work that other people are doing around the world, and to travel and see what's other parts of the world. So this is a huge priority in our program. And even though we work with small budgets, we have tons of opportunity to be able to send residents away. And they take advantage of it, I can promise you that. Our residents also have been involved in a lot of different leadership sort of opportunities. They're very keen to do so. So Nicole here, she is our PGY4 resident. So she's constantly getting awards for all sorts of different leadership things, and was recently our RDOS president. It's just unbelievable. Our residents currently are an amazing group, all of which are extremely, extremely talented, and are people that I myself look up to. They're incredible. We do CBD. There's no reason to talk about it tonight, but that's not optional. You're not going to find a neurosurgery program in Canada that doesn't do CBD. Some of the resident perks I just wanted to highlight about our program is that we purchase both loops, a headlamp, and lead for all neurosurgery residents. Usually that is something that we purchase in PGY2. Kind of want to see that you're going to commit to the program at least for a year before we go and spend $5,000 on various products. With respect to call, so what we've done is that we've maxed out the number of call that residents can do to 1 in 4. Our contract says you can do up to 1 in 3 home heavy call, but we made some changes to that to help support residents with like fatigue and just like work-life balance, so that you're only doing 1 in 4 call. And with that, you're still able to take post-call days. And that's very strongly supported in our program, where if you've had a bad night and you want to go home and rest, that's absolutely okay. But also if you want to stay and do, help go to the cool case that's happening in the day, it's like, oh, there's an ENDART, I don't want to miss that. So you can stay and do that as well. And that's one of the benefits of this call system that we have for our program. I spoke a little bit about the resident travel. So we do send residents to 1 course annually. And that's based on what level of training you are. We use moonlighters, so basically other types of residents or faculty that will cover call both the night before your academic day, which is in our program on Fridays, but also during the academic day. So when you're done doing all your learning, you don't, if you're the one on call, you're not starting your shift with like a backlog of all the day's consults and pages and all that type of thing. We have people that are around that help facilitate that clinical burden when residents are doing their academic training. In addition to that, we also switched our academic day to it alternates weekly on half day versus a full day. And when you get that extra half a day, really what we use that for is a few different things. One is simulation. If you don't have sim, then, and usually the sim that we're currently doing is like cadaver work. That's kind of primarily what our focus has been at currently. And then if you're not doing sim, then that time can be used for research or other administrative activities that you need to do, like during your work day, basically. We have a very unique service model in terms of how we deliver the clinical care of neurosurgery. We call it the ACNS, the Acute Care Neurosurgery Service. So ACS is more commonly seen, or CTU. You may have seen that in like gen surg or trauma or medicine, where we have one neurosurgeon that is basically the on-call person for the week. And that really helps with when there are low resident numbers, or if you have a very junior team, you have that neurosurgeon that's always available to you. They don't do like elective OR days, they don't do clinics, they're just there to be on call. It's like you're in the fire department, you're just sitting ready to go see cases and do see consults and emerge, and they're there to help support the residents and do teaching. So that's a fairly unique model. And then, of course, if you're interested in neurosurgery, we don't do Foley catheters. So our PGY1 residents do not have to insert the Foley catheters at the beginning of the case. Turns out that's a skill that you do not need in neurosurgery, and I can safely say that. I've been a staff for 10.5 years, plus 3 years of fellowship and 6 years of residency, and 4 years of medical school. I have never once put in a Foley catheter, and I plan to make it through the rest of my career without ever doing that, so we don't make our residents do it. If you want to put in Foleys, go do urology. Just a quick outline of our academic day. So one of the other unique things is that we share our curriculum rounds with Winnipeg. So those are the like 1 hour rounds where it's like basically sort of didactic teaching about craniosynostosis or low-grade gliomas, meningioma pathology, whatever it is. So the reason we do that is so that our residents and our staff don't all have to do all that work to present. In a small program, you kind of run out of people to do all that work. And so that's one of the benefits of sharing the burden with Winnipeg. And then Winnipeg has that same problem. They are also a small program. And then what it also does is you get to know the other people in the province right next door. Maybe that'll be helpful for a research collaboration, for fellowship, or whatever it is that you're interested in. And you also get to hear what other people do in other programs. And sometimes when you're in your own world, you kind of lose track of that. So that's one of the cool things about our program. And then I won't go into all the different reasons why Saskatoon is not just a cold tundra. We actually have no snow right now. And this is in fact not a picture of Saskatchewan. This is a picture of Churchill, Manitoba. Saskatchewan's a very interesting place to live. There's plenty of opportunity for like doing fun things like eating out at cool restaurants, you're going to concerts, things like that. But there's also tons of like nature. So if you're into hiking and fishing or camping or whatever the case may be, there's tons of opportunities for that in Saskatchewan. And if you're not afraid to drive anywhere, so my husband's from Southern Ontario. So for all of those that are from Southern Ontario, you guys may see as like a 1 or 2 hour drive as being like kind of the reach of your willingness to go on a road trip. Well, us Western Canadian people, we have no problem getting in our car and driving for like 9 hours to get somewhere cool. So that's Western Canada for you. And in fact, we're building a cabin that's 9 hours away. So I've convinced my Ontario husband that this is a cool thing. He's all in. So I just want to put up my contact info here. So you have my email and my cell phone that if you think of any questions that you want to ask about our program, the neurosurgery email is our program admin. You can always fire her off an email as well. Her name is Carissa, and then our Instagram account as well. So I wanted to leave a few minutes to be able to answer any questions. But yeah, thank you so much for listening, and that's our program. We're a small, mighty, powerful, and very proud group of people that work and train here. We love our program.
Thank you, Dr. Peeling. That was an excellent presentation. Similar to 2 days ago, just if you don't mind raising your hand so that we can go in the order. And I can maybe begin with the first question. There was a slide there where you mentioned the off-service rotations. I'm sort of curious to know about the duration of each of those. Remember, seeing neurology, orthopedic, spine, vascular.
Yeah, so usually our residents do 2 blocks in neurology, 2 blocks of ortho spine, and then 2 blocks of ICU. Those are the mandatory ones. And then usually 2 blocks of a combination of either ER, plastics, or vascular, depending on what's available or if a resident has a specific interest. So.
Thank you.
Yeah, I could also ask a question. Thank you for the excellent presentation. I was wondering, since Saskatchewan is a smaller group of neurosurgeons, I would imagine that not all residents who graduate end up in Saskatchewan. So I was wondering if a lot of them are hired there, or if they go to the US or other provinces, because you said that there's a relatively low rate of underemployment or unemployment. So that's I was wondering about that. Thank you.
Yeah, I think both from a fellowship perspective and faculty perspective, our residents have gone and done a variety of different things. So we've had almost every single resident that has graduated from our program that has done some sort of fellowship. The only one that hasn't was because of personal family health reasons. And we're very proud at where our residents have gone. So we're talking about like Stanford and Cleveland Clinic and like the Pittsburgh Spine Fellowship and Seattle, all the different things. In terms of where residents have gone beyond that, it's been a combination of working both in Canada, the US, as well as we have been able to recruit some of our own back to Saskatchewan. So our latest recruit is Uzair Ahmed. He was a resident with us, graduated 3 years ago. And then we were looking for an endovascular, cerebrovascular neurosurgeon. And so he applied for the job, and he'd done 3 years of fellowship, both at Stanford. He did a year with us and then a year at U of T. So just happened to be the candidate that won out that job. We don't preferentially hire Saskatchewan grads. It's a transparent, open application. So.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
I see a hand up. Yeah.
Hi, yeah. I had a
Hi.
quick question. Thank you for the great talk. I was wondering if you could tell us more a little bit about what Dr. Prasad did in his research work at Stanford.
Yeah, he's currently at Stanford right now. So he is doing an oncology / radiosurgery fellowship there. And to be honest, it remains to be determined what he's been up to. I just saw him last week, and we never had a chance to discuss his research endeavors. But knowing Prasad, I can tell you that he's probably got his hands in all sorts of different pots. That's just who he is as a person. But his focus has been oncology and radiosurgery down there. And then he'll be going to Western starting in July of 2024 to do a year of epilepsy with Dr. David Stevens. So.
And then I had a second question, if you don't mind. How many ORs do residents typically do in their first year?
Oh, good question. let's just say most of the junior residents are operating almost every single day. So they usually get their hands in an OR at least once a day. We usually have multiple rooms running. So things like, there might be a peds OR day, there might be a spine day, cranial day, and endovascular. We often have more ORs than we do have residents. So usually the juniors are involved in the ORs. Are they going to be clipping aneurysms as a PGY1? No, but might they be a surgical assist in an aneurysm case? Absolutely. Or an AVM or something that comes in on call. So like if you're an R1 and there's a ruptured MCA aneurysm and the patient has a big clot and has to go to the OR, guess who's scrubbing for that case? Yes, there'll probably be a senior resident that will be joining you, but for sure your hands are going to be in that case in some capacity based on where your skill set is. And that really is one of the beautiful things about being in a small program. I know what my residents are capable of, and that means I can push them in the OR to be able to do things maybe they don't feel comfortable doing. On the flip side, I also know when I need to step in and help them. So I think that allows for a much more tailored experience. It's not just like, oh, well, you're PGY2, there's no way that you can do this. That's not how it works in our program. So I think just last week, our PGY1 was doing a T-lift, like putting in the pedicle screws and like doing the interbody fusion as a PGY1. Like it's like PGY 0.5. He's only been around for half a year. It's incredible. So Prasad would be disappointed, Abrar, that I don't have that number for you because he was always obsessed with his case numbers. Like it was like a running tally, like every week, like guess how many cases I did this week, guess how many cases I did this week. So he'll be disappointed. I'll have to confess my sins to him.
We have room for one quick question. Any other questions from participants for Dr. Peeling? If not, again, thank you so much, Dr. Peeling, for joining us again and for the wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, great, Salmon. Okay, well, a pleasure to join again. And I think I know many of you by face, and I may have met a whole bunch of you. And congratulations to CaMSIGN and Salmon for organizing this event. You guys have really become the torch bearers for neurosurgery coast to coast. So it's fantastic to join this evening and to join a group of people who are committed to and interested in neurosurgery. Always a pleasure to join. So my name is Lipsman. I'm the neurosurgery residency program director at the University of Toronto. And always, again, a pleasure to join. What I'll do is I'll share my screen in a moment and discuss sort of our program and who we are and what we offer. Please, let's make this as informal as possible. Don't hesitate to just unmute and ask a question about anything that you see, anything that comes to your mind. Certainly, there'll be some time for questions at the end too, if you want to do that. And we'll just get started. As I load up my slides, I'll just apologize ahead of time if those of you who have already attended our various open houses, some of you may have seen these slides before, or at least the variations of the slides before. I hope you were able to join some of our open house sessions. And for those of you who are applying and who may join us during the CaRMS season, you may see another version of these slides coming up. But I did just want to give you a sense of who we are and again, what we can offer. So here we are. Okay, and can you see my slides okay? Okay, perfect. Okay, so again, thanks for having me. And what I hope to do is give an overview of our program and who we are at U of T. So I trained at the University of Toronto. I went to medical school before then in Queen's University. And then my undergrad before that was at U of T. So I came back to the University of Toronto for residency. And a lot of things drew me back to Toronto, several of the things that I'll highlight in the next 20 minutes or so. And I also did my research training here, and I work at Sunnybrook Hospital, which is one of the hospitals, one of our training sites, which I'll highlight in a moment. So I don't have to tell you guys because, this is generally common knowledge to the initiated, but I often, start by really illustrating the breadth and depth of neurosurgery. This is a growing field, and it's one of the things that really makes us truly very passionate about clinical neurosciences and about neurosurgery in general. It's a growth industry. So you hear a lot about different disciplines, maybe siphoning off different specialties, and maybe a lot of specialties that are shrinking over time because of different indications that are maybe being spread out. Neurosurgery, in my view, is one of those growth industries. So if you decide to pursue neurosurgery, it's really an area that the sky's the limit. And this is across the board in Canada. One of the common things that I'll mention is that, we are very privileged in Canada to have really outstanding neurosurgery training programs from coast to coast, where the level of training is very high and the experience that you'll get very rich. So whether you're training in Saskatchewan, whether you're training in BC, in Toronto, Halifax, you're going to get an outstanding neurosurgical education, and it's going to cover the full gamut of neurosurgery. And these are the subdisciplines. In Canada, as you know, neurosurgery is a 6-year program. In the United States, it's 7 years. There are always some movements afoot and discussions about maybe we should mirror the United States, but for the time being, we're going to stick to a 6-year program. Typically across the country, there are 18 to 20 spots. I think a little bit less this year. In Toronto, we take 4 CMGs and 1 IMG every year, typically. Most, but not all of our residents will expand their 4th research year into a formal research degree if they don't already come with a degree. And almost all residents, and this is the case across the country really, but there are exceptions, but across the country, most residents will do at least 1 or 2 year fellowships in a subspecialty area of interest. So who are we at U of T? This is who we are. Next year, 2024, is a special year for us because we're celebrating the centenary of neurosurgery at the University of Toronto. We're comprised basically of 4 training sites. So 3 adult, 1 pediatric. UHN, where the head is Dr. Zadeh, who's also our chair of neurosurgery. St. Michael's Hospital in downtown Toronto, where the head is Julian Spears. Sunnybrook, which is where I am, and the head there is Dr. Peruzman. And Sick Kids, of course, our pediatric hospital, and the head there is Peter Dirks. We do have 2 partner sites that are kind of unofficial and informal. They're more community neurosurgery sites, and we sometimes, probably once every 2 or 3 years, have a resident rotate in Mississauga at Trillium Health Partners, and sometimes in Kingston General Hospital. So as you all know, of course, Queens does not have a neurosurgery residency program. Most of the staff, most of the faculty on staff, the neurosurgeons, are Toronto graduates there, if not all of them. And it's an outstanding experience for any resident in neurosurgery who wants to go and sort of have their run of the service, because there are no on-service neurosurgeons, neurosurgery residents there. The residency program is run by the RPC, myself, and Dr. Zadeh, as well as individual site directors. We have an overall curriculum director who manages our didactic and other curriculum, a competence by design lead, as well as 4 resident representatives. Our competence committee is made up of myself and the competence committee chair, who is Dr. Doss, and we are the ones who sort of oversee resident progression from one stage to the other. A common theme that I'll mention is our residents. And for those of you who were lucky enough to meet some of them or all of them, you'd know immediately that they are really the glue that holds our program together, and some of the most amazing people you'll meet, really. And we are very fortunate to work with them on a day-to-day basis. We have 31 residents in our program, making us the largest program in Canada, and I believe the largest program in North America by number, in terms of the number of residents that we take. The number of senior residents will fluctuate year to year based on the number of residents that leave research and come back on service. So for example, last year, we had 38 residents in our program. This year, we have 31. And that variable number of senior residents has to do with the rate with which they finish their research. A quick word about the structure of residency. And again, this is the case across Canada. We are, of course, right in the midst of transitioning from a time-based curriculum, 6-year residency comprised of a junior, intermediate, and senior residency, to a competence-based design curriculum. Most of you would already have seen this, but I just reinforce this and highlight the fact that this is something that is common to all residency programs, not only in neurosurgery, but in all disciplines. And it's something that you will experience firsthand once you match. So it's 4 stages, four stages along the continuum of competency, from transition to the discipline, foundations lasting the first couple of years, and then a core of discipline going on to the transition to practice. So the amount of residency won't change. It'll still be 6 years, but the way that residents are evaluated during the residency will change. When you ultimately match to neurosurgery, you are matching to 2 parallel surgical streams, 2 parallel programs. Of course, your home residency is going to be neurosurgery, but there's also going to be the surgical foundation stream. So I won't go into too much detail about this because, of course, you'll learn more about it as you go through the process. But suffice it to say that there are 2 residency program committees that oversee your progress in the first couple of years of residence. Why are we doing this? Why are we transitioning to CBD? Why is this something that's important? Well, many of us who are really on the front lines of education and surgical training and shepherding residents through the program recognize that there are some deficiencies in the way that we have trained residents in the past. That rather than having this one end-all be-all evaluation at the end of a rotation, it's critical to have multiple frequent points of contact in terms of evaluation and assessments during a given rotation. And this is what you'll experience in residency, a transition from one competency stage to another throughout the continuum. And I'm happy to answer additional questions about that. So in terms of who we are and what we can offer, as I often say, there's a lot for us to be proud of at the University of Toronto, but I try to distill it into 3 main pillars. The first is you'll get an outstanding clinical and surgical experience throughout the residency. So I for example, am a functional neurosurgeon. I did my fellowship in stereotactic and functional neurosurgery, but I work at a trauma hospital. And for the first 3 years of my clinical practice, I was doing the full gamut of spine trauma call. And I feel comfortable to do that because the residency at the University of Toronto really prepares you for the large majority of things that come in through the door. And you'll find that by the time you're finished your training, you're quite confident. Research and critical inquiry, something we very much pride ourselves on, and we view ourselves as in a position to study the central nervous system and to try to make a difference and in as impactful a way as possible, and tremendous examples and role models of that at UFT. And finally, community and global engagement, something that we really pride ourselves on and something that has really recently become a major priority. In terms of clinical training, we're home to the largest and most clinically diverse training program really in North America. Our residents across the sites, the 4 training sites, are exposed every year to at least 5,000 neurosurgical cases at the 4 primary teaching sites, and the full gamut of neurosurgery is represented. One of the very few programs in Canada where that's in fact the case. So a healthy dose of spine, oncology, vascular. Our pediatric colleagues see as a quaternary care center, really more peds cases than anywhere in Canada, and a lot of functional and epilepsy. We recently recruited a peripheral nerve surgeon, Dr. Sugant Supaya, and peripheral nerve surgery was an acknowledged blind spot for us with the untimely loss of one of our faculty, but now that's really taken up in spades. So our chief residents in their chief year routinely see more than 600 cases per year, and that's really among the top volumes in North America. When you look at the typical census, a case log, an OR log of a resident in the United States from a high volume program, they typically see about 15 to 1,600 cases throughout their 7-year residency on a typical average log. So our chief residents see about 40 to 50% of that in 1 year. Okay, so that gives you a sense of the volumes that we see. What are the different flavors of the different sites? Well, at UHN, you really see the full breadth of neurosurgery. Every discipline except the level 1 trauma center is represented there. Some of the unique things that happen there that maybe don't happen at the other sites include epilepsy, extended skull-based endoscopic approaches, as well as radiosurgery. At St. Michael's Hospital, it's our urban level 1 trauma center with tremendous expertise in minimally invasive spine, as well as spine trauma, and a very busy active endovascular program that sees some of the largest volumes in Canada in terms of endovascular therapies. At Sunnybrook, we have one of the very few Toronto surgeons who are hybrid, open, and endovascular trained. And we do focused ultrasound and functional neuromodulation, as well as skull base, and we are a level 1 trauma center, in fact, the busiest trauma center in Canada. SickKids, of course, needs no introduction. It's a global leader in pediatric neurosurgery, where some of the pioneers of the field currently work. Everything from fetal surgery to deep brain stimulation to high-end oncology and vascular cases represented at SickKids. So really some of the best pediatric experiences anywhere. In terms of research and critical inquiry, we have the largest proportion of surgeon scientists and investigators on faculty really across North America, with the largest proportion of our faculty who are members in senior society and the academy. So just a glance at some of the people on our faculty will show you that, you know, we have international leaders in virtually every surgical subdiscipline: functional, spine, oncology, and vascular. We're fortunate to be home to something called the Surgeon Scientist Training Program through the Department of Surgery. So this is protected, fully funded time in fourth year and beyond in order to do research in the lab. So this is unique to the University of Toronto in some respects, and something that we hope to continue, so that residents who want to do research can feel like they can do research without taking a hit in other ways. Most of our residents are fortunate to obtain external funding through Tri-Council funding or other organizations, and to have published in some of the top tier journals that are out there. And just to give you a sense, these are 3 individuals who are currently fellows across North America. This is the kind of research happening at the University of Toronto. Just to give you a small sense, so Newton, Dr. Chow, is currently doing functional neurosurgery fellowship at UHN. He did his PhD with Gregoire Courtine, who's a neurosurgeon in Geneva, on spinal cord injury and regeneration. Farshad Nassiri, currently doing a skull-based fellowship in Utah and hired on staff at UHN, did his PhD with Dr. Zadeh on viral therapy in glioblastoma. And Dr. Meng, currently doing a stereotactic radiosurgery fellowship in New York, did her PhD with me, and she did a lot of work in focused ultrasound and drug delivery in Alzheimer's disease. So the full gamut of research is really represented. So whether you're interested in basic science, translational work, clinical epidemiology, health economics, somebody's doing the kind of research that you want to do. One of the things that, you know, I'm most proud of is the fact that, you know, there are many conversations happening in real time in neurosurgery, in global neurosurgery. So whether it's looking at issues of diversity and well-being amongst the resident or faculty, whether it's creating guidelines in spinal cord injury or psychiatric neurosurgery, whether it's setting the global agenda in neuro-oncology or ethics or neuroethics, somebody at the University of Toronto is helping and will work on this with you, and is helping lead some of these areas. So it's really an opportunity to become a part of both national and international conversations. So to that end, we've recently struck what's called the Research Council in an effort to harmonize and coordinate research efforts across the division at U of T. This is led by 2 neurosurgery scientists, Clement Hamani and Tom Schweitzer. And the goal of the council is really to encourage interdisciplinary collaborations and to build bridges between the different training sites. So whether it's seed grants or whether it's common protocols, multi-site trials, the Research Council will really try to advance this. In the past, mentorship was an acknowledged blind spot for us. You know, residents gave us the feedback that they would like more mentorship. And to that end, we've established a mentorship program that is directed by George Ibrahim. And those of you who know George know that there's nobody better to lead a mentorship program. He's outstanding in terms of his clinical, academic, and human qualities. So he established a program where we try to identify mentors early in training and match senior residents and faculty to those who just matched to neurosurgery in a way to help them navigate through that process. Also, to Dr. Zadeh's credit, as soon as she started her chairpersonship in neurosurgery, she established a vice chair of wellness and EDI and appointed our previous program director, Dr. Kulkarni, to head this. So the goal of this program is really to harmonize and coordinate efforts across the division to advance wellness specifically and burnout prevention. So whether it's anti-bias and allyship training, whether it's establishing this as a key component of our strategic plan, wellness is firmly embedded into the fabric of neurosurgery currently at U of T and something we're really interested in developing. But as I mentioned earlier, it's really the residents that are the driving force of our program. Last year, we were at a high of 38 residents, which is the highest number we've ever had. Currently, we're at 31. About 50% of our residents at any one time are engaged in research, and virtually every province, medical school, undergraduate degree and background is represented. And I won't put it a plug too much for the city, but It's really the diversity in our view. But we get a lot of this, a lot of Toronto-centric views coming from Toronto, so I won't belabor the point too much. But if you're interested in diversity in culture, sports, food, Toronto has something for everybody, from film festivals to high culture to sports to Michelin star restaurants. You'll find it in our city. And these are the residents. So what I would ask you to do, no matter what year you are, first year, just interested in neurosurgery, or even as a CaRMS applicant this year, reach out to any of the resident reps, any of our residents. They'd love to meet you and speak to you. And there are the best ambassadors that we could offer to a program. And here they are enjoying some other activities. One of the things that we pride ourselves on is, in some ways, the ability to attract trainees from around the world. And this speaks to our fellowship program across the board. Most of our training sites do welcome fellows and in virtually every subdiscipline. And the result of that is a global alumni community that sort of seeds the world's neurosurgery programs with U of T alumni. So if you're at a functional neurosurgical meeting in Chicago, or if you're at a skull-based meeting in Australia, you're going to find individuals that trained in Toronto, and that kind of club or that fraternity and sorority is the one that we very much pride ourselves on being a part of. And it's something that really marks and embeds people's experiences throughout the process. Our recent graduates have managed to secure jobs across North America and, in fact, the world. Typically, about 50% of our graduates stay in Canada and 50% find jobs in the United States. And for those that do go to the United States, over the last few years, they've secured jobs in some of the highest end programs throughout North America. So whether it's UC Davis, UCLA, Northwestern, and some of the Ivy League schools, or being seated throughout Ontario and in Canada. I've been there. I know what it's like to hear from others when I expressed at the time interest in neurosurgery. Will there be a job at the end? What's the job situation like? It's something that is common across disciplines, whether it's ortho or cardiac neurosurgery or anything. I can tell you this, that our graduates, and this is the case also across Canada, but I can speak more specifically to Toronto, our graduates find jobs, and they find outstanding jobs. And when we speak to them, when we bring them back, or when we touch base with them, they're incredibly satisfied with from an academic and clinical perspective. So I would not let that stop you from pursuing your passion of neurosurgery if that's what you want to do. So I talked about the 3 pillars of neurosurgery, but there's one hidden pillar that I often allude to at the end, and that's because I'm a bit of a medical history buff, and something that I really drew me to neurosurgery was its history, and something that we could all relate to. I love the narrative aspect of the history of medicine and neurosurgery, and it felt good to be a part of the fabric of the history of neurosurgery, because that's what, in many respects, to me, University of Toronto really is, having a 100-year history. So for those of you who know, of course, here in the middle is Harvey Cushing, and to his side is K.G. Mackenzie. K.G. Mackenzie was the first neurosurgeon at the University of Toronto, and trained directly with the father of neurosurgery himself. Harvey Cushing was one of his first residents, actually. K.G. Mackenzie went on to train Harry Botterill. Harry Botterill was one of the first neurosurgeons in Canada, and he ended up founding Lyndhurst, which was the first spinal cord injury rehab center, which is now just 5 minutes away from Sunnybrook, where I am right now. And Dr. Botterill went on to become the dean of the medical school at Queen's University, and Botterill Hall is named after him. Thomas Morley was the chairperson after Harry Botterill, was British trained and trained with Sir George Jefferson in the United Kingdom. George Jefferson was one of the pioneers of neurosurgery. So he was one of the first functional neurosurgeons, in fact. He went on to give away his chairmanship to Alan Hudson. And Alan Hudson was one of the first administrator neurosurgical leaders. He went on to become the president and CEO of University Health Network. And I mention that because there are many paths people can take in medicine. You may think that you're going to pursue neurosurgery and that's everything that you're going to do from now until forever. And in fact, it may be the case. But being a neurosurgeon opens up many different opportunities potentially, whether it's working in administration, whether it's working in healthcare leadership. In other respects, Alan Hudson really personified that. After Alan Hudson was Charles Tatter, who's one of the icons of neurosurgery and made pioneering advances in our understanding of concussion and traumatic brain injury. Still practices to this day, almost 90 years old, seeing patients in his clinic. After Dr. Tatter was Dr. Rutka, and Dr. Rutka is one of the luminaries of neurosurgery, was former president of the AANS, former chair of neurosurgery and the chair of surgery, and was one of the ones who spearheaded actually the surgeon scientist training program. Dr. Lozano took over as chair after Dr. Rutka. Dr. Lozano, a pioneer of functional neurosurgery with whom I did my PhD and my training with. Dr. Lozano is the most cited surgeon in the world for Parkinson's disease and the second most cited clinician for Parkinson's disease. So just to give you a sense of how pioneering he in fact has been to the field of functional neurosurgery. And when Dr. Lozano was done, Dr. Zadi took over, who is a pioneer and luminary in the neurosurgical field in her own right. For those of you who know Dr. Zadi, you know that she is not only an outstanding surgeon and researcher, having recently received a Gardner Prize for her pioneering work in brain tumors, but she is extremely approachable and just overall a lovely human being and as a true mentor to many of us in the field. So what I hope to underscore here for you is you can see that the face of neurosurgery is changing. You can see that it was very homogeneous at the beginning, and it is changing. It's something that we want to continue. And what I hope that you can see is yourself in that mix as well down the road, that you see a career in neurosurgery for you, and hopefully the University of Toronto is something that matches your own interests. So with that, this is the residency program committee, who I hope you'll get a chance to meet. Dr. Konkem and Zadi at UHN, Dr. Wilson and Das at St. Mike's, myself and Dr. Kumar and Dr. Ibrahim, and our resident reps, Kareem, Leo, Hussein, and Alex Landry, who again, I hope as you go through the process, you'll meet. I do encourage you to reach out anytime. So I'm on social media, on Twitter. Several of us are as well. If you want to email me, please do directly. And again, if you know anything about our program, you know that Sandy Amaral, our program administrator, is the person that actually runs the program, and she's the one that knows all the ins and outs. And if you need any information, she has it for you. So with that, thanks very much. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Lipsman. Really appreciate the presentation. We have about 6 minutes per question, so anyone who wishes to ask, please go ahead.
Brock.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for the talk, Dr. Lipsman. I had a question about the new competency model for education. I was wondering, with Toronto being like this multi-site program, are different competencies assessed for in different sites? Are there core competencies that are assessed for in different sites? And what are the sort of markers of success that you're looking for when you're assessing whether or not a resident sort of graduates from one year to the next in this new model?
Yeah, really good question. I would say that you can obtain, so the way that it works is there are these things called EPAs, entrustable professional activities, which are essentially the tools with which you need in order to progress in neurosurgery. So a given EPA, for example, is a lumbar laminectomy or a carotid endarterectomy. Each one of those is comprised of specific milestones. You can get your EPAs at any of the training sites. Of course, if it's an adult one, you're not going to get it at sick kids and vice versa. But the idea is that after you complete a case, after you complete an activity, you would speak to the staff and you would fill out these EPAs together. The expectation is you're not going to be able to achieve a fully entrustable EPA the first time you do it. And that makes sense. The first time you do a laminectomy or assess a trauma patient, you're not going to achieve all the milestones. But the idea is that the more you do, the more EPAs you complete, the more feedback you get, the more of those milestones you get, and ultimately you'll be able to be entrusted in order to do it. So the idea is that actually operationalizes and formalizes that assessment process so that as you go through it, you get real-time direct coaching and feedback on a specific activity. And you can get that at any of the training sites.
Thank you.
Sure. Bob.
Yeah, sorry, I had a question about the research opportunities at U of T. Well, in the diagrams in most programs, what we see is that the research year is usually the fourth year, and it's an elective. And I was wondering if most residents end up doing a PhD, or is it an enfolded residence fellowship, or is it do they do other degrees like an MBA and PhD?
Yeah.
How long does it take usually?
Great question. Around the end of first year, second year, we start having those conversations about what you want your fourth year to look like. If you come into the program already with a PhD, it's probably going to look like a postdoc or a fellowship, or even an enfolded fellowship or a dedicated experience. Or some residents go straight through residency, and they take that fourth year and they put it in their sixth year, and they do a formal enfolded fellowship, for example. If you come in with no research background, then you decide, okay, you know what, I want to start with a master's and I want to continue with the master's. Some will say I want to transition from a master's to a PhD, depending on their program. If you want to pursue an MBA, definitely, let's talk about that. Let's see how that would look like and how we can support that. So it's really a dynamic conversation that happens around the time of second year to determine what that research period would look like. I would say about 50 to 60% of our residents end up doing a PhD. About 20 to 25% will do a master's, and the remaining will do either a clinical enfolded fellowship or a postdoctoral fellowship.
Perfect. So if you already have a master's, you would come in and start directly working on your fellowships. Yeah. I imagine 1 year of fellowship plus an extra 2 or 3 years off.
Exactly. If that's something you want to do, yeah, exactly.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Sure. Arani.
Hi, Dr. Lipsman.
Hi.
Thank you so much. It's been incredibly helpful to hear more about the program.
Sure.
I was curious as to any opportunities for residents to really get involved in medical education or outreach with medical students, undergraduates, or even high school students in Toronto.
Yeah. Thank you for asking that. Absolutely. Yes. It's something that I started this year. So we are partnering as a few things. We're partnering, for example, with the cardiac surgery program to start something called the Next Surgeon program. That's something where it's a program that's a combination of lectures and hands-on sessions that we try to reach out to high school students from underrepresented backgrounds at the University of Toronto. This is a project that's done together with the Toronto Community Housing Program that identifies students, high school students from across Toronto. They come to us and we do lectures and hands-on sessions in neurosurgery. And we're also constantly doing outreach events. So we're pairing, for example, in the first quarter of 2023 with individuals from the Indigenous Medical Students Association and other medical students associations to do outreach for neurosurgery. About 3 or 4 times a year, we do open houses and we reach out to the medical schools. And we also speak to individuals from neurosurgery interest groups, not only at U of T and other places, to try to spread the word about neurosurgery. It's something that we do together with other programs in Ontario and other places across Canada. So would be great if any of our residents, and they do, are interested in doing that, and something we can definitely discuss.
That's wonderful. Thank you.
Sure.
We have room for one final quick question for Dr. Lipsman from our audience. If not, go ahead, Edward, please.
Thank you. So I had another quick question if no one else had any questions. I was wondering, since you spoke, Dr. Lipsman, about resident wellness, I was wondering how that's assessed at U of T's.
So, it's a major topic for us, and I know it's a topic across the country. It's something that we frequently discuss at the specialty committee level. I try to meet with the residents very regularly, whether formally or informally. We have through the RPC, we have frequent resident feedback sessions. We empower our site directors to frequently speak to the residents and to others to ensure that any issues that come up, whether on or off service, are readily addressed. It's a dialogue, and I can tell you that it's something that we try to weave into the fabric of our program, whether it's sort of the bi-directional feedback, whether it's changing anything. As you can imagine, some things in neurosurgery are modifiable, some things are non-modifiable. We can't do a lot about the intensity of the residency program and the fact that it can be physically, emotionally demanding sometimes. But we can do a lot about everything else that happens, whether it's the fact that the call room is comfortable for you, and the fact that, residents go home post-call, that there is protected time, that there is a didactic curriculum. So all of these things are constantly assessed, constantly evaluated, and something we pay very, very strong attention to.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lipsman, for joining us again. And we appreciate the presentation and the questions.
My pleasure. Thanks very much, Simon. Thanks, everybody. Good to meet you all. Hi, Ash. Good to see you.
Good to see you here.
Okay. See you guys.
Thanks so much for inviting me. I'm going to start by having a look at a little video. And I hope it projects well.
Hi, I'm Chris Honey, a functional neurosurgeon and head of neurosurgery here at UBC. Our DBS clinic looks after all the patients in British Columbia and is very busy. I see my role in your education as making sure we tailor your experience to meet your needs. If you want to write a research paper, we have a funded research assistant who will help you submit to ethics and collect your data. If you want to do a PhD like I did, we will fund your time at any lab in the world. If you would like to be a busy clinical neurosurgeon, we have distributed sites around the province who would love to teach you the clinical skills of neurosurgery.
Hi, I'm Stefano. I'm one of the chief residents at the UBC Neurosurgery residency program. I took some time away during my residency to do a PhD in neuromodulation in Miami, part of my career path as a surgeon scientist, and the UBC Neurosurgery program supported that key step. I've been lucky enough to get this kind of exposure since PGY1 with some of the best neurosurgery subspecialty faculty around. I am feeling fully confident to enter neurosurgical practice after I finish training here, and I can't wait to share this training opportunity with prospective neurosurgery residents across the country.
Hi, I'm Solène. I'm the first year resident in Vancouver, and I'm so amazed by the cases that I get to do as first assist or even as the primary surgeon.
We have a really high volume of microsurgical and endovascular cases, and our residents get a really great experience and exposure to that.
Just in the last month, I've assisted on many skull base and vascular cases. I've had my first aneurysm clipping, and I've been the primary operator on many of the junior level cases, such as ETBs, trauma, cranies, EVDs.
UBC Neurosurgery provides world-class care, world-class research, and we support each other personally.
I cannot overstate the flexibility that our program offers its residents. I'm currently doing a master's in health economics at the London School of Economics, and the program has afforded me the opportunity and supported me every step of the way.
Faculty here are very supportive. They've been very helpful in helping me find my electives and rotations in order to obtain my career and educational goals.
The residents in our program are central to everything we do, and we share in their achievements during their residency and afterwards. We know all of you are passionate about applying for neurosurgery, and we look forward to meeting with you and hearing about that passion.
I hope you'll consider UBC for your residency. I know it was the best decision I ever made.
Okay, so don't believe anything you hear from any of us. Neurosurgery program directors. I apologize, I think a different video started. Neurosurgery program directors are tasked with making good programs, and the key part of making any good recipe is having good ingredients. And so we are highly incentivized to persuade the best and brightest of you to want to come to our programs. So my advice is talk to the residents. Our residents are open to be, they're open to discussion, they're open to being contacted, and they'll give you the true unvarnished view, their version of it. And that's probably more likely to be candid than any program director who is busy doing many different tasks, but the residents know everything about their residency experience. That said, everything in that video is true. The copy, the script, was written by our residents. They believe what they said, or at least they tell me they believe what they said. And they have that experience during their residency, and any of you who've come and done electives with us or coming to do electives with us in the future hopefully got a sense of that enthusiasm and that level of camaraderie and family that we've tried to instill into our program. So ask them, don't believe me. That said, we're gonna share some of our thoughts based on our experiences in the past. So I'm going to put this on a full screen mode. Saman, thank you for inviting me. Can you give a thumbs up that you can see that clearly? So here's the TLDR, the too long didn't read version of this. You guys are the valued asset. I've seen all the applications this year. I've read every page of every applicant and looked at every page of the supporting documents. You're an extraordinary group. There are probably fewer people with high quality CVs that have been focused on neurosurgery. There are probably, sorry, not fewer, there are probably more, sorry, there are fewer of you available than there are program spots. There are more program spots in the country than there are high quality committed applicants, which means that you guys are the asset. Everything throughout your medical training so far has made you feel like you're Oliver Twist standing at the table asking Sir if I please might have some more. But in fact, it's the opposite. Your enthusiasm and your dedication and your commitment to neurosurgery is the thing that makes programs good. And you're a valued asset. So it's really on me to tell you why you should choose UBC Neurosurgery and not the other way around. And the reasons are UBC Neurosurgery has surgical excellence. There's no debate. UBC Neurosurgery has an engaged faculty. UBC Neurosurgery has academic opportunities and a great track record of academic success. And UBC Neurosurgery has a proven track record, including a track record of extraordinary graduates doing extraordinary things. You always want to know who's talking to you. So I'm a pediatric neurosurgeon. I work at BC Children's Hospital. I'm the head of neurosurgery there. I'm 19 plus years out from my residency. So that's a double-edged sword. Sometimes somebody who's closer to their residency knows more about resident needs and resident objectives. Sometimes people with a lot more experience and a lot more ability to manage the system and pull strings and do things like that is valuable. But that's who I am. I've been a Royal College examiner and been involved in surgical education for 12 years. Many of the people in our UBC system are past program directors. Gooderham, Akagami, Redekop, Swimfer, and Nick Day, who was program director in Quebec, are all past program directors. I'm a current program director. That's 6 of us. There's 15 full-time faculty. So more than a third of the full-time faculty have previously worked as residency program directors. That's actually very impressive. If it takes a village to raise a child, we've got a village populated by teachers, populated by people who have lived and breathed surgical and postgraduate medical education. And I think that's extraordinary. We have a neurosurgery training program that's focused on clinical and academic excellence. We have an individualized training path. I meet with people as they enter. We start to think about what their personal goals are, their career goals. We think about how to structure their program and their training so that we can meet those needs. Everybody who graduates here can do all of the main credentialing book set of operations. The credentialing book would be like in any given province, what operations does every neurosurgeon have to be able to do in order to be competent, do call? And all of our graduates can do all of these competently. If you ask guys like Mike Rizzuto, who's our senior most resident, PGY5, Alex Rebchek, compared with people at their level in other parts of the country, they have done extraordinary numbers of operations because we have a very busy service and because it is a resident-run service. We do have some fellows and specialty fellows, but they've always been secondary in terms of the educational objectives here at UBC. And our residents have always been primary. And that results in residents doing procedures from the PGY1 level, directed and supervised, onwards, so that by the PGY 3 and 4 level, they're doing very advanced procedures that in many places are done only by fellows. There's ample opportunity for subspecialty exploration, and there's opportunity for graduate training where it aligns. So Mike Rizzuto is currently doing a master's degree in healthcare economics because that's what he has an interest in. We're supporting that with tuition. We're supporting that with giving him time off from his residency so that he can go to London and attend the in-person aspects of that. So if it aligns with the training objectives, we're all in for research, but we don't make you do research. I trained in the University of Toronto system. I was a resident there for 7 years, the embedded research degree. That is a good model. It's not a model for everybody, but it's a very, very good model. Our model is a little different. We enable that research, but we don't require it. We have a primary training site, which is Vancouver General Hospital. That's where you would spend the majority of your time. You'll be on the cranial neurosurgery service, and then you'll be on the spine service. This is a little different from some places. Our spine service is comprised of spinal neurosurgeons and orthopedic surgeons who do primarily spinal work. And you go for a specialized spine rotation multiple times in your residency where you focus exclusively on spine. And when you're not on the spine service, you're focusing mostly exclusively on cranial neurosurgery. You also spend 6 months at BC Children's Hospital spread across 2 rotations so that you can see it as a junior and see if you like pediatrics and you want to calibrate your career goals in that direction. And then you come back as a senior where you can, do much more clinically and surgically. We have distributed sites like Victoria General Hospital, Lionsgate, now Kelowna, and our residents love those rotations. They're community rotations. They seem to have a great time. They do a large number of bread and butter cases. And we generally send people for 3-month rotations in that mid-residency period where they really get a chance to do a lot of cutting. Like many programs in the country, we have world-class facilities at the General Hospital, the specialized spine unit. We have a simulation center and a cadaveric lab. I think it's fair to say most programs in the country have, most good quality programs in the country have these kinds of facilities available. Our numbers are quite extraordinary given our resident intake, 1 to 2 residents per year, 2 for your year. 950 cranial neurosurgical cases per year, 1,600 spine neurosurgery cases per year, again, distributed across ortho and neurosurgery faculty, but you work with both of them. And the ortho faculty are actually exceptional. Like, there's a ton to learn from them. And then 300 pediatric cases per year. Like many good programs, we have an academic curriculum. We have a academic day where we have grand rounds, the professors' rounds, which are often case-based, correlative rounds, a seminar series that's resident-led, a journal club. We have resident research day and a BC Neuroscience Day where the residents present and benefit from visiting professors. And then we have a pediatric visiting professorship and lectureship, as well as multiple other subspecialty visitors. All residents undertake research projects with faculty supervision, and they typically present at national and international meetings. Our goal is to get every resident doing a project every year during their residency so that they can build up their CVs and build up their knowledge discovery aspects so that they can contribute to making our specialty better, just like the last generation of academic neurosurgeons have made the specialty better. There are research assistants who are hired by the program to facilitate. So you're not going to spend a bunch of your time doing ethics submissions, and we have stats support, we have research design support. What we need is people with ideas, and we need people with a hunger to answer those ideas and an enthusiasm to help carry out the work. We don't need you to do a bunch of research scut. So we've tried to set up a system where that can get done for you. About 1/3 of our residents do a graduate degree during their residency. Maybe trending a little higher lately, but about 1/3. And there's a clinician investigator program, a couple of years of funding available, tuition support for the most part. And we've had people in the past do ClinEpi, bench research, education research, graduate degrees, ClinEpi, bench research and graduate degree, education degree, and now an economics degree. Track record. So I've compiled a list here of our previous graduates going back to 2010. I know the job market is a major topic of conversation, and it's actually been a topic of conversation since I was applying to CaRMS back in 1997. Will you get a job? What's the job market gonna be like? My experience and I don't think anything has changed, is that high quality people who graduate from high quality programs get high quality jobs. And I've not seen a high quality person, I've not seen a graduate from our program not get a job. And for the most part, I think these people have been very, very pleased with where they've gotten jobs. Sal DeMaio's been at the Jewish General in Montreal since graduation. Dan Warren's been at Victoria General since graduation. Raymond Young has been at Mount Sinai Hospital in the NYU system since graduation. Peter has been at VGH and is the clinical head of the VGH neurosurgery service. Ryan Janicki at Lionsgate that's here in the Lower Mainland, like in the Vancouver area. Tamir Alon on the spine side in Vancouver General Hospital. Chris Gillis at NYU Grossman. Ahmed Bader at the University of Iowa. Albert Tu at the Children's Hospital in Ottawa and University of Ottawa system. Julia Sharma at UC Davis. Danny Mendelson at Lionsgate. Navid Kazri at La Crosse, which is a Mayo facility. Serge and Charlotte and Mofatehi 3 years in a row. We had graduates who took great faculty positions at Vancouver General Hospital. Oliver Ailing, our most recent graduate to finish his fellowship, has taken a job at Kelowna General Hospital, which is in the interior of British Columbia. And then Stefano is doing a functional fellowship at UCLA. And I'm aware that he's applying for high quality jobs. I've been contacted by some of the people who've been interviewing him and have been very impressed. And Mike Craig, similarly, is finishing a fellowship at the University of Calgary. And looks like he's going to have a number of different job offers. So this to me is a very, very solid track record. But don't believe anything I say. Always question what you're being told and what you're not being told. I don't want to single out people who joined our program and didn't finish. I don't want to say their names. But I do want to just talk a little bit about attrition, which is a real problem in neurosurgery. And if you look at the attrition rates across the country, they are non-trivial. And these are committed, hardworking, accomplished people who end up not finishing programs. So it's important to know what it is about our program that results in that, and about neurosurgery that results in that. This is going back to 2010. There's 5 people who didn't finish program versus 18 who did. So that gives you a sense of what the attrition rate is, approximately 5 and 23. We've had a couple of internal transfers to family medicine and to physical medicine and rehabilitation. We've had a couple of external transfers to radiology and family medicine. And we have one resident who's no longer in our program, and I don't think is in any other programs as far as I can tell. And we have a variety of different reasons why these people have left the program. We've made every effort to do exit interviews and to follow up to really understand people's situations change. Their family situations change. Their needs in terms of illnesses in the family or need to be closer to certain situations change. And we respect that. But we also want to make sure there's nothing in our program that is modifiable, that we're not working to modify. Because when we take up resident of the program, we feel like we've made a deliberate commitment or contract with them to do everything we can to train them in their chosen specialty. And only because they feel they've exhausted all other options and have to lose their program, only then do we feel at least okay with the idea that everybody's tried everything they can to make sure that they could fit in and find their place in neurosurgery. So that's our attrition rate. The current resident, there's 4. It's a little bit on the lower side compared to our typical 6 to 8 complement. Mike Rizzuto, who's with the blue shirt, is our PGY 5. These pictures are all taken before they join the residency. They look a lot older once they've worked with us for a few years. But Mike's going to be PGY 6 next year. There's going to be an intake of 2 residents, and we'll have 6 residents in our program, which is kind of right on line with what we would want for critical mass. And the year after that, it looks like there will be a total of 7, assuming the number of people that we expect to join will join, and the number of people that we expect to graduate will graduate. So we're right in line with what we would want for our program. The faculty, I'm sure you can have a chance to look it up, but these are a great group of people. The intracranial faculty, the spine faculty who are neurosurgeons, and the pediatric neurosurgery faculty. They're all just like extraordinary and humbling kind of people. Satchio is our wonderful program assistant, and all of you who were chosen for interview for the current CaRMS cycle will have heard from her already, and I know we've heard back from everybody already. So it's great that we were able to set that all up before Christmas, and we're really looking forward to meeting you guys. I'm sorry that we're meeting you virtually. We'd love to meet you in person, but virtual is what CaRMS asks us to do, and we respect that fully. So there's no side kind of missions that we ask you guys to play, or and have some people kind of come and visit and look around. We have a level playing field, and all of you who've been invited for interview, which is I think just what all of you we're looking forward to seeing you in the virtual format. In our program, we have a really good time at work. This is serious, hard work. You guys all know that from seeing us. But because we do it together, because we do it as a family, it actually is a lot of fun. It's the hours are long, but the friendships are lifetime. We also have good time outside of work. I'm sure many of you realize that Vancouver is an extraordinary place, and we take advantage of that wherever we can, and we try to make sure that we facilitate people getting to know each other outside of work, and we have kind of a wellness setup, and we have some funding and all the rest of it, but it really comes from the residents themselves. Vancouver is a wonderful place. Apart from the expensive housing issue, it's basically an ideal place in the world to live, with a wonderful collection of activities. These are all photos of faculty neurosurgeons doing different activities. I think many of them are me, but these are just a smattering of the kinds of things that our faculty neurosurgeons and our residents do: kayaking, mountain biking, road biking, downhill skiing, cross-country skiing, backcountry skiing, rock climbing. All kinds of outdoor pursuits are available here. All kinds of indoor pursuits are available here. There's a wonderful city to explore, wonderful food scene, art scene, museums, music, classic music, classical music. It's a major stop on the kind of world tour kind of circuit for musical acts, and there's a medium decent hockey team living here. Again, I come from not Vancouver, so I would point out that once they have their Stanley Cup, we can call them a decent team. But anyway, so in summary, the UBC neurosurgery residency provides an unparalleled training experience. Great faculty, great learning environment, great city, and accomplished alumni, and a very, very great environment to be in, to live in, and to work in. So I'm gonna stop sharing there, and I'm gonna open it up for, I think we have 5-7 minutes of questions available, question time available for all of you.
Thank you, Dr. Singhal, for that very excellent, transparent presentation. I see one question already in the chat. If you can see it too, or do you want me to read it to you?
Has the program considered to fill the spots that you mentioned from the unexpected openings? And if yes, how and whom to contact? I think we're referencing like when we have attrition and somebody leaves. I think that's what we're referencing. In the UBC system, and in fact, this is true for PGME across the country, funding goes to the resident. So residents arrive and they have funding. And if that resident decides they want to leave and go to family medicine, the funding leaves with them. So they go to family medicine and they continue to collect their resident salary. And then when they're done family medicine, if there's some years left over, that money goes back to the dean. Like, not for the dean to buy himself a nice car, but to the dean to use for PGME purposes. So unfortunately, we don't have any ability to backfill into spots that get open by attrition. I wish we did. The next question I think should be from Arshia Azruni.
Hi, Dr. Singhal. Thanks for your talk. I just had a quick question about your competitive return of service stream and how kind of that looks for Canadian students applying and just how the selection process works for that.
So let me just go back to the presentation because I've got a couple of slides in case you guys were asking about that. So the structure is that we have a traditional CaRMS position. That's the same as it's always been. There's a second position, which is called the competitive ROS stream. That's return of service is the technical name of it, although nobody can conceive of any way that neurosurgery needs or will have a return of service. So that's really there because most of these ROS funding slots went to family medicine, internal medicine, and anesthesia, who are in short supply in underserviced areas in the province. If there's a return to service stream, it would be at market rates, so it's not like you have to go work and you don't get paid. So at market rates for a neurosurgeon in Kelowna, Kamloops, Vancouver, or Victoria, because that's where the neurosurgeons are. So there's no discussion or possibility of it being anywhere but one of the neurosurgical sites. And none of those sites have this short-handedness that they have in family medicine. The spot is open to CMGs and IMGs. So anybody who's a Canadian medical graduate and applying for the CaRMS position, number one, is eligible. And I would think that, I mean, if it was me, I would apply for both spots. You can rank the competitive ROS stream spot separately because it is technically a separate spot. But I would think you would rank it roughly at the same spot. So if Vancouver was number 3 in your ranking, Vancouver would be number 3 and number 4. And 3 for CaRMS and then 4 for ROS. The program, however, can interview and rank IMGs based on whatever the program's criteria are. And it's possible that IMG applicants will be ranked and sprinkled into our rank list wherever they fit relative to the Canadian rank list, which we would have for our CaRMS position. So our CaRMS ranking is candidate A, B, C, and then there's an IMG person that might get inserted in between candidate C and candidate D, for example. There's absolutely no difference in residency rules or experience. The return of service aspect is for 3 years. It's for underserviced communities, but we don't know what those look like for neurosurgery. And there has never been a surgical precedent for this ROS. And practitioners in the past have been paid market rates plus some extra retention pay that's dependent on the community. So to me, this is a win-win in terms of getting an extra high-quality spot for whoever wants to apply for it and come to it, whether they're Canadian or IMG. And it is not going to functionally look any different once the CaRMS process is done. A neurosurgery resident is going to be a neurosurgery resident. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, awesome. Thank you.
No additional paperwork, no additional interviews. And you guys have the option if you apply for both streams. Once you're done the one interview, you have the option to not even rank us for that second stream if there's something about it that bothered you.
We have room for one more question for Dr. Singhal.
Next question is from Erin Musa Bellu. When last you had an IMG interview with you? This competitive IMG stream is a new thing for BC, certainly for neurosurgery this year. This is UBC Neurosurgery's first year accepting IMG applications. And some of those applicants have been shortlisted for an interview. So the last time is we just invited candidates for interviews for this cycle in January. Thanks again to everybody for inviting me. Just please remember, you guys are really the valuable asset. And as you get through the CaRMS process, if it's helpful to talk with me. I think many of you have spent time with us or have contacted me, but when it's time to rank, if it's helpful to talk to me and get my thoughts. I've been to the UBC system. So I've been in the UBC system. I trained in the Toronto system, and I've spent time in many other places and know the lay of the land very well, and I'm happy to provide advice. But congratulations for getting to this point and being interested in neurosurgery. It's a great thing to be interested in.
Thank you, Dr. Singhal. Really appreciate your time and the presentation.
Hi, everyone. I'm Keith MacDougall from London, Ontario. I know you guys have had a lot of these talks already, and I think one of the residents might be joining me, but I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
I'm here.
Alex is here. Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, so welcome. I know you guys have had a long night. So I was ruminating on how, with this many presentations, you make your program stand out. And like I tell everyone, ultimately, you sort of meet people in different places, and you sort of see where people sort of are like you in terms of personality and demeanor, and that just kind of works out, because there's no point in being dishonest with yourself about what your personality's like, right? So Alex is on board. He trained at Mac for his medical school, and he joined us this year for his PGY1 year, and he's had a great time. Myself, I did my undergrad in Calgary, and I did my medical school in Edmonton, and then I matched through CaRMS to come to London, and then left a couple times for fellowship and working a little bit, and just always sort of came back, which I think is telling in and of itself. But so I'll just give you a brief overview of the program that we have and the rotations. Lots of time for Alex to answer honest questions about things. Just introduce you to some of our faculty by photo and the residents, and just briefly go over the CaRMS process, which you guys all know. If you come to Western, you'll get to love and to really appreciate the color purple, because it's on all of our posters. And if you present at a scientific meeting or give a talk somewhere, the Schoolage brand is very big, the LHSC brand, the Western logo. It's a nice university to work at and train at down here in Southern Canada, where it's always nice and warm. So I think we're one of the top surgery programs in the country, easily. I tell everybody that if I wouldn't have learned my surgery in London, I wouldn't be nearly half as good a surgeon, because I had very good mentors who taught me everything about neurosurgery, and we try to pass that on to people like Alex. As most programs, we've been CBME forever, and I know as students, many of you guys are used to doing EPAs already as medical students. All of our residents, I think the last resident that's not 100% EPA based is graduating this in a year or so, but you guys will certainly be. And learning is a very important part of our culture and our environment. Lots of, as many as the consultants as possible come to rounds. We have a good balance between clinician teacher and clinician educators. Grand rounds is very important. Half-day teaching for the residents is very important. The consultant covers the pager now on Tuesday morning, which is really fun to watch some of my other colleagues squirm as they answer the pager, as Alex knows. And there's lots of opportunities to go elsewhere if that's what you feel like you need to do your research. Just had a fellow or a resident come back from Miami. We have a lot of residents do a lot of research and imaging time here for their PhD or their master's work. But basically, we're very flexible, and you can go anywhere. It says up to 4 years away there, but I'm sure, as everybody has said, you sort of get 12 months from the Royal College that's funded by your home program. And then, generally speaking, as a neurosurgery resident, once you go somewhere else, anywhere in the country or another country, they see how good you are, and it's very easy for you to get funding and procure funding for those other 3 years. I've also been very successful at getting all of our residents that have gone away to do their research time access to funds from the clinician investigator program. And I think we're the only program at Western that's really taken advantage of that in a big way, because we send people away and our residents do good work. So. Training at Western is a little bit different than when I did it. We've taken some of the rotations out and added other ones. You can imagine we're very responsive to what the residents say when we go over the rotations that they have to do every year. But this is pretty standard amongst every program in the country. Currently, PGY1 spend about 6 months in neurosurgery, and I only spent about 3 myself, and I thought that was enough. But And the internal medicine part's pretty straightforward. They don't do general surgery anymore, or emergency, or infectious disease, or cardiology. They just sort of cover consult medicine. A little bit of time on plastics, because our plastic surgeons are very big and famous peripheral nerve center at St. Joseph's Hospital. They spend some time on ortho spine. So it says ortho surgery, but that's spine surgery. Block of trauma, typically, and then some neuropathology right away, because that's typically very important to get under your belt early for your exam and stuff. And we have, for years, I think we might still have the only neuropathology training program in the country. So all of the country's neuropathologists train here in London, and we have very good teachers for that. Second year is a little bit more devoted to pediatric neurosurgery, and then ICU for the most part. There's a couple of blocks of radiology thrown in there. We don't do anesthesia. I don't know why that's on the slide. It must be a carryover from 100 years ago. And trauma's on there so many times, but residents do one block of trauma and they enjoy it. It's good rotation. When residents are, we have typically two main hospitals that we work out of in London. And there's the University Hospital, which houses 9 out of the 12 neurosurgeons. And the Victoria Hospital, which is where all the trauma and the cancer care is at. So it used to cause a little bit of strife with the residents when they're on P's. They also cover some of the trauma over there, and it's not terribly onerous. They certainly don't feel worn out, and there are lots of opportunities for them to go and see other things and do other things. And then, of course, your senior years are mostly occupied by neurosurgery rotations, some research, some advanced neurology stuff when you're in your PGY 6th year, like maybe EMG or advanced peripheral nerve in the plastic surgery clinic or in the physiatry clinic. Neuro-oncology is encouraged if that's something somebody wants to do. But we try to make it fit to sort of round out the education for people getting ready for their exam. And of course, the exam's moved up now to PGY 5. So the rotations, blocks, the coordinations are going to change a little bit in order to respond to that. Did I miss anything, Alex? I don't think so.
No.
So, yeah, so, you know, there's ample opportunity to do rotations. We have a lot of residents come from other programs to actually do functional neurosurgery and epilepsy neurosurgery, because we're the biggest epilepsy surgery center in the country. And we have a very robust functional neurosurgery program with the us 2 functional neurosurgeons doing a lot of procedures. A lot of people think functional surgery is only DBS, but it's actually a lot more than that. And that's distributed differently at other centers, but at our center, it's sort of concentrated. We also do the epilepsy surgery, which is nice. So we're not sort of pigeonholed into one corner where we just do one thing. We've got enough spine surgeons. We're going to be hiring another one in the next year or 2, I think. We're going to be getting another skull-based surgeon. We sort of have everything represented. The only thing our residents go away for is 1 block of radiosurgery. So we've chosen to send them to Toronto just for 1 block in their PGY 4 year, just to get them a little bit of radiosurgery training, because we don't have a gamma knife or a zap or anything, or a cyber knife or anything fancy like that, because you can imagine it costs a lot of money, but we're working on it. And our oncology department just got a whole bunch of donation money. So these are our faculty here. Dr. Bolton on the top left is one of our vascular surgeons. He's same year as me. Dr. Dougal is one of our spine surgeons who also does pituitary surgery. Dr. Derivo Pierre is one of our pediatric surgeons, trained originally in Switzerland. Dr. Heb trained at Dalhousie, and he does our skull-based surgery. There's myself in epilepsy and functional and pain and anything that pretty much needs doing. We have Victor Yang, who we poached away from Toronto to do vascular surgery and spine, because he has very robust engineering work and company and research. Dr. Ng is a very capable spine surgeon and a wonderful colleague. Dr. Ranger is our other pediatric neurosurgeon. One of our recent grads, John Lau, just came back a couple of years ago to take on epilepsy and functional neurosurgery with myself. And then Fawaz Siddiqui. And your screens are all blocking my second row pictures. So I missed 2 people there. Okay, Dr. Megacy, top right. And one of our neuro-oncologists, and Dr. Stephen, who's our chair of clinical neurological sciences. And he's pretty much solely an epilepsy surgeon. So we basically have everything covered. We also send the residents to Windsor. And as the number of residents increase in the program, we'll be sending more to Windsor. We have a couple of graduates in Sudbury, so I've been wanting to send people who gravitate more towards community neurosurgery to Sudbury to train with them, because they were excellent trainees and very capable surgeons. So there's, opportunity to get around Ontario a little bit. I'm a big fan of people doing community electives in other centers and other provinces. So, and these are our residents. We have 12 now. We should be growing to 13 next year. I feel like somebody might be missing there. We habitually take 2 residents from the Canadian match every year, and we've been supplementing that with an international trainee the last couple of years. We don't have one coming this year, but my intention is to grow the program to 15 residents because we have so many educational experiences for them. And I think at that point, we'll probably just take a pause and make sure the residents are happy with their number of ORs they have access to, and clinics and patients and on-calls, etc. So we're not a small program. We're not a 30 resident program, but we're not a 6-person program. So it's a nice medium size. But we always used to tell people at CaRMS we were a small program, and I realized over the years we're really not. We have a lot of residents. So starting from the bottom right, you can see my pointer, that's Mohammed. He's a trainee we acquired from Kuwait. Dr. Karapetyan is graduating. He's graduating this year. He'll be writing his exam in the spring, and then going off to do a spine fellowship at our other hospital at Victoria. Dr. Johnston just finished his written exam for the Royal College. He's PGY 5, so he's smart and ready to go. These 2 guys here, Brendan and Mohammed Abbas, are our PGY 4s, and they've been doing research. Brendan's doing some research in Toronto with Lozano's lab a little bit, and Mohammed's been doing his research here at the Robarts Research Center, which is a pretty big deal in imaging and functional neuroimaging. Rana Moshref is one of our PGY 2s. We acquired her from Saudi Arabia last year. Ryan Wang is one of our PGY, I always get the years mixed up for you guys. PGY
3.
Yeah, 3. Yeah, these 2 are 3s. We're missing another 2 somewhere.
Yeah, Dixon.
Yeah, Dixon. There's somebody missing, right? I thought we were 13, growing to 14. Dixon's not here. So Ryan is one of our PGY 3s. He's amazing. Amirti's our other PGY 3. She's excellent also. Alex is on the line. He promises to be very excellent once he gets past the PGY 1 stage. Happy Inabunu came to us from Toronto. She's also PGY 2. 2. PGY 2. Dixon is missing. That's the problem. Dixon's the other PGY 2. He came to us from Western. Priscilla Chan's a PGY 1, came to us from UBC just this year. And Mohammed Al-Stead is an international student from Kuwait, came to us by way of Kuwait and Ireland. So, and they're all really smart and really good workers, and they know how to operate. So I can't wait for you to meet them maybe at the town hall in January, the night before CaRMS. Some of you can talk to them and ask them frank questions about what their life is like living in Southern Canada. So my philosophy on CaRMS is that there's 18 spots this year with 2 bonus spots. So I interview as many people as there are spots. And this year it looks like there's 23 applicants for 20 spots. So 24 really, except the one person I think just applied to neurosurgery by accident or misclicked or something. So I'm going to interview 20 people this year. That usually takes the whole day. Sometimes we have 3 interview rooms. Last year we had 2 because I was actually doing interviews from India over Zoom, which worked fine, except it was 4 o'clock in the morning. And as you can imagine, it's sort of a group decision, and the residents get a lot of say in who they want to work with next year. So I give them the lion's share of the ranking, to be honest, because they do the best job at picking the best people, I think. They read your personal letters. I tend not to read the personal letters that much because I figure anybody could hire a ghostwriter or something. Reference letters carry a lot of weight with me. So for some of the other consultants, your CV carries a lot of weight. And then obviously the interview counts for something, although I'm not sure the interview is the best mechanism to pick the best people. Best way is to just meet you and have people become electives and check us out. Because like I said, you want to find people that you're like and people that are like you. So our interview day is on January 23rd this year. It's a Tuesday. Our teaching academic day is always on a Tuesday. So we'll have a nice grand rounds case for you, I hope. And then I think there's a neurology guest afterwards. We have about 3 or 4 questions per stations, and that's about it, I guess. I'm the program director. We have a new program administrator this year since July, and she's doing a great job. And these are the people you need to call. And if you have questions, you can let us know. Or question time now from you guys. What's London like? How much does a house cost? How close is the beach? Yeah, we got a hand.
Yeah, I had a question. Yeah, it's interesting that you mentioned that the interviews may not be the best way to assess a resident, an applicant, and I was just wondering if in that case you prefer electives, since we have this limit of 8 weeks, and there's a lot of very interesting programs across Canada, and what are the best ways to stand out? If say we don't have the opportunity to get the away elective that we want at the program that we want, so what are you looking for specifically that we can do?
Like for me, I mean, it doesn't count until interview day, like nobody's ranked yet, right? But for myself, I put a lot of weight on reference letters, and reference letters from people I know who I know are good surgeons. Like I said, other consultants who might rank your application will be looking at your CV and how many papers you published. All I really care myself is if you know how to use scissors. Ask Alex, he knows. But I mean, the truth is, all of the applicants this year are excellent. You guys are all excellent, and you all have pretty good letters or excellent letters. Like I said, I don't think the interview is necessarily the best mechanism. There wasn't a lot of people that came to Western this year, which really bugs me if there's an applicant from Toronto or from Hamilton. I understand people want to go to, Dalhousie or UBC or check out other centers out west. But it's really kind of frustrating for me personally when, you've got residents living an hour and a half down the road and they don't even bother to come to the second largest neurosurgery training program in the country with the largest epilepsy surgery center. And not too many people did electives here this year, just going through the applications. I think there was only a couple. So that obviously won't carry any extra weighting when we rank people this year. But so it is going to come down to interviews and what the residents think of you and what you think of the residents, because you guys get most of the weighting. So ultimately, you're trying to find a program that suits you. And I was going to turn it around on you guys and sort of ask you what you're looking for in a program. We'll do that. That'll happen on interview day as well, because programs have different characters and demeanors and approaches. And Bryn. With the unmute button.
Hi, sorry, I was trying to take out my AirPods because the microphone doesn't work and then I couldn't switch speakers. Yeah, I was just wondering if you could speak a little bit more about your CIP program and how that can be used to fund research, not at Western per se.
Yeah, they prefer their work is done at Western, but it doesn't have to be. I mean, it's just extra money, right? So it might buy you a second year of training, of research time, or part of a second year where you maybe don't have to apply for a PhD funding or a PhD grant. I can't remember off the top of my head what the amount is, but it's enough, I think, to make a difference. If Ryan was here, he could tell you. I mean, I could look it up quickly. I'll get back to you if you like.
No, that's okay. That's helpful. I just wanted to clarify I heard that right. Thank you.
Yeah, it's mostly, from my perspective, it's just getting people the money. I mean, the medical school expects some kind of report on your progress at some point to see, what value they got for their money, but that's pretty common with all of those things. So.
Thank you, Dr. MacDougall, for the presentation. I have a question for Alex, actually. Curious to know about his experience so far in the program, what the call schedule has been like for him, and insights.
Yeah, so I've had a great experience so far. So for some context, like Dr. MacDougall mentioned earlier, we do quite a bit of off-service in the first year. So I started my training here with 3 blocks on service in neurosurgery. Might as well jump in the deep end to get started. And we do about 7 call shifts a month. So again, like following a Paro guideline on that. Call for us, we do cross-cover both hospitals overnight, and I've had a senior backing me up. And especially over those first days of residency, I did feel very, very, very supported. One of the features of Western, I'd say, is the ability to take on independence as you feel comfortable. And so by the end of those first 3 blocks of neurosurgery, I felt more comfortable making admission decisions without having to necessarily get in contact with that senior resident. And, I just as things went. And then the next block, I'll be starting taking solo call. So I think call schedule wise, call is neurosurgery call. I think everyone here has probably done neurosurgery electives. You kind of have an understanding of what call is like. I don't think it's too different between institutions, probably. My year never got visiting electives.
You should remind them your home call though, right? So.
Yes, we're home call because we travel between the two sites. I sometimes honestly do use that to take a shower if I'm going between hospitals. It really makes the night a lot better. Otherwise, I've been on for the rest of the residency, I've had several off-service blocks, one in neuropathology, one in neuroradiology, and then most recently I was on the trauma service. All of them I found were very helpful, especially the neuropath neurorads for my learning, and then trauma was great for actually learning how to just manage a ward, because you kind of just sit there and manage a ward all day. So I guess in short, like, residency's been great so far. I'm happy to answer anything else if you have more specific questions about call.
Yeah, for Bryn, it's 2 years. They support 2 years, it looks like.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Maybe you can do a quick follow-up to what is it like going between two different hospitals? Are there usually a lot of cases at each side, or how often do you travel between two places?
Yeah, so it's very variable by call shifts. There was a weekend call day where I started at University Hospital, which is our main site, and then I traveled to Victoria at like 9 a.m. on the call shift, and I don't think I left there till 10 p.m. There's other call shifts for 24 hours where maybe I just get a couple ward pages and don't have to go there. I'd say the average call shift, I probably go there at least once. I feel like once you start to build up your confidence and your time management skills as a resident, I don't have to make the drive too often. If you're driving in the middle of the night, it's only 10-15 minutes, but it's more of a hassle if you have to drive there at midday on a weekday, where then it can take a bit longer with traffic.
London's a small town though, so it would take 10 minutes tops at night, right?
Yeah, very quick.
The funny thing about London is you will get stopped by the train once in a while, and then you have this excuse about why you were late because there was a train.
It's happened a few times.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. We used to cover 4 hospitals when I was in college, but they've closed 2 of them essentially. So 2 hospitals is a dream. And the South Hospital isn't all that busy. I would say as a consultant, like I do 6 weeks of call a year, and I'd be lucky if I had to go there once a year, I think.
I'll say the other, just to fill the space here, I'd say the other benefit of us covering the Victoria Hospital overnight as well is it gives us a longitudinal exposure to pediatric neurosurgery, which really is something beneficial given how low overall volumes of pediatric neurosurgery are nationwide for the most part. So I from my first call shift, I was seeing pediatric consults as well. So I'm just getting my feet wet in the peds neurosurgery environment, something that's a little, often pushed to the side compared to adult.
Yeah, it's like tired.
Any other questions for Dr. MacDougall or Alex? We have room for 1 or 2 more, if there's any.
I'll ask another question, if that's okay, Dr. MacDougall. I was just wondering if you foresee any changes happening in the program in the next 5 or 6 years when our cohort would be residents, or anything you're looking forward to making improvements on, or anything interesting like that.
Yeah, that's a great question. That's always a great question to ask any program, and you know that. But my plan really is, like, we're going to have 14 residents next year. My plan is to grow it to 15 and then see where we're at. And I would like to send more people to Windsor and Sudbury and so forth. That's sort of the main thing. And then we're going to get 2 more surgeons in the next couple of years. So we're going to have another spine person and another skull-based person to sort of round out our complement. And that's going to have to come with some OR time. So that's going to be more OR cases for residents to go see. So who knows? Maybe, I mean, that'll be a 16% increase, I suppose. So if we're going to go from 12 consultants and 12 residents to 14 consultants or 15 consultants, and we might have to go to 18 residents, I suppose, but time will tell. So this is a program that's growing and improving.
Hi, I'm Colin Kazina. I'm from the University of Manitoba. Just watching the last few presentations, and I've done this before. There's a couple of rounds for me now at having done this. So it's good to see everyone and talk to everyone. I'm glad that everyone was able to make it out and take interest in our program. That's key. I've kind of heard this go so many times that it's always shocking about how similar things are compared to differences between programs. And really at this point, when you're the last presenter at the end of the night, as opposed to going through kind of my same standard lists of slides, I thought I would just cut to the chase and talk about what's different about us, and also what is probably the most important. So just to give you a bit of history about me, so I'm from Manitoba, born and raised. It's kind of a bit of a classic Manitoba thing, like obviously people in the GTA kind of move around a little bit more, and everyone knows, Canada's landscape and how things work. I've been here and born and raised here, and did my University of Manitoba medical school, and then things led to like continued training here for a bit, and I went away for a bit, and I did my fellowship in pediatric neurosurgery in Utah. And so I'm a graduate of 2003 in terms of med school, and then I am now 46 years old, and I am working at the University of Manitoba in my 12th year. And I did a kind of 10-year combination of residency, PhD, fellowship. By the time all that was kind of wrapped up, that was the kind of process that I took. So I was one of those PhDers in neurosurgery, and I did that in biosystems engineering at the time. And I then moved on into a more very classic, not research solely, like 80% researcher kind of style of ex-PhDer, but kind of academic center worker who's got multiple fingers in administration and politics and education and everything that kind of goes with that. I'm a pediatric neurosurgeon by trade. That is my skill set and kind of extra clinical fellowship training. And that's what kind of the world of pediatric neurosurgery is my world. But in addition to that, that's only half of my world clinically. The other half is like adult brain tumors and trauma. And we do everything here. And so the total number of staff in terms of our group, I think Sam is also on the line too. Sam Molitoker is our PGY3. And we're the two kind of representatives today from the program. I just want to, you guys can hear me okay? Someone give me a thumb. Okay, sounds good. It's sometimes better on this computer without the odds. But everything that I like to say is just to kind of back it up, and feel free to introduce yourself or talk at any time or ask any questions live time along the way. We currently have 10 staff at the University of Manitoba. So those 10 staff are versed in pretty much all of the different subspecialties as you've learned them to be within neurosurgery. You guys are all med fours, and, are in your final years of medical school. And you're probably figuring out that, the world of neurosurgery is often compartmentalized into pediatric neurosurgery, spine neurosurgery, and cranial neurosurgery. With cranial neurosurgery being like, vascular neurosurgery with aneurysms and all that type of stuff. And then that kind of other fourth world of functional and epilepsy and all of that type of stuff. So we have 10 staff that are kind of divided exactly along those lines. Some more academic than others, kind of like 3 in spine, 3 in peds, 3 in vascular, a couple in functional, like all kind of like covering it all basically. There really isn't too much we're missing at the University of Manitoba in terms of the exposure of clinical people or what we have going on here, albeit peripheral nerve type of stuff, and the stuff that you're going to hear from pretty much every program. And we do have methods of crossing over to our kind of subspecialties, like orthopedic spine surgery, vascular surgery, plastic surgery with peripheral nerve, and those types of things. So in summary, listening to Dr. MacDougall, I would consider us a mid-sized program now. Again, we used to call ourselves small, but somehow we branched into mid. We're 9 residents at the moment, which has kind of like been a slow build, as has that 10 faculty. That's been a slow build, and now we're kind of really kind of settling in our new weight class. which is that kind of mid-level weight class, and we have a crew of people who we have a good third of the staff have PhDs, and a good third of the residents are pursuing PhDs in like a rough kind of thing. We also have quite a few that are like very, very, very heavy operative clinical focused. Then we have a third of residents that are destined to be clinically focused neurosurgeons. So that's where their passion mainly is. So between those facts, I really do believe that we have like all spectrums covered. And me as the program director, I've been in the program director role since October of 2021. Since that, for sure, I feel like we've got a good diverse group of all of the things that happen within neurosurgery, and wherever you want to take your career and you want to take your training is available in our center. And we also are particularly good at partnering with other centers. So this is a particular advantage I'd like to just drop right off the bat about Manitoba. When you start here, I'm already thinking about how to supplement things a little bit. And, for example, we have, when I go backwards and we look at our top residents from PGY 6 moving backwards, in what I call the flex time of your neurosurgical time, there is time that could be up to a year that can be anywhere else doing anything else. And I truly mean that in the sense of doing hard neurosurgical operative skills at another center because you're trying to develop something, do a PhD at another country, So the sixes that we currently have, we have one that's bound for a heavy clinical spine life, and we have one that is neuro-onc bound and has done a master's and during the residency, and also is heading to Toronto next year to work with Dalhousie in a 1-year kind of skull-based oncology fellowship. The other person is going to supplement complex spine training in Philadelphia. And then as we move back, our PGY 5s are currently coming back, or 4s. It's a bit of a gray zone there because they're on LOAs. Those are both PhD people. One of them is in the Toronto Western doing their PhD. The other one is in the University of Manitoba, Fred Zeeler Lab. We have a particularly interesting trauma science program at the University of Manitoba with like a Cambridge-trained, outrageously published neurosurgeon named Fred Zeeler, who is kind of puts us all to shame, is heavily funded, has been like all these breaking records for awards, and that's the world of his neuro trauma fellowship, and that's sending our residents to excellent opportunities for that research and also for the PhD training in general. He's our mentor research director for the section. Kind of moving back into the 3s, Sam will be at Pickett for 7 to 9 months beginning in August. So where I'm going with this is that everyone's got a path. The other one, we have another resident who's going to be working in doing his postdoc from his PhD. They had finished at the University of Calgary. And then we have someone in that same year that will be doing interventional neuroradiology electives in their 2nd and 3rd year to be able to put them on that real fast track, and which is a race towards fellowships in the world of vascular. So we're a program that has all of the pieces here, in addition to beginning the first day you're matching here. I'm literally talking to you about your future plans before we move on, and Sam will, I can hear him kind of laughing about it because it's true, because I'm obsessed with your careers and your career planning. This is my personal,
in a helpful way, obsessed in a healthy, good way.
Yeah, exactly. Like, this is, I think, the benchmark for judging programs. It's kind of what Dr. Singhal had there a little bit, is your roster of where, in the end, are people and what is their happiness scale. And so, there's a lot of things, steps between where you're now and there, but I think it's imperative, and I think the key to it is not even where you are, it's more so the planning and the ability to free up residents from the traditional scut and off-service rotations and things that can wind up kind of sucking you down and pulling you down a little bit. On that note, with the 10 staff and the 9 residents that we currently have, and we're taking 2 this year again, we also have a fleet, I would say it, of physician assistants, 4 of them on the adult side, 1 of them dedicated on the ped side. So this, and Sam, feel free to jump in at any given time. This is so important. You guys might realize the importance of it, but it's just basically 5 full-time people that work for the residents, regardless of how they're titled. They literally work for the resident. So from talk to this family to get this consent, to finish up these rounds, to go see those people, to write those transfer notes, to do those dictations. I could name you like another 40 tasks. All of that gets taken off of the day-to-day life of the resident, including PGY1. There's no, there's a lot less. I'd really love to go toe-to-toe and challenge anybody on who has trimmed the fat on the scut compared to what we do. And it seems like a light thing, but it is so heavy because you're so busy and there's never enough time. And there's always better ways and more efficient ways to be using your job. So like as a resident, to be able to meet your goals, that freeing up every moment to be in the operating room, doubling up in the operating room, going to a clinic that you typically wouldn't do in another program because you'd be often, strapped to a service requirement. It really knows no boundaries. I think in our center we have like really not many people, and to me it really hits home because I trained at the University of Manitoba when there was no physician assistant, and all that's happened is the work has gone up in terms of our because with our increasing funding and increasing staff accrual, we've only had more ORs and more cases and branching out into farther corners and that type of stuff. So we have the 5 PAs and we got a bank of clinic nurses and CRNs and all of that type of stuff that really do clean up the amount of work that you have to do, like non-value added labor, the stuff that you're doing that really isn't good for you, but has always been like part of the reason why, the old school people would say that's why you get a paycheck for being a resident. It really frees you up from that type of stuff. And this is flush because it allows you to do things like potentially some research along the way and all of that type of stuff. About the staff in particular and the residents too, we have a very diverse set of staff from old to young, from all kinds of different backgrounds, from all kinds of different centers, and like from, international centers to Manitobans to other Canadians to people, a lot of people who have gone to the States have returned and found their home back in Canada through Manitoba as well. So we're currently at a zone where I think that, we've got fresh grads, we've got, extreme mentors that are, at the, in the late career transitioning phase. And I really do feel like we got a whole diverse set of background, real academic people, real operative people. And I think our residents kind of reflect that too. We have a really diverse, situation that we have going on for our residents. Some of them very academically inclined, some of them really want to be like the best technical surgeon. And all of them interested in jobs and their dreams and all that type of stuff. And so that's part of it. In terms of the additional things that I think are different a little bit in Manitoba, the staff that are in Manitoba, like someone like our section head is the first person I think of, Dr. McDonald. Dr. McDonald he's going to be the chair of the specialty committee, and the specialty committee is the person, like the group of people who run neurosurgery from the Royal College, designing what is this world you hear of competency by design. Like I'm on that committee as well. We're like in the workings of the education for neurosurgery within that. We have 2 examiners within our group. So the people who are going to be doing the big bad exam at the end of the residency are here throughout this time. We always have had kind of like people on the roster for doing the exams. We're very current to what you have to know and what you have to do and all your objectives and that type of stuff. I myself, I have a bunch of different hats that I wear kind of politically too. I sit on the Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion governing committee for our department, which is the Department of Surgery and like the whole entire college and the faculty as well. So we've also instituted a bona fide wellness director within our group. So that person is a person who is dedicated to the wellness of the residents. It's primarily a postgraduate medical education position. And so that person's on all of everything from faculty advisory stuff to competency committee stuff to the residency program committee. So we've structured our department to really kind of fall in line with, I think, what's in the best interest of education and going forward. And we're very kind of pro active in kind of having done that. I don't think that we kind of have that structure isn't really repeated at a lot of the other centers in terms of the neurosurgical departments. So I'm very astute to this. Like I know our sleep policy, I know our wellness policy, I know all this kind of stuff inside out. I'm always kind of thinking about it. And the fact of the matter is that there's several of us that are heavily involved in like leadership roles like that are beyond the neurosurgical group that involve this type of stuff. So I think it really provides very important things for you as people who are training within the program. So that's a big important part about our staff, besides the classic diversity stuff that we have of academics and people from all kinds of. So that's us. We are this is another particular advantage I would say about our program, to cut to the chase with everything else you've been hearing and repetition from these sessions, considering that I'm the last person I'll own it now. We're one center, and that one center provides very, very, very big advantage. Like, for example, we don't have you going to a second center in terms of call or schedule or rotation or anything like that. And even the pediatric hospital is part of the General Health Sciences Center complex. Our province did this kind of, we're bordering on like 2 decades ago, where they kind of put together neuro and trauma in like a center to make that a place where it's very consolidated in one place. So all of the neurosurgery that's done in the province of Manitoba happens in one place. It happens with many people and many different, scenarios that provides different breadth, but it's all physically and geographically the same. When you start your day and end your day at 6, like it gets pretty tiring. And this is when I was talking about the creep of the scut work, and the reality is that if you have another center, the other center has often got like a separate call or has some kind of like other consideration. It's not easy to manage the day-to-day practicality of being a neurosurgery resident and not have time be wasted along the way. I really firmly believe that was what led to like the increase in training length in the United States, the 7-year programs. They needed you on ICU for 6 months. They needed you on night float. All of those kind of those service-based requirements don't really take place with ours. And I really think in our program there's a distinctive advantage about the geographical center, because you can be rounding on the adult intensive care unit and be in the pediatric intensive care unit 30 seconds later. And it doesn't have us needing to carve out dedicated rotations. In fact, the only time I carve out dedicated rotations is because the resident wants to, not because it's like, well, we need you to go do your peds now because you got to go down to the whatever hospital for the next like 6 months or whatever that type of stuff is. And often that's a mismatch in terms of what people want to do. And often it's not timed well. Like, for example, if you're interested in vascular and neurosurgery, you got to flesh that out early, because the practical reality is that if you're like thinking you might want to put aneurysms and you're in PGY5, well, the fellowship's filled out at 3 to 4. So this is getting back to me being obsessed with the career planning and the plan, the timeline, and all this type of stuff. But the geographical center allows you to go do rounds and be in the intensive care unit, then go deal with like an early morning trauma, then take out a pediatric brain tumor, then fuse a complex spine in the afternoon, like all within like the same 100 yards. There's no getting in the car or driving to different places. Your life becomes very routine. And I really do believe that it's important for stability in your life, fundamentals of the same pattern. It really allows you to like get efficient and move on and get things done in a quick manner. In addition to our one center being one center, it's certainly not like a small barn. It's, we have everything. Like we have the things that are not, being cited in other places. We have the gamma knife, we have the intraoperative MRI scanner, we have the cyber knife, we have all of the knives. We have the, we have the full dedicated neurosurgical clinic that isn't part of like other department clinics. We have the full pediatric spectrum. We had our operating rooms are dedicated for our services only. They're the best of the operating rooms that exist so all of those types of things we definitely have at our center. There really is no thing that's missing in Manitoba, regardless of what you might think of, or have pre-decisions on what the size of Manitoba might be. So we have a bank of Zeiss microscopes, like the latest microscopes. all of the technology. We use fluorescence for the tumor. Like it's all of these things that you know of or you may have heard of being at the forefront of neurosurgical technology. We have all of them. So just to make that clear, and then it's all in our one massive center, like our center where our adult ward is, where our intensive care unit is, where our emergency ward is, where our pediatric operating room is, like all of the places that you venture as a neurosurgery resident are all within a walking distance of each other, and like a short walk, not like walking to the towers. So
you still get your steps in, but
exactly, probably because you're just lapping and tossing. So that's that. The curriculum that we have. So how do we do along the way, like in addition to saying the things we have, so we have a half day, like most centers do. You probably figured out what a half day is, and academic half day. We have ours on a Friday morning. So we have a neuroscience rounds, that is the collective neuroscience community in which we do clinical neurosciences kind of teaching and through presentations and case-based learning. Then we have a curriculum which we run with the University of Saskatchewan for the sake of like switching it up and shaking it up and hanging out with other people, and like basically, so we also do a curriculum with Saskatchewan in which we do that from 10 until 11 every Friday, so for all of the weeks of the year, and we run through about a 2-year to 3-year block that goes through things like pediatric, vascular, neuro-oncology, trauma, other functional, epilepsy, spine, and just goes through and then gets back to the beginning again. So we have dedicated teaching from that are done by both the staff and the residents, like a healthy mix of the classic, trainee presentations and mentor presentations, and that's what our curriculum takes. And then in addition to that, you've probably all seen things like journal clubs, and we have every Wednesday morning that we have too, because it just as being intensely focused on your career planning. For your career planning, and often a massive step before that is passing the Royal College exam. And so we have a practice oral exam session that sits every Wednesday from 8 to 9 p.m. It kind of alternates with some other things, but it's there to simply prepare residents the entire time for the exams. So, and with that, that's kind of a key piece of our constant kind of pruning and bringing you towards the passing ability that you can be at. In terms of how are the residents doing, it's been decades since anybody's not passed the exam in our program. In terms of attrition, it's a lot lower than what I've heard before. We don't actually, I can think of one in my epoch of the last 12 years of someone transitioning out who quickly decided they wanted to be an emerge doctor, like in the first, bit. So like, it's not, again, we don't have a lot of that happening in our program. But we're also very supportive. Like, again, like I can't overestimate, we're not pigeonholed. We're not looking for people to fill lab space, or help out writing papers for, alternative person or other people's benefits kind of thing. At the same time, I am like equally excited about someone wanting to do a very heavy basic science PhD as I am someone who tells me they want to be like a virtuoso spine surgeon. These are all exciting for me, and I'm like, all of us are very supportive, and everyone has is supported in all of these activities. So this is all stuff about us. This year we have 2 spots. And we intend to fill them. We have a very good roster of people going forward now, where I see no limitations to the flex time. We will never have to make decisions that are, we're short somebody, or we need somebody on service, or it's going to amend this time frame. Like, none of that is going to be affected by whoever the 2 of you that match the program are. So it's a very important thing. I am going to provide a few links that spare you some time, and I just put them in the chat. But there are already like sell the program for University of Manitoba Neurosurgery on YouTube. They stand the same. They're 2 years old. I could have pressed play, and that could have been today's session. That actually is what I did years ago. So like, I'm starting to get a little more personal about it. You guys can like really hunt this down. Sam, my email is at the bottom of that list. And it takes you, and it's also a list for our website if you want to read, like, you know, you want to spend time reading the profile of each one of the staff and what we have going on there. It's all there. The last thing I really want, I'm just looking at the time and I see it's 8:22, and I don't know how that happened so fast, but the one thing that I also want to sell as our feature at our program too is that, you know, with all of that stuff about being in the same center and being consolidated and everyone, you know, getting along well and all that type of stuff, and the fact that there's you know, a lot of support, so you're not weighed down by like a little bit inefficient rotations or a little bit of not great you know, experiences or certain rotations and all that type of stuff, is that we operate really, really early here. Like, you know, today with the PGY1, you know, we did a brain tumor operation today, me and that person, you know, so it's not like you're not going to go through this, like, you know, year one, you're like 3 months on neurosurgery, you're like 9 months on neurosurgery. Like in a good way, not a oppressive, you know, crushing way. And it's not because it's needed. We don't need anybody. Like, we don't need the numbers we have as it is, right? So it's just, the point is that like we get people operating really, really, really early, which I think is clutch too, because I think it builds your confidence early, and you're already like on the fast track when you're into this like career planning zone. You kind of have a sense of like what it actually is to do these operations. You start to actually learn, like, and you know, when you're still like opening and closing and, you know, PGY3 or whatever, like you still don't really know what you want to do, and it feels like it is for you guys now. Even, you know, when you're applying to something, like you don't really know all of the specialties of medicine. Like, it's impossible to figure this all out. But I feel like we get people going early enough so that they make like really good decisions. But key is that when they go and do their flex time, they usually stand out. And, you know, I even feel like I have that bit of an anecdote for me too. Like, I went to the University of Utah to do an elective, and it was at the end of that elective that, you know, again, it's not me like trying to toot my own horn, I'm just trying to provide you an example I can think of, is that, you know, it became very clear that what I could do at my stage of training was not like at all what could be done by you know, the residents in their training program. And, you know, this is like the doctors who like whatever, like best of America, like all these like, you know, kind of on training programs, and you're just, and this is how you start the process of locking down your future things. So we have a lot of good first choice fellowship programs for most of our residents that are finishing. I believe that we have them off to the races when we talk about people who are inquiring about them, and we're telling them what they're capable of and that type of stuff. I think that all starts back to the fact that we get operating early, back in the beginning of PGY when you're like already doing neurosurgery like in a real way. You know, like the other PGY1 the other day, you know, would, in a posterior fossa tumor, close the dura, close the wound, like in like the 7 layers of the posterior fossa on the paper, you know. So I'm just trying to give you a bit of real life sense on what you've kind of seen, you know, in the operating room with your electives, and realizing that you're going to be there like really quickly, you know, as opposed to having to go through a bunch of hoops. So that's just that one big perk that I'd like to, you know, talk to our stuff about. And Sam, sorry, I like monopolize all the time, but
no, that's okay.
Really also get the vibe that we all get along. Like, we have no frame it like straight up. You can use the word friends, you know, that type of stuff.
No, I can definitely speak to that last part, and I won't keep all of you long. I know it's been probably a long night. So yeah, sorry, I'm Sam. I am the third year resident. There was only one of me in my year. Nobody dropped out. I did not grow up in Winnipeg. I grew up in Hamilton, split my time in Toronto, went to McGill, then went to med school in Saskatoon, and now I've ended up here. So I have a very different perspective, but I'm also very, very happy here. Happy to chat with any of you further about that. But I can just say that as a bigger city guy, I'm very comfortable with my life in Winnipeg. I'm not going to go over everything that Dr. Kazina said, because I mean, I agree with all of it. I think the last point is one of the most important points that really drew me to the program, and that's that we have a fantastic resident group. And I would say that with him off there, I'll say it in front of anybody. it's what drew me to the program when I was going, like when I was in your shoes not too long ago. Just the resident dynamic, the staff dynamic, everyone gets along. We are a medium-sized program. We don't have big, scary egos. I've never been afraid to text any of my staff. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention for the last 5 minutes only because our one is on call right now and she's texting me about an emergency that's going on. So we're all very supportive of each other, and it's a good place to work. Having the PAs work with us, I wouldn't say for us, but we all work together as a team. It is really invaluable, and having just taken over as the lead or chief resident, whatever, it's I really can't speak to that enough, just about how they make all of our lives easier and let us do the things that are important for our careers that Dr. Kazina has already discussed. So definitely don't sleep on Winnipeg. I'm happy to chat with all of you if you want more. Unfortunately, I will not be at the interview because I'll be on vacation, but I can share my email, and if anyone has any questions now that they want to ask, or just send us anything, we're always happy to chat.
Does anyone have any questions?
I think that's right.
I can ask a quick question. Hi, Dr. Kazina. Thanks for your talk. I was wondering, just in general, how you're talking about career planning and stuff like that. Where do your residents generally kind of end up doing postgraduate training? Do they go to the States mostly for fellowship? And in terms of like jobs and stuff like that, like where do most people end up working, just from your past years of just seeing how everything went?
I don't know for sure. It's a great question. So the answer is, like, for starters, yes, they all end up, everyone's employed, for starters, and employed in like the jobs they want. So if I kind of even like just go back practically through the roster, all of them are in North America in some setting. So our last year's grad. So if we talk about the ones that are graduating this year, so one is going to be going into Calgary Videt's oncology fellowship for a year. The other one is going to Philadelphia to do complex spine. The Philadelphia complex spine one is already has a second fellowship planned as part of the plan right after, and so the job is not yet. They're not there at the job stage yet. The other person is jobbed and returning to home for their job. The years before that, we have Swedish Neurologic for endovascular neurosurgery, and Cambridge for PhD work for, that was the Dr. Zeeler that I was referring to before. We went to Cambridge and did a postdoc PhD work in a non-clinical kind of setting, did the heavy research world. He's one of these Cambridge scholars. And then now he's employed at the University of Manitoba. I'm just trying to think. Mark Bigder is at Lions in Vancouver. And
we just hired Elisa, one of our own.
Yeah, Elisa Almajuel after all. So she did the University of Calgary Spine program as a fellow, and then now is immediately employed at the University of Manitoba in our program. She is our newest hire, and she actually is going to be our wellness director as of tomorrow. Sam doesn't know that yet, but she. And the point being is that's where she trained. Her counterpart is Chris Honey, who is also in Vancouver and at Lions at Vancouver, and he's the son of Chris Honey, who's the functional neurosurgeon actually. And how far else? We gotta go back here.
I think Samji's in Michigan.
Oh yes,
Mohammed's doing his fellowship and then going back to Saudi Arabia.
That's right. We have Mohammed.
Anton's in Toronto.
Anton's in Toronto at the Toronto Western with Lozano, doing the Toronto Western fellowship currently in functional. Mohammed is in MD Anderson doing which is in Houston, which is a big, highly sought after cancer. So it really does keep going back. Like everyone basically went to a classic bigger center North American fellowship program, typically American, and is either employed at a normal center in the United States or Canada, doing the thing that they wanted to do.
And like Dr. Kazina said, just if I can interject for a second, like our staff are quite diverse and from all stages of their careers to different backgrounds. Like as someone who's interested in peds, like myself, between our 3 pediatric neurosurgeons, I'm literally one connection away from I think every major ped center in North America. I've had great mentoring from all of them and am pretty set up for the foreseeable future, you know, if all goes according to plan. Same with spine, like everyone, neurosurgery in general is a small community, but I think all of our staff are very well connected. And so, you know, you might think like, oh, Winnipeg, you just fly over it from Toronto to Vancouver, but that's really not the case at all. We have a huge catchment area. We see everything, tons of advanced pathology. There's really, except for peripheral nerve, which Dr. Kazina mentioned, which is just becoming less and less important in neurosurgery across North America, probably. Or I should say less and less important, just less and less common. That's really the only thing we don't do here. Otherwise, anything you want, you've got it.
And, you know, in terms of like, where are they now? Also, like the sister question to that is all of them passed their exam. Like I remember an anecdote of someone failing who didn't study in 2011, you know, so on the range of 6 to 10 neurosurgery residents a year, that's a long time ago. And before that, I don't know anybody that's failed the history of the program. So massive stepping stone. It is a question you do want to ask.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kazina. Sam, we have room for one more question too. If anyone has a burning question. No questions.
Thanks for all your time, everyone.
Thank you again for joining us. Appreciate it. And
reach out earlier if you want. Otherwise, we'll certainly be seeing you. I'm a little bit. I don't reflexively send out the invites for the interviews. It's kind of like once I'm at the end of this call week, I'm going to sit down and do it. But you know, they're coming, so don't. Sometimes I feel like people do it as if it's like clickbait. Like they gotta get them out there, and somehow it sends a vibe. But whatever, they'll be coming, and we'll hopefully see all of you.
Thank you very much.